By Paris, Deiochus inglorious dies, pierced through the shoulder as he basely flies. Polite's arm laid Echius on the plain. Stretched on one heap, the victors spoil the slain. The Greeks dismayed, confused, disperse or fall. Some seek the trench, some skulk behind the wall. While these fly trembling, others pant for breath, and o'er the slaughter stalks gigantic death. On rushed bold Hector, gloomy as the night, forbids to plunder, animates the fight, points to the fleet. For by the gods who flies, who dares but linger, by this hand he dies. No weeping sister his cold eye shall close, no friendly hand his funeral pyre compose. Who stops to plunder at this signal hour, the birds shall tear him and the dogs devour. Furious, he said, the smarting scourge resounds, the coursers fly, the smoking chariot bounds, the hosts rush on, loud clamors shake the shore. The horses thunder, earth and ocean roar. Apollo, planted at the trench's bound, pushed at the bank, down sank the enormous mound, rolled in the ditch the heapy ruin lay. A sudden road, a long and ample way. O'er the dread fosse, a late impervious space, now steeds and men and cars tumultuous pass. The wondering crowds the downward level trod, before them flamed the shield and marched the god. Then with his hand he shook the mighty wall, and lo, the turrets nod, the bulwarks fall. Easy as when ashore an infant stands, and draws imagined houses in the sands. The sportive wanton, pleased with some new play, sweeps the slight works and fashioned domes away. Thus vanished at thy touch the towers and walls, the toil of thousands in a moment falls. The Grecians gaze around with wild despair, confused and weary all the powers with prayer, exhort their men with praises, threats, commands, and urge the gods with voices, eyes, and hands. Experienced Nestor chief obtests the skies, and weeps his country with a father's eyes. O Jove! If ever, on his native shore, one Greek enriched thy shrine with offered gore, if ere, in hope our country to behold, we paid the fattest firstlings of the fold, if ere thou signedst our wishes with thy nod, perform the promise of a gracious God. This day preserve our navies from the flame, and save the relics of the Grecian name. Thus prayed the sage, the Eternal gave consent, and peals of thunder shook the firmament. Presumptuous Troy mistook the accepting sign, and catched new fury at the voice divine. As when black tempests mix the seas and skies, the roaring deeps in watery mountains rise, above the sides of some tall ship ascend, its womb they deluge and its ribs they rend. Thus loudly roaring and o'erpowering all, mount the thick Trojans up the Grecian wall. Legions on legions from each side arise, thick sound the keels, the storm of arrows flies. Fierce on the ships above, the cars below, these wield the mace and those the javelin throw. While thus the thunder of the battle raged, and laboring armies round the works engaged, still in the tent Patroclus sat to tend the good Eurypylus, his wounded friend. He sprinkles healing balms to anguish kind, and adds discourse, the medicine of the mind. But when he saw, ascending up the fleet, victorious Troy, then, starting from his seat, with bitter groans his sorrows he expressed, he wrings his hands, he beats his manly breast. Though yet thy state require redress, he cries, depart I must, what horrors strike my eyes. Charged with Achilles' high command, I go, a mournful witness of this scene of woe. I haste to urge him by his country's care to rise in arms and shine again in war. Perhaps some favoring god his soul may bend, the voice is powerful of a faithful friend. He spoke, and, speaking, swifter than the wind, sprung from the tent and left the war behind. The embodied Greeks the fierce attack sustain, but strive, though numerous, to repulse in vain. Nor could the Trojans, through that firm array, force to the fleet and tents the impervious way. As when a shipwright with Palladian art smooths the rough wood and levels every part, with equal hand he guides his whole design by the just rule and the directing line. The martial leaders, with like skill and care, preserved their line and equal kept the war. Brave deeds of arms through all the ranks were tried, and every ship sustained an equal tide. At one proud bark, high towering o'er the fleet, Ajax the great and godlike Hector meet. For one bright prize the matchless chiefs contend, nor this the ships can fire, nor that defend. One kept the shore, and one the vessel trod, that fixed as fate, this acted by a god. The son of Clytius, in his daring hand, the deck approaching, shakes a flaming brand, but pierced by Telamon's huge lance expires. Thundering he falls, and drops the extinguished fires. Great Hector viewed him with a sad survey, as stretched in dust before the stern he lay. "Oh, all of Trojan, all of Lycian race, stand to your arms, maintain this arduous space. Lo, where the son of royal Cleidius lies, ah, save his arms, secure his obsequies." This said, his eager javelin sought the foe, but Ajax shunned the meditated blow. Not vainly yet the forceful lance was thrown. It stretched in dust unhappy Lycophron, an exile long sustained at Ajax' board, a faithful servant to a foreign lord. In peace and war forever at his side, near his loved master, as he lived he died. From the high poop he tumbles on the sand and lies a lifeless load along the land. With anguish Ajax views the piercing sight, and thus inflames his brother to the fight. "Teucer, behold, extended on the shore, our friend, our loved companion, now no more. Dear as a parent, with a parent's care, to fight our wars he left his native air. This death deplored, to Hector's rage we owe. Revenge, revenge it on the cruel foe. Where are those darts on which the fates attend? And where the bow which Phoebus taught to bend?" Impatient Teucer, hastening to his aid, before the chief his ample bow displayed. The well-stored quiver on his shoulders hung, then hissed his arrow, and the bowstring sung. "Clitus, Pisanor's son, renowned in fame, to thee, Polydamas, an honored name, drove through the thickest of the embattled plains, the startling steeds, and shook his eager reins. As all on glory ran his ardent mind, the pointed death arrests him from behind. Through his fair neck the thrilling arrow flies. In youth's first bloom reluctantly he dies. Hurled from the lofty seat, at distance far, the headlong coursers spurn his empty car, till sad Polydamas the steeds restrained, and gave Astinus to thy careful hand. Then, fired to vengeance, rushed amidst the foe. Rage edged his sword and strengthened every blow. Once more bold Teucer, in his country's cause, at Hector's breast a chosen arrow draws. And had the weapon found the destined way, thy fall, great Trojan, had renowned that day. But Hector was not doomed to perish then, the all-wise disposer of the fates of men. Imperial Jove, his present death withstands, nor was such glory due to Teucer's hands. At its full stretch, as the tough string he drew, struck by an arm unseen, it burst in two. Down dropped the bow, the shaft with brazen head fell innocent, and on the dust lay dead. The astonished archer to great Ajax cries, "Some god prevents our destined enterprise. Some god, propitious to the Trojan foe, has from my arm unfailing struck the bow, and broke the nerve my hands had twined with art, strong to impel the flight of many a dart." "Since heaven commands it," Ajax made reply, "dismiss the bow, and lay thy arrows by. Thy arms no less suffice the lance to wield, and quit the quiver for the ponderous shield. In the first ranks indulge thy thirst of fame, thy brave example shall the rest inflame. Fierce as they are, by long successes vain, to force our fleet, or even a ship to gain, asks toil and sweat and blood. Their utmost might shall find its match, no more, 'tis ours to fight." Then Teucer laid his faithless bow aside, the fourfold buckler o'er his shoulder tied. On his brave head a crested helm he placed, with nodding horsehair formidably graced. A dart whose point with brass refulgent shines the warrior wields, and his great brother joins. This Hector saw, and thus expressed his joy. "Ye troops of Lycia, Dardanus, and Troy, be mindful of yourselves, your ancient fame, and spread your glory with the navy's flame. Jove is with us, I saw his hand, but now from the proud archer strike his vaunted bow. Indulgent Jove, how plain thy favors shine, when happy nations bear the marks divine. How easy, then, to see the sinking state of realms accursed, deserted, reprobate. Such is the fate of Greece, and such is ours. Behold, ye warriors, and exert your powers. Death is the worst, a fate which all must try, and for our country 'tis a bliss to die. The gallant man, though slain in fight he be, yet leaves his nation safe, his children free, entails a debt on all the grateful state. His own brave friends shall glory in his fate. His wife live honored, all his race succeed, and late posterity enjoy the deed." This roused the soul in every Trojan breast. The godlike Ajax next his Greeks addressed. "How long, ye warriors of the Argive race? To generous Argos what a dire disgrace! How long on these cursed confines will ye lie, yet undetermined or to live or die? What hopes remain, what methods to retire, if once your vessels catch the Trojan fire? Mark how the flames approach, how near they fall, how Hector calls, and Troy obeys his call. Not to the dance that dreadful voice invites, it calls to death and all the rage of fights. 'Tis now no time for wisdom or debates. To your own hands are trusted all your fates, and better far in one decisive strife one day should end our labor or our life, than keep this hard-got inch of barren sands, still pressed and pressed by such inglorious hands. The listening Grecians feel their leader's flame, and every kindling bosom pants for fame. Then mutual slaughters spread on either side. By Hector here the Phocian Schedius died. There, pierced by Ajax, sunk Laodamas, chief of the foot of old Antenor's race. Polydamas laid Otis on the sand, the fierce commander of the Achaean band. His lance bold Megas at the victor threw. The victor stooping from the death withdrew. That valued life, O Phoebus, was thy care, but Croesmus's bosom took the flying spear. His corpse fell bleeding on the slippery shore. His radiant arms triumphant Megas bore. Dolops, the son of Lampus, rushes on, sprung from the race of old Laomedon, and famed for prowess in a well-fought field. He pierced the center of his sounding shield. But Meges Phyleus's ample breastplate wore, well known in fight on Selle's winding shore. For King Euphetes gave the golden mail, compact and firm with many a jointed scale, which oft in cities stormed and battles won, had saved the father and now saves the son. Full at the Trojan's head he urged his lance, where the high plumes above the helmet dance, new tinged with Tyrian dye. In dust below, shorn from the crest, the purple honors glow. Meantime their fight the Spartan king surveyed, and stood by Meges' side a sudden aid. Through Dolops' shoulder urged his forceful dart, which held its passage through the panting heart, and issued at his breast. With thundering sound, the warrior falls, extended on the ground. In rush the conquering Greeks to spoil the slain. But Hector's voice excites his kindred train. The hero most, from Hisitown sprung, fierce Melanippus, gallant, brave, and young. He, ere to Troy the Grecians crossed the main, fed his large oxen on Percote's plain. But when oppressed, his country claimed his care, returned to Ilion, and excelled in war. For this, in Priam's court, he held his place, beloved no less than Priam's royal race. Him Hector singled, as his troops he led, and thus inflamed him, pointing to the dead. Lo, Melanippus! Lo, where Dolops lies. And is it thus our royal kinsman dies? O'ermatched he falls to two at once a prey, and lo, they bear the bloody arms away. Come on, a distant war no longer wage, but hand to hand thy country's foes engage, till Greece at once and all her glory end, or Ilion from her towery height descend, heaved from the lowest stone, and bury all in one sad sepulchre, one common fall. Hector, this said, rushed forward on the foes. With equal ardor Melanippus glows. Then Ajax thus, O Greeks! Respect your fame, respect yourselves, and learn an honest shame. Let mutual reverence, mutual warmth inspire, and catch from breast to breast the noble fire. On valor's side the odds of combat lie. The brave live glorious, or lamented die. The wretch that trembles in the field of fame meets death, and worse than death, eternal shame. His generous sense he not in vain imparts. It sunk and rooted in the Grecian hearts. They join, they throng, they thicken at his call, and flank the navy with a brazen wall. Shields touching shields in order blaze above, and stop the Trojans though impelled by Jove. The fiery Spartan first, with loud applause, warms the bold son of Nestor in his cause. Is there, he said, in arms a youth like you, so strong to fight, so active to pursue? Why stand you distant, nor attempt a deed? Lift the bold lance, and make some Trojan bleed. He said, and backward to the lines retired. Forth rushed the youth with martial fury fired. Beyond the foremost ranks, his lance he threw, and round the black battalions cast his view. The troops of Troy recede with sudden fear, while the swift javelin hissed along in air. Advancing Melanippus met the dart, with his bold breast and felt it in his heart. Thundering he falls, his falling arms resound, and his broad buckler rings against the ground. The victor leaps upon his prostrate prize. Thus on a row the well-breathed beagle flies, and rends his side, fresh bleeding with the dart, the distant hunter sent into his heart. Observing Hector to the rescue flew, bold as he was, Antilochus withdrew. So when a savage, ranging o'er the plain, has torn the shepherd's dog or shepherd's swain, while conscious of the deed he glares around and hears the gathering multitude resound, timely he flies the yet untasted food and gains the friendly shelter of the wood. So fears the youth, all Troy with shouts pursue, while stones and darts in mingled tempest flew. But entered in the Grecian ranks, he turns his manly breast, and with new fury burns. Now on the fleet the tides of Trojans drove, fierce to fulfill the stern decrees of Jove, the sire of gods, confirming Thetis' prayer. The Grecian ardor quenched in deep despair, but lifts to glory Troy's prevailing bands, swells all their hearts, and strengthens all their hands. On Ida's top he waits with longing eyes, to view the navy blazing to the skies. Then, nor till then, the scale of war shall turn, the Trojans fly, and conquered Ilion burn. These fates revolved in his almighty mind. He raises Hector to the work designed, bids him with more than mortal fury glow, and drives him like a lightning on the foe. So Mars, when human crimes for vengeance call, shakes his huge javelin and whole armies fall. Not with more rage a conflagration rolls, wraps the vast mountains and involves the poles. He foams with wrath, beneath his gloomy brow like fiery meteors his red eyeballs glow. The radiant helmet on his temple burns, waves when he nods, and lightens as he turns. For Jove his splendor round the chief had thrown, and cast the blaze of both the hosts on one. Unhappy glories. For his fate was near, due to stern Pallas and Pelides' spear. Yet Jove deferred the death he was to pay, and gave what fate allowed, the honors of a day. Now all on fire for fame, his breast, his eyes burn at each foe, and single every prize. Still at the closest ranks, the thickest fight, he points his ardor and exerts his might. The Grecian phalanx, moveless as a tower, on all sides battered, yet resists his power. So some tall rock o'erhangs the hoary main, by winds assailed, by billows beat in vain. Unmoved it hears above the tempest blow, and sees the watery mountains break below. Girt in surrounding flames, he seems to fall like fire from Jove, and bursts upon them all. Bursts as a wave that from the cloud impends, and swelled with tempests on the ship descends. White are the decks with foam, the winds aloud howl o'er the masts, and sing through every shroud. Pale, trembling, tired, the sailors freeze with fears, and instant death on every wave appears. So pale the Greeks the eyes of Hector meet, the chief so thunders and so shakes the fleet. As when a lion, rushing from his den, amidst the plain of some wide-watered fen, where numerous oxen, as at ease they feed, at large expatiate o'er the ranker mead, leaps on the herds before the herdsman's eyes. The trembling herdsman far to distance flies, some lordly bull, the rest dispersed and fled, he singles out, arrests, and lays him dead. Thus from the rage of Jove-like Hector flew all Greece in heaps, but one he seized and slew. Mycenaean Periphes, a mighty name, in wisdom great, in arms well known to fame, the minister of stern Eurystheus' ire against Alcides. Copreus was his sire. The son redeemed the honors of the race, a son as generous as the sire was base. O'er all his country's youth conspicuous far in every virtue, or of peace or war, but doomed to Hector's stronger force to yield. Against the margin of his ample shield he struck his hasty foot, his heels upsprung, supine he fell, his brazen helmet rung. On the fallen chief the invading Trojan pressed, and plunged the pointed javelin in his breast. His circling friends, who strove to guard too late the unhappy hero, fled or shared his fate. Chased from the foremost line, the Grecian train now man the next, receding toward the main. Wedged in one body at the tents they stand, walled round with sterns a gloomy, desperate band. Now manly shame forbids the inglorious flight. Now fear itself confines them to the fight. Man courage breathes in man. But Nestor most, the sage preserver of the Grecian host, exhorts, adjures, to guard these utmost shores, and by their parents, by themselves implores. O friends, be men, your generous breasts inflame with mutual honor and with mutual shame. Think of your hopes, your fortunes, all the care your wives, your infants, and your parents share. Think of each living father's reverend head. Think of each ancestor with glory dead. Absent by me they speak, by me they sue. They ask their safety and their fame from you. The gods their fates on this one action lay, and all are lost if you desert the day. He spoke, and round him breathed heroic fires. Minerva seconds what the sage inspires. The mist of darkness Jove around them threw you. She cleared, restoring all the war to view. A sudden ray shot beaming o'er the plain, and showed the shores, the navy, and the main. Hector they saw, and all who fly or fight, the scene wide opening to the blaze of light. First of the field great Ajax strikes their eyes, his port majestic and his ample size. A ponderous mace with studs of iron crowned, full 20 cubits long, he swings around, nor fights, like others, fixed to certain stands, but looks a moving tower above the bands. High on the decks with vast gigantic stride, the godlike hero stalks from side to side. So when a horseman from the watery mead, skilled in the manage of the bounding steed, Dr. Ives' four fair coursers practised to obey, to some great city through the public way, safe in his art, as side by side they run, he shifts his seat and vaults from one to one, and now to this, and now to that he flies, admiring numbers follow with their eyes. From ship to ship thus Ajax swiftly flew, no less the wonder of the warring crew. As furious Hector thundered threats aloud, and rushed enraged before the Trojan crowd. Then swift invades the ships, whose beaky prowers lay ranked contiguous on the bending shores. So the strong eagle from his airy height, who marks the swan's or crane's embodied flight, stoops down impetuous while they light for food, and stooping darkens with his wings the flood. Jove leads him on with his almighty hand, and breathes fierce spirits in his following band. The warring nations meet, the battle roars, thick beats the combat on the sounding prowers. Thou wouldst have thought, so furious was their fire, no force could tame them, and no toil could tire, as if new vigor from new fights they won, and the long battle was but then begun. Greece, yet unconquered, kept alive the war, secure of death, confiding in despair. Troy in proud hopes already viewed the main bright with the blaze, and red with heroes slain. Like strength is felt from hope and from despair, and each contends as his were all the war. 'Twas thou, bold Hector, whose resistless hand first seized a ship on that contested strand, the same which dead Protesilaus bore, the first that touched the unhappy Trojan shore. For this in arms the warring nations stood, and bathed their generous breasts with mutual blood. No room to poise the lance or bend the bow, but hand to hand and man to man they grow. Wounded they wound, and seek each other's hearts with falchions, axes, swords, and shortened darts. The falchions ring, shields rattle, axes sound, swords flash in air or glitter on the ground. With streaming blood the slippery shores are dyed, and slaughtered heroes swell the dreadful tide. Still raging, Hector with his ample hand grasps the high stern and gives this loud command. Ajax defending the Greek ships. Haste, bring the flames. That toil of 10 long years is finished, and the day desired appears. This happy day with acclamations greet, bright with destruction of yon hostile fleet. The coward counsels of a timorous throng of reverend dotards checked our glory long. Too long Jove lulled us with lethargic charms, but now in peals of thunder calls to arms. In this great day he crowns our full desires, wakes all our force, and seconds all our fires. He spoke. The warriors at his fierce command pour a new deluge on the Grecian band. Even Ajax paused, so thick the javelins fly, stepped back, and doubted or to live or die. Yet, where the oars are placed, he stands to wait. What chief approaching dares attempt his fate? Even to the last his naval charge defends, now shakes his spear, now lifts, and now pretends. Even yet, the Greeks with piercing shouts inspires, amidst attacks and deaths and darts and fires. O friends! O heroes, names forever dear, once sons of Mars and thunderbolts of war, ah, yet be mindful of your old renown, your great forefathers' virtues and your own. What aids expect you in this utmost strait? What bulwarks rising between you and fate? No aids, no bulwarks your retreat attend, no friends to help, no city to defend. This spot is all you have, to lose or keep. There stand the Trojans, and here rolls the deep. 'Tis hostile ground you tread, your native lands far, far from hence, your fates are in your hands. Raging he spoke, nor further wastes his breath, but turns his javelin to the work of death. What a bold Trojan armed his daring hands, against the sable ships with flaming brands, so well the chief his naval weapons sped, the luckless warrior at his stern lay dead. Full 12, the boldest, in a moment fell, sent by great Ajax to the shades of hell. Castor and Pollux, Book the 6th. Argument. The 6th battle. The acts and death of Patroclus. Patroclus, in pursuance of the request of Nestor in the 11th book, entreats Achilles to suffer him to go to the assistance of the Greeks with Achilles' troops and armor. He agrees to it, but at the same time charges him to content himself with rescuing the fleet without further pursuit of the enemy. The armor, horses, soldiers, and officers are described. Achilles offers a libation for the success of his friend, after which Patroclus leads the Myrmidons to battle. The Trojans, at the sight of Patroclus in Achilles' armor, taking him for that hero, are cast into the uttermost consternation. He beats them off from the vessels, Hector himself flies, Sarpedon is killed, though Jupiter was averse to his fate. Several other particulars of the battle are described, in the heat of which Patroclus, neglecting the orders of Achilles, pursues the foe to the walls of Troy, where Apollo repulses and disarms him, Euphorbus wounds him, and Hector kills him, which concludes the book. So warred both armies on the ensanguined shore, while the black vessels smoked with human gore. Meantime, Patroclus to Achilles flies. The streaming tears fall copious from his eyes. Not faster, trickling to the plains below, from the tall rock the sable waters flow. Divine Pelides, with compassion moved, thus spoke, indulgent to his best beloved. Patroclus, say what grief thy bosom bears, that flows so fast in these unmanly tears? No girl, no infant, whom the mother keeps from her loved breast, with fonder passion weeps, not more the mother's soul that infant warms, clung to her knees, and reaching at her arms, than thou hast mine. O tell me, to what end thy melting sorrows thus pursue thy friend? Grievest thou for me, or for my martial band, or come sad tidings from our native land? Our fathers live, our first most tender care. Thy good Menoetius breathes the vital air, and hoary Peleus yet extends his days, pleased in their age to hear their children's praise. Or may some meaner cause thy pity claim? Perhaps yon relics of the Grecian name, doomed in their ships to sink by fire and sword, and pay the forfeit of their haughty lord. What are the cause? Reveal thy secret care, and speak those sorrows which a friend would share. A sigh that instant from his bosom broke. Another followed, and Patroclus spoke. Let Greece at length with pity touch thy breast, thyself a Greek, and once of Greeks the best. Lo, every chief that might her fate prevent lies pierced with wounds and bleeding in his tent. Eurypylus, Tydides, Atreus' son, and wise Ulysses at the navy groan, more for their country's wounds than for their own. Their pain soft arts of pharmacy can ease, thy breast alone no lenitives appease. May never rage like thine my soul enslave, O great in vain, unprofitably brave. Thy country slighted in her last distress, what friend, what man from thee shall hope redress? No men unborn and ages yet behind shall curse that fierce, that unforgiving mind. O man unpitying, if of man thy race, but sure thou spring'st not from a soft embrace, nor ever amorous hero caused thy birth, nor ever tender goddess brought thee forth. Some rugged rock's hard entrails gave thee form, and raging seas produced thee in a storm, a soul well suiting that tempestuous kind, so rough thy manners, so untamed thy mind. If some dire oracle thy breast alarm, if aught from Jove or Thetis stop thy arm, some beam of comfort yet on Greece may shine, if I but lead the Myrmidonian line. Clad in thy dreadful arms if I appear, proud Troy shall tremble and desert the war. Without thy person Greece shall win the day, and thy mere image chase her foes away. Pressed by fresh forces, her o'erlabored train shall quit the ships, and Greece respire again. Thus, blind to fate, with supplicating breath, thou begg'st his arms, and in his arms thy death. Unfortunately good, a boding sigh thy friend returned, and with it this reply: Patroclus, thy Achilles knows no fears, nor words from Jove nor oracles he hears, nor aught a mother's caution can suggest. The tyrant's pride lies rooted in my breast. My wrongs, my constant thought engage, those, my sole oracles, inspire my rage. I made him tyrant, gave him power to wrong even me. I felt it, and shall feel it long. The maid, my black-eyed maid, he forced away, due to the toils of many a well-fought day, due to my conquest of her father's reign, due to the votes of all the Grecian train. From me he forced her, me, the bold and brave, disgraced, dishonored, like the meanest slave. But bear we this, the wrongs I grieve are past. 'Tis time our fury should relent at last. I fixed its date, the day I wished appears. How Hector to my ships his battle bears, the flames my eyes, the shouts invade my ears. Go then, Patroclus, court fair honor's charms in Troy's famed fields and in Achilles' arms. Lead forth my martial Myrmidons to fight. Go save the fleets and conquer in my right. See the thin relics of their baffled band at the last edge of yon deserted land. Behold all Ilion on their ships descends. How the cloud blackens, how the storm impends. It was not thus when, at my sight amazed, Troy saw and trembled as this helmet blazed. Had not the injurious king our friendship lost, yon ample trench had buried half her host. No camps, no bulwarks now the Trojans fear. Those are not dreadful, no Achilles there. No longer flames the lance of Tydeus' son. No more your general calls his heroes on. Hector alone I hear. His dreadful breath commands your slaughter or proclaims your death. Yet now, Patroclus, issue to the plain. Now save the ships, the rising fires restrain, and give the Greeks to visit Greece again. But heed my words, and mark a friend's command, who trusts his fame and honors in thy hand, and from thy deeds expects the Achaean host, shall render back the beauteous maid he lost. Rage uncontrolled through all the hostile crew, but touch not Hector. Hector is my due. Though Jove in thunder should command the war, be just, consult my glory, and forbear. The fleet once saved, desist from further chase, nor lead to Ilion's walls the Grecian race. Some adverse god thy rashness may destroy, some god, like Phoebus, ever kind to Troy. Let Greece, redeemed from this destructive strait, do her own work, and leave the rest to fate. Oh, would to all the immortal powers above, Apollo, Pallas, and almighty Jove, that not one Trojan might be left alive, and not a Greek of all the race survive, might only we the vast destruction shun, and only we destroy the accursed town. Such conference held the chiefs, while on the strand great Jove with conquest crowned the Trojan band. Ajax no more the sounding storm sustained, so thick the darts and iron tempest rained. On his tired arm the weighty buckler hung, his hollow helm with falling javelins rung. His breath, in quick short pantings, comes and goes, and painful sweat from all his members flows. Spent and o'erpowered, he barely breathes at most, yet scarce an army stirs him from his post. Dangers on dangers all around him glow, and toil to toil, and woe succeeds to woe. Say, muses, throned above the starry frame, how first the navy blazed with Trojan flame. Stern Hector waved his sword, and standing near, where furious Ajax plied his ashen spear, full on the lance a stroke so justly sped, that the broad falchion lopped its brazen head. His pointless spear the warrior shakes in vain, the brazen head falls sounding on the plain. Great Ajax saw and owned the hand divine, confessing Jove and trembling at the sign, warned he retreats. Then swift from all sides pour crime, the hissing brands, thick streams the fiery shower, o'er the high stern the curling volumes rise, and sheets of rolling smoke involve the skies. Divine Achilles viewed the rising flames, and smote his thigh, and thus aloud exclaims, Arm, arm, Patroclus! Lo, the blaze aspires, the glowing ocean reddens with the fires. Arm, ere our vessels catch the spreading flame, arm, ere the Grecians be no more a name, I haste to bring the troops. The hero said. The friend with ardor and with joy obeyed. He cased his limbs in brass, and first around his manly legs with silver buckles bound bowrin, the clasping greaves. Then to his breast applies the flaming cuirass of 1,000 dyes. Emblazed with studs of gold his falchion shone, in the rich belt as in a starry zone. Achilles' shield his ample shoulders spread, Achilles' helmet nodded o'er his head. Adorned in all his terrible array, he flashed around in tolerable day. Alone untouched, Pelides' javelin stands, not to be poised, but by Pelides' hands. From Pelion's shady brow the plant entire old Chiron rent, and shaped it for his sire, whose son's great arm alone the weapon wields, the death of heroes and the dread of fields. Buckles. The brave Automedon, an honored name, the second to his lord in love and fame, in peace his friend and partner of the war. The winged coursers harnessed to the car, Xanthus and Balius of immortal breed, sprung from the wind and like the wind in speed. Whom the winged harpy swift Podarge bore by Zephyr pregnant on the breezy shore, swift Pedasus was added to their side, once great Adians, now Achilles' pride, who, like in strength, in swiftness, and in grace, a mortal courser matched the immortal race. Achilles speeds from tent to tent and warms his hardy Myrmidons to blood and arms. All breathing death, around the chief they stand, a grim, terrific, formidable band, grim as voracious wolves that seek the springs. When scalding thirst their burning bowels wrings, when some tall stag, fresh slaughtered in the wood, has drenched their wide, insatiate throats with blood, To the black fount they rush, a hideous throng. With paunch distended and with lolling tongue, fire fills their eye, their black jaws belch the gore. And gorged with slaughter, still they thirst for more. Like furious, rush the Myrmidonian crew, such their dread strength and such their deathful view. High in the midst the great Achilles stands, directs their order and the war commands. He, loved of Jove, had launched for Ilion's shores full 50 vessels manned with 50 oars. 5 chosen leaders the fierce bands obey, himself supreme in valor as in sway. First marched Menestheus of celestial birth, derived from thee, whose waters wash the earth, divine Sperchius. Jove descended flood, a mortal mother mixing with a god. Such was Menestheus, but miscalled by fame, the son of Boris, that espoused the dame. Eudorus next, whom Polymele the gay, famed in the graceful dance, produced today. Her, sly Selenius loved, on her would gaze, as with swift step she formed the running maze. To her high chamber from Diana's choir, the god pursued her, urged and crowned his fire. The son confessed his father's heavenly race, and aired his mother's swiftness in the chase. Strong Escheclus, blessed in all those charms that pleased a god, succeeded to her arms. Not conscious of those loves, long hid from fame, with gifts of price he sought and won the dame. Her secret offspring to her sire she bare. Her sire caressed him with a parent's care. Pisander followed, matchless in his art to wing the spear or aim the distant dart. No hand so sure of all the Emethian line, or if a surer, great Patroclus thine. The fourth by Phoenix's grave command was graced. Laerce's valiant offspring led the last. Soon as Achilles with superior care had called the chiefs and ordered all the war, this stern remembrance to his troops he gave. Ye far-famed Myrmidons, ye fierce and brave, think with what threats you dared the Trojan throng. Think what reproach these ears endured so long. Stern son of Peleus, thus ye used to say, while restless raging in your ships you lay. O nursed with gall, unknowing how to yield, whose rage defrauds us of so famed a field. If that dire fury must forever burn, what make we here? Return, ye chiefs, return. Such were your words. Now, warriors, grieve no more. Lo there the Trojans, bathe your swords in gore. This day shall give you all your soul demands, glut all your hearts and weary all your hands. Diana. Thus while he roused the fire in every breast, close and more close the listening cohorts pressed, ranks wedged in ranks, of arms a steely ring still grows and spreads and thickens round the king. As when a circling wall the builder forms, of strength defensive against wind and storms, compacted stones the thickening work compose, and round him wide the rising structure grows. So helm to helm and crest to crest they throng, shield urged on shield and man drove man along. Thick, undistinguished plumes together joined, float in one sea and wave before the wind. Far o'er the rest in glittering pomp appear, their bold automaton, Patroclus here. Brothers in arms with equal fired, 2 friends, 2 bodies with one soul inspired. But mindful of the gods, Achilles went to the rich coffer in his shady tent. There lay on heaps his various garments rolled, and costly furs and carpets stiff with gold, the presence of the silver-footed dame. From thence he took a bowl of antique frame, which never man had stained with ruddy wine, nor raised in offerings to the power divine. But Peleus' son, and Peleus' son to none had raised in offerings, but to Jove alone. This tinged with sulphur, sacred first to flame, he purged, and washed it in the running stream. Then cleansed his hands, and fixing for a space his eyes on heaven, his feet upon the place of sacrifice, the purple draught he poured forth in the midst, and thus the god implored, O thou supreme, high-throned all height above, O great Pelasgic, Dodoneian Jove, who midst surrounding frosts and vapors chill, presidest on bleak Dodona's vocal hill, whose groves the Selli, race austere, surround, their feet unwashed, their slumbers on the ground, who hear from rustling oaks thy dark decrees, and catch the fates low whispered in the breeze. Here, as of old, thou gavest at Thetis' prayer glory to me and to the Greeks' despair. Lo, to the dangers of the fighting field, the best, the dearest of my friends, I yield, though still determined to my ships confined. Patroclus gone, I stay but half behind. Oh, be his guard thy providential care, confirm his heart, and string his arm to war. Pressed by his single force, let Hector see his fame in arms not owing all to me. But when the fleets are saved from foes and fire, Let him with conquest and renown retire. Preserve his arms, preserve his social train, and safe return him to these eyes again. Great Jove consents to half the chief's request, but heaven's eternal doom denies the rest. To free the fleet was granted to his prayer. His safe return the winds dispersed in air. Back to his tent the stern Achilles flies, and waits the combat with impatient eyes. Meanwhile the troops beneath Patroclus's care invade the Trojans and commence the war. As wasps provoked by children in their play, pour from their mansions by the broad highway, in swarms the guiltless traveler engage, whet all their stings and call forth all their rage. All rise in arms, and with a general cry, assert their waxen domes and buzzing progeny. Thus from the tents the fervent legion swarms, so loud their clamors and so keen their arms. Their rising rage Patroclus's breath inspires, who thus inflames them with heroic fires. O warriors, partners of Achilles' praise, be mindful of your deeds in ancient days. Your godlike master let your acts proclaim, and add new glories to his mighty name. Think your Achilles sees you fight. Be brave, and humble the proud monarch whom you save. Joyful they heard, and kindling as he spoke, flew to the fleet, involved in fire and smoke. From shore to shore the doubling shouts resound, the hollow ships return a deeper sound. The war stood still, and all around them gazed, when great Achilles' shining armor blazed. Troy saw and thought the dread Achilles nigh. At once they see, they tremble, and they fly. Then first thy spear, divine Patroclus, flew, where the war raged and where the tumult grew. Close to the stern of that famed ship which bore unblessed Protesilaus to Ilion's shore, the great Paeonian, bold Pyrechmus stood, who led his bands from Axius's winding flood. His shoulder blade receives the fatal wound. The groaning warrior pants upon the ground. His troops, that see their country's glory slain, fly diverse, scattered o'er the distant plain. Patroclus' arm forbids the spreading fires, and from the half-burned ship proud Troy retires. Cleared from the smoke the joyful navy lies. In heaps on heaps the foe tumultuous flies. Triumphant Greece her rescued decks ascends, and loud acclaim the starry region rends. So when thick clouds enwrap the mountain's head, o'er heaven's expanse like one black ceiling spread, sudden the thunderer, with a flashing ray, bursts through the darkness and lets down the day. The hills shine out, the rocks in prospect rise, and streams and vales and forests strike the eyes. The smiling scene wide opens to the sight, and all the unmeasured ether flames with light. But Troy repulsed and scattered o'er the plains, forced from the navy, yet the fight maintains. Now every Greek some hostile hero slew, but still the foremost bold Patroclus flew. As Aurelius had turned him round, sharp in his thigh he felt the piercing wound. The brazen-pointed spear with vigor thrown, the thigh transfixed and broke the brittle bone. Headlong he fell. Next, Thoas, was thy chance. Thy breast, unarmed, received the Spartan lance. Phylides' dart, as Amphitus drew nigh, his blow prevented, and transpierced his thigh, tore all the brawn and rent the nerves away. In darkness and in death the warrior lay. In equal arms 2 sons of Nestor stand, and 2 bold brothers of the Lycian band. By great Antilochus, Atimneus dies, pierced in the flank, lamented youth. He lies, kind Maris, bleeding in his brother's wound, defends the breathless carcass on the ground. Furious he flies, his murderer to engage, but godlike Thrasymed prevents his rage. Between his arm and shoulder aims a blow. His arm falls spouting on the dust below. He sinks, with endless darkness covered o'er, and vents his soul, effused with gushing gore. Slain by 2 brothers, thus 2 brothers bleed, Sarpedon's friends, Amisodarus' seed. Amisodarus, who by Furies led, the bane of men, abhorred Chimera bred, skilled in the dart in vain, his sons expire, and pay the forfeit of their guilty sire. Stopped in the tumult, Cleobulus lies, beneath Oileus' arm a living prize. A living prize not long the Trojan stood, the thirsty falchion drank his reeking blood. Plunged in his throat the smoking weapon lies, black death and fate unpitying seal his eyes. Amid the ranks, with mutual thirst of fame, Lycon the brave and fierce Peneleus came. In vain their javelins at each other flew, now met in arms their eager swords they drew. On the plumed crest of his Boeotian foe, the daring Lycon aimed a noble blow. The sword broke short, but his Peneleus sped full on the juncture of the neck and head. The head, divided by a stroke so just, hung by the skin, the body sunk to dust. O'ertaken Neamus by Marion bleeds, pierced through the shoulder as he mounts his steeds. Back from the car he tumbles to the ground. His swimming eyes eternal shades surround. Next Aramis was doomed his fate to feel. His open mouth received the Cretan steel. Beneath the brain the point a passage tore, crashed the thin bones and drowned the teeth in gore. His mouth, his eyes, his nostrils pour a flood. He sobs his soul out in the gush of blood. As when the flocks neglected by the swain, or kids or lambs, lie scattered o'er the plain, a troop of wolves the unguarded charge survey, and rend the trembling unresisting prey. Thus on the foe the Greeks impetuous came. Troy fled, unmindful of her former fame. But still at Hector godlike Ajax aimed, still, pointed at his breast, his javelin flamed. The Trojan chief, experienced in the field, o'er his broad shoulders spread the massy shield, observed the storm of darts the Grecians pour, and on his buckler caught the ringing shower. He sees for Greece the scale of conquest rise, yet stops and turns and saves his loved allies. As when the hand of Jove a tempest forms, and rolls the cloud to blacken heaven with storms, dark o'er the fields the ascending vapor flies, and shades the sun and blots the golden skies. So from the ships along the dusky plain, dire flight and terror drove the Trojan train. Even Hector fled. Through heads of disarray, the fiery coursers forced their lord away, while far behind his Trojans fall confused, wedged in the trench, in one vast carnage bruised. Chariots on chariots roll, the clashing spokes shock, while the madding steeds break short their yokes. In vain they labor up the steepy mound, their charioteers lie foaming on the ground. Fierce on the rear, with shouts Patroclus flies, tumultuous clamor fills the fields and skies. Thick drifts of dust involve their rapid flight, clouds rise on clouds and heaven is snatched from sight. The affrighted steeds their dying lords cast down, scour o'er the fields and stretch to reach the town. Loud o'er the rout was heard the victor's cry, where the war bleeds and where the thickest die, where horse and arms and chariots lie o'erthrown, and bleeding heroes under axles groan. No stop, no check, the steeds of Peleus knew. From bank to bank the immortal coursers flew. High bounding o'er the fosse, the whirling car smokes through the ranks, o'ertakes the flying war, and thunders after Hector. Hector flies, Patroclus shakes his lance, but fate denies. Not with less noise, with less impetuous force, the tide of Trojans urge their desperate course. Then when in autumn Jove his fury pours, and earth is loaden with incessant showers, when guilty mortals break the eternal laws, or judges, bribed, betray the righteous cause. From their deep beds he bids the rivers rise, and opens all the floodgates of the skies. The impetuous torrents from their hills obey, whole fields are drowned, and mountains swept away. Loud roars the deluge till it meets the main, and trembling man sees all his labors vain. And now the chief, the foremost troops repelled, back to the ships his destined progress held, bore down half Troy in his resistless way, and forced the routed ranks to stand the day. Between the space where silver Simois flows, where lay the fleets, and where the rampires rose, all grim in dust and blood, Patroclus stands, and turns the slaughter on the conquering bands. First Pronus died beneath his fiery dart, which pierced below the shield his valiant heart. Thestor was next, who saw the chief appear, and fell the victim of his coward fear. Shrunk up he sat, with wild and haggard eye, nor stood to combat, nor had force to fly. Patroclus marked him as he shunned the war, and with unmanly tremblings shook the car, and dropped the flowing reins. Him twixt the jaws, the javelin sticks, and from the chariot draws. As on a rock that overhangs the main, an angler, studious of the line and cane, some mighty fish draws panting to the shore. Not with less ease the barbed javelin bore the gaping dastard. As the spear was shook, he fell, and life his heartless breast forsook. Next on Areolus he flies. A stone, large as a rock, was by his fury thrown. Full on his crown the ponderous fragment flew, and burst the helm and cleft the head in two. Prone to the ground, the breathless warrior fell, and death involved him with the shades of hell. Then low in dust Apultus Echius lie, Epheus, Evippus, Polymilus die, Amphoterus and Aramis succeed, and last Tlepolemus and Pyres bleed. Where'er he moves, the growing slaughters spread in heaps on heaps a monument of dead. When now Sarpedon his brave friends beheld, groveling in dust and gasping on the field, with this reproach his flying host he warms. O stain to honor, O disgrace to arms! Forsake, inglorious, the contended plain, this hand unaided shall the war sustain. The task be mine, this hero's strength to try, who mows whole troops and makes an army fly. He spake, and speaking, leaps from off the car. Patroclus lights, and sternly waits the war. As when two vultures on the mountain's height stoop with resounding pinions to the fight, they cuff, they tear, they raise a screaming cry. The desert echoes and the rocks reply. The warriors thus opposed in arms engage with equal clamors and with equal rage. Jove viewed the combat, whose event foreseen, he thus bespoke his sister and his queen. The hour draws on, the destinies ordain. My godlike son shall press the Phrygian plain. Already on the verge of death he stands, his life is owed to fierce Patroclus' hands. What passions in a parent's breast debate? Say, shall I snatch him from impending fate, and send him safe to Lycia, distant far from all the dangers and the toils of war, or to his doom my bravest offspring yield, and fatten with celestial blood the field? Then thus the goddess, with the radiant eyes, what words are these, O sovereign of the skies? Short is the date prescribed to mortal man. Shall Jove for one extend the narrow span, whose bounds were fixed before his race began? How many sons of gods foredoomed to death, before proud Ilion must resign their breath? Were thine exempt, debate would rise above, and murmuring powers condemn their partial Jove. Give the bold chief a glorious fate in fight, and when the ascending soul has winged her flight, let sleep and death convey, by thy command, the breathless body to his native land. His friends and people, to his future praise, a marble tomb and pyramid shall raise, and lasting honors to his ashes give. His fame, 'tis all the dead can have, shall live. She said, the cloud compeller overcome, assents to fate, and ratifies the doom. Then touched with grief, the weeping heavens distilled, a shower of blood o'er all the fatal field. The god, his eyes averting from the plain, laments his son, predestined to be slain, far from the Lycian shores his happy native reign. Now met in arms, the combatants appear, each heaved the shield and poised the lifted spear. From strong Patroclus' hand the javelin fled, and past the groin of valiant Thrasymed. The nerves unbraced no more his bulk sustain. He falls, and falling bites the bloody plain. Two sounding darts the Lycian leader threw. The first aloof with erring fury flew, the next transpierced Achilles' mortal steed. The generous Pedasus of Theban breed, fixed in the shoulder's joint, he reeled around, rolled in the bloody dust, and pawed the slippery ground. His sudden fall the entangled harness broke, each axle crackled, and the chariot shook. When bold Automedon, to disengage the starting coursers and restrain their rage, divides the traces with his sword, and freed the encumbered chariot from the dying steed. The rest move on, obedient to the rein. The car rolls slowly o'er the dusty plain. The towering chiefs to fiercer fight advance, and first Sarpedon whirled his weighty lance, which o'er the warrior's shoulder took its course, and spent in empty air its dying force. Not so Patroclus' never-erring dart. Aimed at his breast, it pierced a mortal part, where the strong fibers bind the solid heart. Then as the mountain oak, or poplar tall, or pine, fit mast for some great admiral, nods to the axe, till with a groaning sound it sinks and spreads its honors on the ground. Thus fell the king, and laid on earth supine, before his chariot stretched his form divine. He grasped the dust, disdained with streaming gore, and pale in death, lay groaning on the shore. So lies a bull beneath the lion's paws, while the grim savage grinds with foamy jaws the trembling limbs and sucks the smoking blood. Deep groans and hollow roars rebellow through the wood. Then to the leader of the Lycian band, the dying chief addressed his last command. Glaucus, be bold, thy task be first to dare the glorious dangers of destructive war, to lead my troops to combat at their head, incite the living and supply the dead. Tell them, I charged them with my latest breath, not unrevenged to bear Sarpedon's death. What grief, what shame must Glaucus undergo, if these spoiled arms adorn a Grecian foe? Then as a friend and as a warrior fight, defend my body, conquer in my right, that, taught by great examples, all may try like thee to vanquish, or like me to die. He ceased. The fates suppressed his laboring breath, and his eyes darkened with the shades of death. The insulting victor with disdain bestrode the prostrate prince, and on his bosom trod. then drew the weapon from his panting heart, the reeking fibers clinging to the dart. From the wide wound gushed out a stream of blood, and the soul issued in the purple flood. His flying steeds the Myrmidons detain, unguided now, their mighty master slain. All impotent of aid, transfixed with grief, unhappy Glaucus heard the dying chief, his painful arm yet useless with the smart, inflicted late by Teucer's deadly dart, supported on his better hand he stayed. To Phoebus then, 'twas all he could, he prayed. All-seeing monarch, whether Lycia's coast or sacred Ilion, thy bright presence boast, powerful alike to ease the wretch's smart. O hear me, God of every healing art! Stiff with clotted blood and pierced with pain that thrills my arm and shoots through every vein, I stand unable to sustain the spear, and sigh at distance from the glorious war. Low in the dust is great Sarpedon laid, nor Jove vouchsafed his hapless offspring aid, but thou, O God of health, thy succor lend to guard the relics of my slaughtered friend, for thou, though distant, canst restore my might to head my Lycians and support the fight. Apollo heard, and, suppliant as he stood, his heavenly hand restrained the flux of blood. He drew the dollars from the wounded part and breathed a spirit in his rising heart. Renewed by art divine, the hero stands and owns the assistance of immortal hands. First to the fight his native troops he warms, then loudly calls on Troy's vindictive arms. With ample strides he stalks from place to place. Now fires Agenor, now Polydamas. Aeneas next, and Hector he accosts, inflaming thus the rage of all their hosts. What thoughts, regardless chief, thy breast employ, O too forgetful of the friends of Troy, those generous friends, who from their country far breathe their brave souls out in another's war. See where in dust the great Sarpedon lies, in action valiant and in counsel wise, who guarded right and kept his people free, to all his Lycians lost and lost to thee. Stretched by Patroclus' arm on yonder plains, O save from hostile rage his loved remains. Ah, let not Greece his conquered trophies boast, nor on his course revenge her heroes lost. He spoke, each leader in his grief partook. Troy, at the loss, through all her legions shook. Transfixed with deep regret, they view o'erthrown at once his country's pillar and their own. A chief who led to Troy's beleaguered wall, a host of heroes, and outshine them all. Fired they rush on. First Hector seeks the foes, and with superior vengeance greatly glows. But o'er the dead the fierce Patroclus stands, and rousing Ajax roused the listening bands. Heroes, be men, be what you were before, or weigh the great occasion and be more. The chief who taught our lofty walls to yield lies pale in death extended on the field. To guard his body Troy in numbers flies, 'tis half the glory to maintain our prize. Haste, strip his arms, the slaughter round him spread, and send the living Lycians to the dead. The heroes kindle at his fierce command. The martial squadrons close on either hand. Here Troy and Lycia charge with loud alarms. Thessalia there and Greece oppose their arms. With horrid shouts they circle round the slain. The clash of armor rings o'er all the plain. Great Jove, to swell the horrors of the fight, o'er the fierce armies pours pernicious night, and round his son confounds the warring hosts, his fate ennobling with a crowd of ghosts. Now Greece gives way, and great Epigeius falls, Agaclus' son from Budium's lofty walls, who chased for murder thence a suppliant came to Peleus and the silver-footed dame. Now sent to Troy, Achilles' arms to aid, he pays due vengeance to his kinsman's shade. Soon as his luckless hand had touched the dead, a rock's large fragment thundered on his head. Hurled by Hectorian force it cleft in twain his shattered helm and stretched him o'er the slain. Fierce to the van of fight Patroclus came, and, like an eagle darting at his game, sprung on the Trojan and the Lycian band. What grief thy heart, what fury urged thy hand, O generous Greek! When with full vigor thrown, at Sthenelaus flew the weighty stone, which sunk him to the dead, when Troy too near that arm drew back, and Hector learned to fear. Far as an able hand a lance can throw, or at the lists, or at the fighting foe, so far the Trojans from their lines retired, till Glaucus turning all the rest inspired. Then Bathocleus fell beneath his rage, the only hope of Chalcon's trembling age. Wide o'er the land was stretched his large domain, with stately seats and riches blessed in vain. Him, bold with youth and eager to pursue the flying Lycians, Glaucus met and slew. Pierced through the bosom with a sudden wound, he fell, and falling made the fields resound. The Achaeans sorrow for their heroes slain. With conquering shouts the Trojans shake the plain, and crowd to spoil the dead. The Greeks oppose. An iron circle round the carcass grows. Then brave Laogonus resigned his breath, dispatched by Merion to the shades of death. On Ida's holy hill he made abode, the priest of Jove, and honored like his god. Between the jaw and ear the javelin went, the soul exhaling issued at the vent. His spear Aeneas at the victor threw, who stooping forward from the death withdrew. The lance hissed harmless o'er his covering shield, and trembling struck and rooted in the field. There yet scarce spent, it quivers on the plain, sent by the great Aeneas' arm in vain. Swift as thou art, the raging hero cries, and skilled in dancing to dispute the prize, my spear, the destined passage had it found, had fixed thy active vigor to the ground. O valiant leader of the Dardan host! Insulted Merion thus retorts the boast. Strong as you are, 'tis mortal force you trust, an arm as strong may stretch thee in the dust. And if to this my lance thy fate be given, vain are thy vaunts, success is still from heaven. This instant sends thee down to Pluto's coast. Mine is the glory, his thy parting ghost. O friend, Menoetius' son this answer gave, with words to combat ill befits the brave. Not empty boasts the sons of Troy repel, your swords must plunge them to the shades of hell. To speak beseems the council, but to dare in glorious action is the task of war. This said, Patroclus to the battle flies, great Merion follows, and new shouts arise. Shields, helmets rattle as the warriors close, and thick and heavy sounds the storm of blows. As through the shrilling vale, or mountain ground, the labors of the woodman's axe resound. Blows following blows are heard re-echoing wide, while crackling forests fall on every side. Thus echoed all the fields with loud alarms, so fell the warriors, and so rung their arms. Now great Sarpedon on the sandy shore, his heavenly form defaced with dust and gore, and stuck with darts by warring heroes shed, lies undistinguished from the vulgar dead. His long disputed course the chiefs enclose, on every side the busy combat grows, thick as beneath some shepherd's thatched abode, the pails high foaming with a milky flood, the buzzing flies, a persevering train, incessant swarm, and chaste return again. Jove viewed the combat with a stern survey and eyes that flashed intolerable day. Fixed on the field his sight, his breast debates the vengeance due and meditates the fates, whether to urge their prompt effect and call the force of Hector to Patroclus' fall, this instant see his short-lived trophies won, and stretch him breathless on his slaughtered son, or yet, with many a soul's untimely flight, augment the fame and horror of the fight. To crown Achilles' valiant friend with praise, at length he dooms, and that his last of days shall set in glory, bids him drive the foe, nor unattended see the shades below. Then Hector's mind he fills with dire dismay, he mounts his car and calls his hosts away. Sunk with Troy's heavy fates he sees decline, the scales of Jove, and pants with awe divine. Then, nor before, the hardy Lycians fled, and left their monarch with the common dead. Around, in heaps on heaps, a dreadful wall of carnage rises as the heroes fall. So Jove decreed. At length the Greeks obtain the prize contested and despoil the slain. The radiant arms are by Patroclus borne. Patroclus' ships the glorious spoils adorn. Then thus to Phoebus, in the realms above, spoke from his throne the cloud-compelling Jove. Descend, my Phoebus, on the Phrygian plain, and from the fight convey Sarpedon slain. Then bathe his body in the crystal flood, with dust dishonored and deformed with blood. O'er all his limbs ambrosial odors shed, and with celestial robes adorn the dead. Those rites discharged, his sacred course bequeath to the soft arms of silent sleep and death. They to his friends the immortal charge shall bear, his friends a tomb and pyramid shall rear. What honor mortals after death receive, those unavailing honors we may give. Sleep and death, conveying the body of Sarpedon to Lycia. Apollo bows, and from Mount Ida's height, swift to the field precipitates his flight. Thence from the war the breathless hero bore, veiled in a cloud to silver Simois' shore. There bathed his honorable wounds, and dressed his manly members in the immortal vest, and with perfumes of sweet ambrosial dews, restores his freshness and his form renews. Then sleep and death, two twins of winged race, of matchless swiftness, but of silent pace, received Sarpedon at the god's command, and in a moment reached the Lycian land. The course amidst his weeping friends they laid, where endless honors wait the sacred shade. Meanwhile Patroclus pours along the plains with foaming coursers and with loosened reins. Fierce on the Trojan and the Lycian crew, blind to fate, thy headlong fury flew. Against what fate and powerful Jove ordain, vain was thy friend's command, thy courage vain. For he, the god, whose counsels uncontrolled dismay the mighty and confound the bold, the god who gives, resumes, and orders all, he urged thee on and urged thee on to fall. Who first, brave hero, by that arm was slain, who last beneath thy vengeance pressed the plain, when heaven itself thy fatal fury led, and called to fill the number of the dead? Adrestus first, Autonus then succeeds, Aeschylus follows, next young Megas bleeds. Epistor, Melanippus, bite the ground. The slaughter Elysus and Mulius crowned, then sunk Pylartes to eternal night. The rest, dispersing, trust their fates to flight. Now Troy had stooped beneath his matchless power, but flaming Phoebus kept the sacred tower. Thrice at the battlements Patroclus strook, his blazing aegis thrice Apollo shook. He tried the fourth, when, bursting from the cloud, a more than mortal voice was heard aloud. Patroclus, cease, this heaven-defended wall defies thy lance, not fated yet to fall. Thy friend, thy greater far, it shall withstand, Troy shall not stoop even to Achilles' hand. So spoke the god who darts celestial fires. The Greek obeys him, and with awe retires. While Hector, checking at the scan gates, his panting coursers, in his breast debates, or in the field his forces to employ, or draw the troops within the walls of Troy. Thus while he thought, beside him Phoebus stood, in Asius' shape, who reigned by Sangar's flood. Thy brother, Hecuba, from Dymas sprung, a valiant warrior, haughty, bold, and young. Thus he accosts him. What a shameful sight! God! Is it Hector that forbears the fight? Were thine my vigor, this successful spear, should soon convince thee of so false a fear. Turn thee, turn thee to the field of fame, and in Patroclus' blood efface thy shame. Perhaps Apollo shall thy arms succeed, and heaven ordains him by thy lance to bleed. So spoke the inspiring god, then took his flight, and plunged amidst the tumult of the fight. He bids Cebrion drive the rapid car. The lash resounds, the coursers rush to war. The god, the Grecians' sinking souls depressed, and poured swift spirits through each Trojan breast. Patroclus lights, impatient for the fight. A spear his left, a stone employs his right. With all his nerves he drives it at the foe. Pointed above, and rough and gross below, the falling ruin crushed Cebrion's head, the lawless offspring of King Priam's bed. His front, brows, eyes, one undistinguished wound. The bursting balls drop sightless to the ground. The charioteer, while yet he held the rein, struck from the car, falls headlong on the plain. To the dark shades the soul unwilling glides, while the proud victor thus his fall derides. Good heaven! What active feats yon artist shows! What skillful divers are our Phrygian foes! Mark with what ease they sink into the sand. Pity that all their practice is by land. Then rushing sudden on his prostrate prize, to spoil the carcass fierce Patroclus flies, swift as a lion, terrible and bold, that sweeps the field, depopulates the fold, pierced through the dauntless heart, then tumbles slain, and from his fatal courage finds his bane. At once bold Hector leaping from his car, defends the body and provokes the war. Thus for some slaughtered hind with equal rage, two lordly rulers of the wood engage. Stung with fierce hunger, each the prey invades, and echoing roars rebellow through the shades. Stern Hector fastens on the warrior's head, and by the foot Patroclus drags the dead. While all around, confusion, rage, and fright mix the contending hosts in mortal fight. So pent by hills, the wild winds roar aloud in the deep bosom of some gloomy wood. Leaves, arms, and trees aloft in air are blown, the broad oaks crackle, and the sylvans groan. This way and that, the rattling thicket bends, and the whole forest in one crash descends. Not with less noise, with less tumultuous rage, in dreadful shock the mingled hosts engage. Darts showered on darts, now round the carcass ring, now flights of arrows bounding from the string. Stones follow stones. Some clatter on the fields, some hard and heavy shake the sounding shields. But where the rising whirlwind clouds the plains, sunk in soft dust the mighty chief remains, and stretched in death forgets the guiding reins. Now flaming from the zenith, Sol had driven his fervid orb through half the vault of heaven, while on each host with equal tempests fell the showering darts, and numbers sank to hell. But when his evening wheels o'erhung the main, glad conquest rested on the Grecian train. Then from amidst the tumult and alarms, they draw the conquered corse and radiant arms. Then rash Patroclus with new fury glows, and breathing slaughter pours amid the foes. Thrice on the press like Mars himself he flew, and thrice 3 heroes at each onset slew. There ends thy glory. There the fates untwine the last black remnant of so bright a line. Apollo dreadful stops thy middle way. Death calls, and heaven allows no longer day. For lo, the god in dusky clouds enshrined, approaching dealt a staggering blow behind. The weighty shock his neck and shoulders feel, his eyes flash sparkles, his stunned senses reel in giddy darkness. Far to distance flung, his bounding helmet on the champaign rung. Achilles' plume is stained with dust and gore, that plume which never stooped to earth before, long used, untouched, in fighting fields to shine and shade the temples of the mad divine. Jove dooms it now on Hector's helm to nod, not long, for fate pursues him and the god. His spear in shivers falls, his ample shield Dr. Ops from his arm. His baldric strows the field, the corslet his astonished breast forsakes. Loose is each joint, each nerve with horror shakes. Stupid he stares, and all assistless stands, such is the force of more than mortal hands. A Dardan youth there was, well known to fame, from Panthus sprung. Euphorbus was his name, famed for the manage of the foaming horse, skilled in the dart, and matchless in the course. Full 20 nights he tumbled from the car, while yet he learned his rudiments of war. His venturous spear first drew the hero's gore. He struck, he wounded, but he durst no more. Nor, though disarmed, Patroclus' fury stood, but swift withdrew the long pretended wood, and turned him short and herded in the crowd. Thus, by an arm divine and mortal spear, wounded at once, Patroclus yields to fear, retires for succor to his social train, and flies the fate which heaven decreed in vain. Stern Hector, as the bleeding chief he views, breaks through the ranks and his retreat pursues. The lance arrests him with a mortal wound. He falls, earth thunders, and his arms resound. With him all Greece was sunk. That moment all her yet surviving heroes seemed to fall. So, scorched with heat, along the desert score, the roaming lion meets a bristly boar. Fast by the spring, they both dispute the flood, with flaming eyes and jaws besmeared with blood. At length the sovereign savage wins the strife, and the torn boar resigns his thirst and life. Patroclus thus, so many chiefs o'erthrown, so many lives effused, expires his own. As dying now at Hector's feet he lies, he sternly views him and triumphant cries, "Lie there, Patroclus, and with thee the joy thy pride once promised, of subverting Troy, the fancied scenes of Ilion wrapped in flames, and thy soft pleasures served with captive dames. Unthinking man, I fought those towers to free, and guard that beauteous race from lords like thee, but thou a prey to vultures shalt be made, thy own Achilles cannot lend thee aid. Though much at parting that great chief might say, and much enjoin thee this important day. Return not, my brave friend, perhaps he said, without the bloody arms of Hector dead." He spoke, Patroclus marched, and thus he sped. Supine, and wildly gazing on the skies, with faint expiring breath the chief replies, "Vain boaster, cease, and know the powers divine. Jove's and Apollo's is this deed, not thine. To heaven is owed whate'er your own you call, and heaven itself disarmed me ere my fall. Had 20 mortals, each thy match in might, opposed me fairly, they had sunk in fight. By fate and Phoebus was I first o'erthrown, Euphorbus next, the third mean part thy own. But thou, imperious, hear my latest breath. The gods inspire it, and it sounds thy death. Insulting man, thou shalt be soon as I. Black fate o'erhangs thee, and thy hour draws nigh. Even now on life's last verge I see thee stand, I see thee fall, and by Achilles' hand." He faints, the soul unwilling wings her way. The beauteous body left a load of clay, flits to the lone, uncomfortable coast, a naked, wandering, melancholy ghost. Then Hector pausing, as his eyes he fed, on the pale carcass thus addressed the dead. "From whence this boding speech, the stern decree of death denounced, or why denounced to me? Why not as well Achilles' fate be given to Hector's lance? Who knows the will of heaven?" Pensive he said. Then pressing as he lay his breathless bosom, tore the lance away, and upwards cast the course. The reeking spear he shakes, and charges the bold charioteer. but swift Automedon with loosened reins, wrapped in the chariot o'er the distant plains, far from his rage the immortal coursers drove. The immortal coursers were the gift of Jove. Illustration: Aesculapius' Book's seventh argument. The seventh battle for the body of Patroclus. The acts of Menelaus. Menelaus, upon the death of Patroclus, defends his body from the enemy. Euphorbus, who attempts it, is slain. Hector advancing, Menelaus retires, but soon returns with Ajax and drives him off. This Glaucus objects to Hector as a flight, who thereupon puts on the armor he had won from Patroclus and renews the battle. The Greeks give way till Ajax rallies them. Aeneas sustains the Trojans. Aeneas and Hector attempt the chariot of Achilles, which is borne off by Automedon. The horses of Achilles deplore the loss of Patroclus. Jupiter covers his body with a thick darkness, the noble prayer of Ajax on that occasion. Menelaus sends Antilochus to Achilles with the news of Patroclus' death, then returns to the fight, where, though attacked with the utmost fury, he and Meriones, assisted by the Ajaces, bear off the body to the ships. The time is the evening of the 28th day. The scene lies in the fields before Troy. On the cold earth divine Patroclus spread, lies pierced with wounds among the vulgar dead. Great Menelaus, touched with generous woe, springs to the front and guards him from the foe. Thus round her new-fallen young the heifer moves, fruit of her throes and firstborn of her loves. And anxious, helpless as he lies and bare, turns and returns her with a mother's care. Opposed to each that near the carcass came, his broad shield glimmers and his lance's flame. The son of Panthus, skilled the dart to send, eyes the dead hero and insults the friend. This hand Atrides laid Patroclus low. Warrior, desist, nor tempt an equal blow. To me the spoils my prowess won resign. Depart with life and leave the glory mine. The Trojan thus, the Spartan monarch burned with generous anguish and in scorn returned. Laughst thou not, Jove, from thy superior throne, when mortals boast of prowess not their own? Not thus the lion glories in his might, nor panther braves his spotted foe in fight, nor thus the boar, those terrors of the plain. Man only vaunts his force, and vaunts in vain. But far the vainest of the boastful kind, these sons of Panthus vent their haughty mind. Yet 'twas but late, beneath my conquering steel, this boaster's brother Hyperinor fell. Against our arm which rashly he defied, vain was his vigor, and as vain his pride. These eyes beheld him on the dust expire, no more to cheer his spouse or glad his sire. Presumptuous youth, like his shall be thy doom. Go, wait thy brother to the Stygian gloom, or while thou mayest, avoid the threatened fate. Fools stay to feel it, and are wise too late. Unmoved, Euphorbus thus, that action known, come, for my brother's blood repay thy own. His weeping father claims thy destined head, and spouse, a widow in her bridal bed. On these thy conquered spoils I shall bestow, to soothe a consort's and a parent's woe. No longer then defer the glorious strife, let heaven decide our fortune, fame, and life. Swift as the word the missile lance he flings, the well-aimed weapon on the buckler rings, but blunted by the brass, innoxious falls. On Jove the father great Atrides calls, nor flies the javelin from his arm in vain. It pierced his throat and bent him to the plain. Wide through the neck appears the grisly wound. Prone sinks the warrior, and his arms resound. The shining circlets of his golden hair, which even the Graces might be proud to wear, instarred with gems and gold, bestrow the shore, with dust dishonored and deformed with gore. As the young olive, in some sylvan scene, crowned by fresh fountains with eternal green, lifts the gay head in snowy flowerets fair, and plays and dances to the gentle air, when lo, a whirlwind from high heaven invades the tender plant, and withers all its shades. It lies uprooted from its genial bed, a lovely ruin now defaced and dead. Thus young, thus beautiful, Euphorbus lay, while the fierce Spartan tore his arms away. Proud of his deed and glorious in the prize, affrighted Troy the towering victor flies as before some mountain lion's ire. The village curs and trembling swains retire, when o'er the slaughtered bull they hear him roar, and see his jaws distill with smoking gore. All pale with fear, at distance scattered round, they shout incessant, and the vales resound. Meanwhile Apollo viewed with envious eyes, and urged great Hector to dispute the prize. In Mentes' shape, beneath whose martial care the rough Ciconians learned the trade of war. "Forbear," he cried, with fruitless speed to chase Achilles' coursers of ethereal race. "They stoop not, these, to mortal man's command, or stoop to none but great Achilles' hand. Too long amused with a pursuit so vain, turn, and behold the brave Euphorbus slain, by Sparta slain. For ever now suppressed the fire which burned in that undaunted breast." Thus having spoke, Apollo winged his flight, and mixed with mortals in the toils of fight. His words, in fixed unutterable care, deep in great Hector's soul. Through all the war he darts his anxious eye, and instant viewed the breathless hero in his blood imbued, forth welling from the wound as prone he lay, and in the victor's hands the shining prey. Sheathed in bright arms, through cleaving ranks he flies, and sends his voice in thunder to the skies. Fierce as a flood of flame by Vulcan sent, it flew and fired the nations as it went. Atrides from the voice the storm divined, and thus explored his own unconquered mind. "Then shall I quit Patroclus on the plain, slain in my cause, and for my honor slain. Desert the arms, the relics of my friend, or singly Hector and his troops attend. Sure where such partial favor heaven bestowed, to brave the hero were to brave the god. Forgive me, Greece, if once I quit the field. 'Tis not to Hector, but to heaven I yield. Yet nor the god, nor heaven should give me fear, did but the voice of Ajax reach my ear. Still would we turn, still battle on the plains, and give Achilles all that yet remains of his and our Patroclus. This, no more, the time allowed, Troy thickened on the shore. A sable scene, the terrors Hector led, slow he recedes, and sighing quits the dead. So from the fold the unwilling lion parts, forced by loud clamors and a storm of darts. He flies indeed, but threatens as he flies, with heart indignant and retorted eyes. Now entered in the Spartan ranks, he turned his manly breast and with new fury burned. O'er all the black battalions sent his view, and through the cloud the godlike Ajax knew, where laboring on the left the warrior stood, all grim in arms and covered o'er with blood. There breathing courage, where the god of day had sunk each heart with terror and dismay. To him the king, "O Ajax, O my friend, haste, and Patroclus' loved remains defend. The body to Achilles to restore demands our care. Alas, we can no more, for naked now, despoiled of arms, he lies, and Hector glories in the dazzling prize." He said and touched his heart. The raging pair pierced the thick battle and provoked the war. Already had stern Hector seized his head, and doomed to Trojan gods the unhappy dead. But soon as Ajax reared his tower-like shield, sprung to his car and measured back the field, his train to Troy the radiant armor bare, to stand a trophy of his fame in war. Meanwhile great Ajax, his broad shield displayed, guards the dead hero with the dreadful shade, and now before and now behind he stood. Thus in the center of some gloomy wood, with many a step, the lioness surrounds her tawny young, beset by men and hounds. Elate her heart, and rousing all her powers, dark o'er the fiery balls each hanging eyebrow lowers. Fast by his side the generous Spartan glows with great revenge, and feeds his inward woes. But Glaucus, leader of the Lycian aids, on Hector frowning, thus his flight upbraids. "Where now in Hector shall we Hector find? A manly form without a manly mind. Is this, O chief, a hero's boasted fame? How vain without the merit is the name. Since battle is renounced, thy thoughts employ. What other methods may preserve thy Troy? 'Tis time to try if Ilion's state can stand by thee alone, nor ask a foreign hand. Mean, empty boast, but shall the Lycians stake their lives for you? Those Lycians you forsake. What from thy thankless arms can we expect? Thy friend Sarpedon proves thy base neglect. Say, shall our slaughtered bodies guard your walls, while unrevenged the great Sarpedon falls? Even where he died for Troy, you left him there, a feast for dogs and all the fowls of air. On my command, if any Lycian wait, hence let him march and give up Troy to fate. Did such a spirit as the gods impart impel one Trojan hand or Trojan heart, such as should burn in every soul that draws the sword for glory and his country's cause, even yet our mutual arms we might employ, and drag yon carcass to the walls of Troy. Oh, were Patroclus ours, we might obtain Sarpedon's arms and honored corse again. Greece with Achilles' friend should be repaid, and thus due honors purchased to his shade. But words are vain. Let Ajax once appear, and Hector trembles and recedes with fear. Thou darst not meet the terrors of his eye, and lo, already thou preparest to fly. The Trojan chief, with fixest resentment, eyed the Lycian leader, and sedate replied, "Say, is it just, my friend, that Hector's ear from such a warrior such a speech should hear? I deemed thee once the wisest of thy kind, but ill this insult suits a prudent mind. I shun great Ajax, I desert my train? 'Tis mine to prove the rash assertion vain. I joy to mingle where the battle bleeds, and hear the thunder of the sounding steeds. But Jove's high will is ever uncontrolled. The strong he withers and confounds the bold. Now crowns with fame the mighty man, and now strikes the fresh garland from the victor's brow. Come, through yon squadrons let us hew the way, and thou be witness if I fear today, if yet a Greek the sight of Hector dread, or yet their hero dare defend the dead." Then turning to the martial hosts, he cries, "Ye Trojans, Dardans, Lycians, and allies, be men, my friends, in action as in name, and yet be mindful of your ancient fame. Hector in proud Achilles' arms shall shine, torn from his friend by right of conquest mine." He strode along the field, as thus he said, the sable plumage nodded o'er his head. Swift through the spacious plain he sent a look. One instant saw, one instant overtook the distant band that on the sandy shore the radiant spoils to sacred Ilion bore. There his own mail unbraced the field bestrode, his train to Troy conveyed the massy load. Now blazing in the immortal arms he stands, the work and present of celestial hands, by aged Peleus to Achilles given, as first to Peleus by the court of heaven. His father's arms not long Achilles wears, forbid by fate to reach his father's years. Him proud in triumph, glittering from afar, the god whose thunder rends the troubled air, beheld with pity, as apart he sat, and conscious looked through all the scene of fate. He shook the sacred honors of his head. Olympus trembled, and the godhead said, "Ah, wretched man, unmindful of thy end, a moment's glory, and what fates attend! In heavenly panoply, divinely bright, thou standst, and armies tremble at thy sight, as at Achilles' self. Beneath thy dart lies slain the great Achilles' dearer part. Thou from the mighty dead those arms hast torn, which once the greatest of mankind had worn. Yet live, I give thee one illustrious day, a blaze of glory, ere thou fadst away. For no more Andromache shall come, with joyful tears to welcome Hector home. No more Officius, with endearing charms, from thy tired limbs unbrace Pelides' arms." Then with his sable brow he gave the nod that seals his word, the sanction of the god. The stubborn arms, by Jove's command disposed, conformed spontaneous and around him closed. Filled with the god, enlarged his members grew, through all his veins a sudden vigor flew, the blood in brisker tides began to roll, and Mars himself came rushing on his soul. Exhorting loud through all the field he strode, and looked and moved, Achilles, or a god. Now Meslas, Glaucus, Medon he inspires, now Phorcys, Chromius, and Hippothous fires. The great Thersilochus like fury found, Asteropaeus kindled at the sound, and Ennomus in augury renowned. Hear, all ye hosts, and hear unnumbered bands of neighboring nations or of distant lands. 'Twas not for state we summoned you so far, to boast our numbers in the pomp of war. Ye came to fight, a valiant foe to chase, to save our present and our future race. For this, our wealth, our products you enjoy, and glean the relics of exhausted Troy. Now then, to conquer or to die prepare. To die or conquer are the terms of war. Whatever hand shall win Patroclus slain, whoe'er shall drag him to the Trojan train, with Hector's self shall equal honors claim. With Hector part the spoil and share the fame. Fired by his words, the troops dismiss their fears. They join, they thicken, they pretend their spears. Full on the Greeks they drive in firm array, and each from Ajax hopes the glorious prey. Vain hope! What numbers shall the field o'erspread? What victims perish round the mighty dead? Great Ajax marked the growing storm from far, and thus bespoke his brother of the war. Our fatal day, alas, is come, my friend, and all our wars and glories at an end. 'Tis not this course alone we guard in vain, condemned to vultures on the Trojan plain. We too must yield, the same sad fate must fall on thee, on me, perhaps, my friend, on all. See what a tempest direful Hector spreads, and lo, it bursts, it thunders on our heads. Call on our Greeks, if any hear the call, the bravest Greeks, this hour demands them all. The warrior raised his voice, and wide around the field re-echoed the distressful sound. O chiefs, O princes, to whose hand is given the rule of men, whose glory is from heaven, whom with due honors both Atrides grace, ye guides and guardians of our Argive race, all whom this well-known voice shall reach from far, all whom I see not through this cloud of war. Come all, let generous rage your arms employ, and save Patroclus from the dogs of Troy. Oiling Ajax first the voice obeyed, swift was his pace and ready was his aid. Next him Idomeneus, more slow with age, and Marion, burning with a hero's rage. The long succeeding numbers who can name? But all were Greeks, and eager all for fame. Fierce to the charge, great Hector led the throng, whole Troy embodied rushed with shouts along. Thus, when a mountain billow foams and raves, where some swoln river disembogues his waves, full in the mouth is stopped the rushing tide, the boiling ocean works from side to side, the river trembles to his utmost shore, and distant rocks rebellow to the roar. Nor less resolved the firm Achaean band with brazen shields in horrid circle stand. Jove, pouring darkness o'er the mingled fight, conceals the warriors' shining helms in night. To him, the chief for whom the hosts contend, had lived not hateful, for he lived a friend. Dead, he protects him with superior care, nor dooms his carcass to the birds of air. Fight for the body of Patroclus. The first attack the Grecians scarce sustain, repulsed they yield, the Trojans seize the slain. Then fierce they rally, to revenge led on, by the swift rage of Ajax Telamon. Ajax to Peleus' son the second name, in graceful stature next, and next in fame. With headlong force the foremost ranks he tore, so through the thicket bursts the mountain boar, and rudely scatters, for a distance round, the frighted hunter and the baying hound. The son of Lethus, brave Pelasgus' heir, Hippothous, dragged the carcass through the war. The sinewy ankles bored, the feet he bound with thongs inserted through the double wound. Inevitable fate o'ertakes the deed, doomed by great Ajax' vengeful lance to bleed. It cleft the helmet's brazen cheeks in twain, the shattered crest and horsehair strow the plain. With nerves relaxed, he tumbles to the ground. The brain comes gushing through the ghastly wound. He drops Patroclus' foot, and o'er him spread, now lies a sad companion of the dead. Far from Larissa lies his native air, and ill requites his parents' tender care. Lamented youth, in life's first bloom he fell, sent by great Ajax to the shades of hell. Once more at Ajax Hector's javelin flies, the Grecian marking as it cut the skies, shunned the descending death, which hissing on, stretched in the dust the great Iphitus' son, shadiest the brave of all the Phocian kind, the boldest warrior and the noblest mind. In little Panope, for strength renowned, he held his seat and ruled the realms around. Plunged in his throat, the weapon drank his blood, and deep, transpiercing through the shoulder stood. In clanging arms the hero fell, and all the fields resounded with his weighty fall. Phorcys, as slain Hippothous he defends, the Telamonian lance his belly rends. The hollow armor burst before the stroke, and through the wound the rushing entrails broke. In strong convulsions, panting on the sands, he lies and grasps the dust with dying hands. Struck at the sight, recede the Trojan train. The shouting Argives strip the heroes slain. And now had Troy, by Greece compelled to yield, fled to her ramparts and resigned the field. Greece, in her native fortitude elate, with Jove averse, had turned the scale of fate. But Phoebus urged Aeneas to the fight. He seemed like aged Periphas to sight, a herald in Anchises' love grown old, revered for prudence and with prudence bold. Thus he, "What methods yet, O chief, remain to save your Troy, though heaven its fall ordain? There have been heroes, who by virtuous care, by valor, numbers, and by arts of war, have forced the powers to spare a sinking state, and gained at length the glorious odds of fate. But you, when fortune smiles, when Jove declares his partial favor and assists your wars, your shameful efforts gainst yourselves employ, and force the unwilling god to ruin Troy." Aeneas, through the form assumed, descries the power concealed, and thus to Hector cries, "O lasting shame! To our own fears a prey, we seek our ramparts and desert the day. A god, nor is he less, my bosom warms and tells me Jove asserts the Trojan arms." He spoke, and foremost to the combat flew, the bold example all his hosts pursue. Then first, Leocritus beneath him bled, in vain beloved by valiant Lycomede, who viewed his fall, and, grieving at the chance, swift to revenge it sent his angry lance. The whirling lance, with vigorous force addressed, descends and pants in Apison's breast. From rich Paeonia's vales the warrior came, next the Asteropaeus, in place and fame. Asteropaeus with grief beheld the slain, and rushed to combat, but he rushed in vain. Indissolubly firm around the dead, rank within rank, on buckler spread, and hemmed with bristled spears the Grecians stood, a brazen bulwark and an iron wood. Great Ajax eyes them with incessant care, and in an orb contracts the crowded war. Close in their ranks commands to fight or fall, and stands the center and the soul of all. Fixed on the spot they war, and wounded, wound. A sanguine torrent steeps the reeking ground. On heaps the Greeks, on heaps the Trojans bled, and thickening round them rise the hills of dead. Greece in close order and collected might, yet suffers least and sways the wavering fight. Fierce as conflicting fires the combat burns, and now it rises, now it sinks by turns. In one thick darkness all the fight was lost. The sun, the moon, and all the ethereal host seemed as extinct, day ravished from their eyes, and all heaven's splendors blotted from the skies. Such o'er Patroclus's body hung the night, the rest in sunshine fought and open light. Unclouded there, the aerial azure spread, no vapor rested on the mountain's head. The golden sun poured forth a stronger ray, and all the broad expansion flamed with day. Dispersed around the plain, by fits they fight, and here and there their scattered arrows light. But death and darkness o'er the carcass spread, there burned the war, and there the mighty bled. Meanwhile the sons of Nestor in the rear, their fellows rooted, tossed the distant spear, and skirmish wide. So Nestor gave command, when from the ships he sent the Pylian band. The youthful brothers thus for fame contend, nor knew the fortune of Achilles' friend. In thought they viewed him still with martial joy, glorious in arms, and dealing death to Troy. But round the course the heroes pant for breath, and thick and heavy grows the work of death. O'erlabored now with dust and sweat and gore, their knees, their legs, their feet are covered o'er. Drops follow drops, the clouds on clouds arise, and carnage clogs their hands, and darkness fills their eyes. As when a slaughtered bull's yet reeking hide, strained with full force, and tugged from side to side, the brawny couriers stretch, and labor o'er the extended surface, drunk with fat and gore. So tugging round the course both armies stood, the mangled body bathed in sweat and blood, while Greeks and Ilians equal strength employ, now to the ships to force it, now to Troy. Not Pallas' self, her breast when fury warms, nor he whose anger sets the world in arms could blame this scene. Such rage, such horror reigned, such Jove to honor the great dead ordained. Achilles in his ships at distance lay, nor knew the fatal fortune of the day. He, yet unconscious of Patroclus' fall, in dust extended under Ilion's wall, expects him glorious from the conquered plain, and for his wished return prepares in vain, though well he knew to make proud Ilion bend was more than heaven had destined to his friend. Perhaps to him this Thetis had revealed, the rest in pity to her son concealed. Still raged the conflict round the hero dead, and heaps on heaps by mutual wounds they bled. Cursed be the man, even private Greeks would say, who dares desert this well-disputed day. First may the cleaving earth before our eyes gape wide, and drink our blood for sacrifice. First perish all, ere haughty Troy shall boast, we lost Patroclus, and our glory lost. Thus they, while with one voice the Trojans said, grant this day Jove, or heap us on the dead. Then clash their sounding arms, the clangors rise, and shake the brazen concave of the skies. Meantime, at distance from the scene of blood, the pensive steeds of great Achilles stood, their godlike master slain before their eyes. They wept and shared in human miseries. In vain, Automedon now shakes the rein, now plies the lash, and soothes and threats in vain. Nor to the fight nor Hellespont they go, restive they stood and obstinate in woe. Still as a tombstone, never to be moved, on some good man or woman unreproved lays its eternal weight, or fixed, as stands, a marble courser by the sculptor's hands, placed on the hero's grave. Along their face, the big round drops course down with silent pace, conglobing on the dust. Their manes, that late circled their arched necks and waved in state, trailed on the dust beneath the yoke were spread, and prone to earth was hung their languid head. Nor Jove disdained to cast a pitying look, while thus relenting to the steeds he spoke. Unhappy coursers of immortal strain, exempt from age and deathless now in vain, did we your race on mortal man bestow, only, alas, to share in mortal woe. For What is there of inferior birth, that breathes or creeps upon the dust of earth? What wretched creature of what wretched kind, than man more weak, calamitous, and blind? A miserable race, but cease to mourn, for not by you shall Priam's son be born, high on the splendid car. One glorious prize he rashly boasts, the rest our will denies. Ourself will swiftness to your nerves impart, ourself with rising spirits swell your heart. Automedon your rapid flight shall bear safe to the navy through the storm of war. For yet 'tis given to Troy to ravage o'er the field, and spread her slaughters to the shore. The sun shall see her conquer till his fall with sacred darkness shades the face of all. He said, and breathing in the immortal horse, excessive spirit urged them to the course. From their high manes they shake the dust, and bear the kindling chariot through the parted war. So flies a vulture through the clamorous train of geese that scream and scatter round the plain. From danger now with swiftest speed they flew, and now to conquest with like speed pursue. Sole in the seat the charioteer remains, now plies the javelin, now directs the reins. Him brave Alcimedon beheld distressed, approach the chariot. What god provokes thee rashly thus to dare, alone, unaided, in the thickest war? Alas! Thy friend is slain, and Hector wields Achilles' arms triumphant in the fields. In happy time, the charioteer replies, the bold Alcimedon now greets my eyes. No Greek like him the heavenly steeds restrains, or holds their fury in suspended reins. Patroclus, while he lived, their rage could tame, but now Patroclus is an empty name. To thee I yield the seat, to thee resign, the ruling charge, the task of fight be mine, he said. Alcimedon, with active heat, snatches the reins and vaults into the seat. His friend descends. The chief of Troy descried and called Aeneas fighting near his side. Lo, to my sight, beyond our hope restored, Achilles' car, deserted of its lord. The glorious steeds our ready arms invite, scarce their weak drivers guide them through the fight. Can such opponents stand when we assail? Unite thy force, my friend, and we prevail. The son of Venus to the council yields. Then o'er their backs they spread their solid shields. With brass refulgent the broad surface shined, and thick bull hides the spacious concave lined. Them Chromius follows, Aretus succeeds. Each hopes the conquest of the lofty steeds. In vain, brave youths, with glorious hopes ye burn, in vain advance, not fated to return. Unmoved, Automedon attends the fight, implores the eternal, and collects his might. Then turning to his friend with dauntless mind, oh, keep the foaming coursers close behind. Full on my shoulders let their nostrils blow, for hard the fight, determined is the foe. 'Tis Hector comes, and when he seeks the prize, war knows no mean, he wins it or he dies. Then, through the field he sends his voice aloud, and calls the Ajaces from the warring crowd, with great Atrides. Hither turn, he said, turn where distress demands immediate aid. The dead, encircled by his friends, forgo, and save the living from a fiercer foe. Unhelped we stand, unequal to engage the force of Hector and Aeneas's rage. Yet mighty as they are, my force to prove is only mine, the event belongs to Jove. He spoke, and high the sounding javelin flung, which passed the shield of Aretus the young. It pierced his belt, embossed with curious art, then in the lower belly struck the dart. As when a ponderous axe, descending full, cleaves the broad forehead of some brawny bull. Struck twixt the horns, he springs with many a bound, then tumbling rolls enormous on the ground. Thus fell the youth, the air his soul received, and the spear trembled as his entrails heaved. Now at Automedon the Trojan foe discharged his lance. The meditated blow stooping he shunned, the javelin idly fled, and hissed innoxious o'er the hero's head. Deep-rooted in the ground, the forceful spear in long vibrations spent its fury there. With clashing falchions now the chiefs had closed, but each brave Ajax heard and interposed. Nor longer Hector with his Trojans stood, but left their slain companion in his blood. His arms Automedon divests, and cries, accept, Patroclus, this mean sacrifice. Thus have I soothed my griefs, and thus have paid, poor as it is, some offering to thy shade. So looks the lion o'er a mangled boar, all grim with rage and horrible with gore. High on the chariot at one bound he sprung, and o'er his seat the bloody trophies hung. And now Minerva from the realms of air descends impetuous and renews the war. For pleased at length the Grecian arms to aid, the Lord of Thunders sent the blue-eyed maid. As when high Jove denouncing future woe, o'er the dark clouds extends his purple bow, in sign of tempests from the troubled air, or from the rage of man, destructive war. The drooping cattle dread the impending skies, and from his half-tilled field the laborer flies. In such a form the goddess round her drew a livid cloud, and to the battle flew. Assuming phoenix shape on earth she falls, and in his well-known voice to Sparta calls, and lies Achilles' friend, beloved by all, a prey to dogs beneath the Trojan wall? What shame, O Greece, for future times to tell, to thee the greatest in whose cause he fell. O chief, O father, Atreus' son replies, O full of days, by long experience wise. What more desires my soul than here unmoved to guard the body of the man I loved? Ah, would Minerva send me strength to rear this wearied arm and ward the storm of war. But Hector, like the rage of fire we dread, and Jove's own glories blaze around his head. Pleased to be first of all the powers addressed, she breathes new vigor in her hero's breast, and fills with keen revenge, with fell despite, desire of blood, and rage, and lust of fight. So burns the vengeful hornet soul all o'er, repulsed in vain and thirsty still of gore. Bold son of air and heat, on angry wings, untamed, untired, he turns, attacks, and stings. Fired with like ardor, fierce Atrides flew, and sent his soul with every lance he threw. There stood a Trojan, not unknown to fame, Aetion's son, and Podes was his name. With riches honored, and with courage blessed, by Hector loved, his comrade and his guest. Through his broad belt the spear a passage found, and ponderous as he falls, his arms resound. Sudden at Hector's side, Apollo stood like Phaenops, Asius' son, appeared the god, Asius the Great, who held his wealthy reign in fair Abydos by the rolling main. O prince, O foremost once in fame, what Grecian now shall tremble at thy name? Dost thou at length to Menelaus yield, a chief once thought no terror of the field? Yet singly, now, the long-disputed prize he bears victorious, while our army flies. By the same arm illustrious Podes bled, the friend of Hector, unrevenged, is dead. This heard, o'er Hector spreads a cloud of woe, rage lifts his lance and drives him on the foe. But now the Eternal shook his sable shield, that shaded Ide and all the subject field beneath its ample verge. A rolling cloud involved the mount, the thunder roared aloud, the affrighted hills from their foundations nod, and blaze beneath the lightnings of the god. At one regard of his all-seeing eye, the vanquished triumph, and the victors fly. Then trembled Greece, the flight Peneleus led, for as the brave Boeotian turned his head to face the foe, Polydamas drew near, and raised his shoulder with a shortened spear. By Hector wounded, Latus quits the plain, pierced through the wrist, and raging with the pain, grasps his once formidable lance in vain. As Hector followed, Idomen addressed the flaming javelin to his manly breast. The brittle point before his corslet yields, exulting Troy with clamor fills the fields. High on his chariots the Cretan stood, the son of Priam whirled the massive wood. But erring from its aim, the impetuous spear struck to the dust the squire and charioteer of martial Merion, Coernus his name, who left fair Lyctus for the fields of fame. On foot bold Merion fought, and now laid low, had graced the triumphs of his Trojan foe. But the brave squire the ready coursers brought, and with his life his master's safety bought. Between his cheek and ear the weapon went, the teeth it shattered, and the tongue it rent. Prone from the seat he tumbles to the plain, his dying hand forgets the falling rain. This Merion reaches, bending from the car, and urges to desert the hopeless war. Idomeneus consents, the lash applies, and the swift chariot to the navy flies. Not Ajax less the will of heaven descried, and conquest shifting to the Trojan side, turned by the hand of Jove. Then thus begun, to Atreus' seed, the godlike Telamon. Alas, who sees not Jove's almighty hand, transfers the glory to the Trojan band. Whether the weak or strong discharge the dart, he guides each arrow to a Grecian heart. Not so our spears, incessant though they rain, he suffers every lance to fall in vain. Deserted of the god, yet let us try what human strength and prudence can supply, if yet this honored course, in triumph borne, may glad the fleets that hope not our return, who tremble yet, scarce rescued from their fates, and still hear Hector thundering at their gates. Some hero too must be dispatched to bear the mournful message to Pelides' ear, for sure he knows not, distant on the shore, his friend, his loved Patroclus is no more. But such a chief I spy not through the host. The men, the steeds, the armies, all are lost in general darkness, Lord of earth and air. O King, O Father, hear my humble prayer. Dispel this cloud, the light of heaven restore. Give me to see, and Ajax asks no more. If Greece must perish, we thy will obey, but let us perish in the face of day. With tears the hero spoke, and at his prayer, the god relenting cleared the clouded air. Forth burst the sun with all enlightening ray. The blaze of armor flashed against the day. Now, Atrides, cast around thy sight. If yet Antilochus survives the fight, let him to great Achilles' ear convey the fatal news. Atrides hastes away. So turns the lion from the nightly fold, though high in courage and with hunger bold, long galled by herdsmen and long vexed by hounds, stiff with fatigue and fretted sore with wounds. The darts fly round him from 100 hands, and the red terrors of the blazing brands, till late, reluctant at the dawn of day, sour he departs and quits the untasted prey. So moved Atrides from his dangerous place, with weary limbs, but with unwilling pace. The foe, he feared, might yet Patroclus gain, and much admonished, much adjured his train. O guard these relics to your charge consigned, and bear the merits of the dead in mind, how skilled he was in each obliging art, the mildest manners and the gentlest heart. He was, alas! But fate decreed his end, in death a hero, as in life a friend. So parts the chief, from rank to rank he flew, and round on all sides sent his piercing view. As the bold bird, endued with sharpest eye of all that wings the mid-aerial sky, the sacred eagle from his walks above looks down and sees the distant thicket move, then stoops and sousing on the quivering hair, snatches his life amid the clouds of air. Not with less quickness, his exerted sight passed this and that way through the ranks of fight, till on the left the chief he sought he found, cheering his men and spreading deaths around. To him the king, beloved of Jove, draw near, for sadder tidings never touched thy ear. Thy eyes have witnessed what a fatal turn, how Ilion triumphs and the Achaeans mourn. This is not all. Patroclus on the shore, now pale and dead, shall succor Greece no more. Fly to the fleet, this instant fly, and tell the sad Achilles how his loved one fell. He too may haste the naked course to gain. The arms are Hector's, who despoiled the slain. The youthful warrior heard with silent woe. From his fair eyes the tears began to flow. Big with the mighty grief, he strove to say what sorrow dictates, but no word found way. To brave Laodocus his arms he flung, who, near him wheeling, drove his steeds along. Then ran the mournful message to impart, with tearful eyes and with dejected heart. Swift fled the youth, nor Menelaus stands, though sore distressed to aid the Pelian bands, but bids bold Thrasimede those troops sustain. Himself returns to his Patroclus slain. Gone is Antilochus, the hero said, but hope not, warriors, for Achilles' aid. Though fierce his rage, unbounded be his woe, unarmed he fights not with the Trojan foe. 'Tis in our hands alone our hopes remain. 'Tis our own vigor must the dead regain, and save ourselves, while with impetuous hate Troy pours along, and this way rolls our fate. 'Tis well, said Ajax. Be it then thy care, with Merion's aid, the weighty course to rear. Myself and my bold brother will sustain the shock of Hector and his charging train. Nor fear we armies, fighting side by side. What Troy can dare, we have already tried, have tried it, and have stood. The hero said. High from the ground the warriors heave the dead. A general clamor rises at the sight. Loud shout the Trojans, and renew the fight. Not fiercer rush along the gloomy wood, with rage insatiate, and with thirst of blood, voracious hounds, that many a length before their furious hunters, drive the wounded boar. But if the savage turns his glaring eye, they howl aloof, and round the forest fly. Thus on retreating Greece the Trojans pour, wave their thick falchions and their javelins shower. But Ajax turning, to their fears they yield, all pale they tremble and forsake the field. While thus aloft the hero's course they bear, behind them rages all the storm of war. Confusion, tumult, horror, o'er the throng of men, steeds, chariots urge the route along. Less fierce the winds with rising flames conspire to whelm some city under waves of fire. Now sink in gloomy clouds the proud abodes. Now crack the blazing temples of the gods. The rumbling torrent through the ruin rolls, and sheets of smoke mount heavy to the poles. The heroes sweat beneath their honored load, as when two mules along the rugged road from the steep mountain with exerted strength, Dr. Egg some vast beam, or mast's unwieldy length. Inlay they groan, big drops of sweat distill, the enormous timber lumbering down the hill. So these, behind, the bulk of Ajax stands, and breaks the torrent of the rushing bands. Thus, when a river swelled with sudden rains, spreads his broad waters o'er the level plains, some interposing hill the stream divides, and breaks its force, and turns the winding tides. Still close they follow, close the rear engage, Aeneas storms, and Hector foams with rage, while Greece a heavy thick retreat maintains, wedged in one body, like a flight of cranes, that shriek incessant, while the falcon, hung high on poised pinions, threats their callow young. So from the Trojan chiefs the Grecians fly, such the wild terror and the mingled cry, within without the trench, and all the way, strowed in bright heaps, their arms and armor lay. Such horror Jove impressed, yet still proceeds the work of death, and still the battle bleeds. Illustration Volk from an antique gem book 8. Argument. The grief of Achilles, and new armor made him by Vulcan. The news of the death of Patroclus is brought to Achilles by Antilochus. Thetis, hearing his lamentations, comes with all her sea nymphs to comfort him. The speeches of the mother and son on this occasion. Iris appears to Achilles by the command of Juno, and orders him to show himself at the head of the entrenchments. The sight of him turns the fortunes of the day, and the body of Patroclus is carried off by the Greeks. The Trojans call a council, where Hector and Polydamas disagree in their opinions, but the advice of the former prevails, to remain encamped in the field. The grief of Achilles over the body of Patroclus. Thetis goes to the palace of Vulcan to obtain new arms for her son. The description of the wonderful works of Vulcan, and lastly, that noble one of the shield of Achilles. The latter part of the 29th day, and the night ensuing, take up this book. The scene is at Achilles' tent on the seashore, from whence it changes to the palace of Vulcan. Thus, like the rage of fire, the combat burns, and now it rises, now it sinks by turns. Meanwhile, where Hellespont's broad waters flow, stood Nestor's son, the messenger of woe. There sat Achilles, shaded by his sails, on hoisted yards extended to the gales. Pensive he sat, for all that fate designed rose in sad prospect to his boding mind. Thus to his soul he said, "Ah, what constrains the Greeks, late victors, now to quit the plains? Is this the day, which heaven so long ago ordained, to sink me with the weight of woe?" So Thetis warned, when by a Trojan hand the bravest of the Myrmidonian band should lose the light. Fulfilled is that decree, fallen is the warrior, and Patroclus he. In vain I charged him soon to quit the plain, and warned to shun Hectorian force in vain. Thus, while he thinks, Antilochus appears, and tells the melancholy tale with tears. "Sad tidings, son of Peleus, thou must hear, and wretched I, the unwilling messenger. Dead is Patroclus. For his course they fight, his naked course, his arms are Hector's right." A sudden horror shot through all the chief, and wrapped his senses in the cloud of grief. Cast on the ground, with furious hands he spread the scorching ashes o'er his graceful head. His purple garments and his golden hairs, those he deforms with dust, and these he tears. On the hard soil his groaning breast he threw, and rolled and grovelled as to earth he grew. The virgin captives, with disordered charms, won by his own, or by Patroclus' arms, rushed from their tents with cries, and gathering round, beat their white breasts and fainted on the ground, while Nestor's son sustains a manlier part, and mourns the warrior with a warrior's heart, hangs on his arms amidst his frantic woe, and oft prevents the meditated blow. Far in the deep abysses of the main, with hoary Nereus and the watery train, the mother goddess from her crystal throne heard his loud cries and answered groan for groan. The circling Nereids with their mistress weep, and all the sea-green sisters of the deep. Thalia, Glauce, every watery name, Nisaea mild and silver Spio came. Cymotho and Cymodos were nigh, and the blue languish of soft Alia's eye. Their locks Actaea and Limnoria rear, then Proto, Doris, Panope appear, Thoa, Pharusa, Doto, Melita, Agave gentle, and Amphitho gay. Next Callianira, Callianassa show their sister looks. Dexamine the slow, and swift Dynamine now cut the tides. Iera now the verdant wave divides. Nemertes with Apsudes lifts the head. Bright Galatea quits her pearly bed. These Erythia Clymene attend. Mara and Phenome the train extend. And black Genera and Janassa fair, and Amathea with her amber hair. All these and all that deep in ocean held their sacred seats, the glimmering grotto filled. Each beat her ivory breast with silent woe, till Thetis' sorrows thus began to flow. Hear me and judge, ye sisters of the main, how just a cause has Thetis to complain. How wretched were I mortal were my fate, how more than wretched in the immortal state. Sprung from my bed a godlike hero came, the bravest far that ever bore the name. Like some fair olive, by my careful hand he grew, he flourished and adorned the land. To Troy I sent him, but the fates ordain he never, never must return again. So short a space the light of heaven to view, so short, alas, and filled with anguish too. Hear how his sorrows echo through the shore. I cannot ease them, but I must deplore. I go at least to bear a tender part, and mourn my loved one with a mother's heart. She said, and left the caverns of the main, all bathed in tears, the melancholy train attend her way. Wide opening part the tides, while the long pomp the silver wave divides. Approaching now, they touched the Trojan land, then 2 by 2 ascended up the strand. The immortal mother, standing close beside her mournful offspring, to his sighs replied. Along the coast their mingled clamors ran, and thus the silver-footed dame began. Why mourns my son? Thy late preferred request the god has granted and the Greeks distressed. Why mourns my son? Thy anguish let me share, reveal the cause, and trust a parent's care. He deeply groaning, to this cureless grief not even the thunderer's favor brings relief. Patroclus, say goddess, can I boast a pleasure now? Revenge itself is lost. Patroclus, loved of all my martial train, beyond mankind, beyond myself is slain. Lost are those arms the gods themselves bestowed on Peleus. Hector bears the glorious load. Cursed be that day, when all the powers above thy charms submitted to a mortal love. Oh, hadst thou still, a sister of the main, pursued the pleasures of the watery reign, and happier Peleus, less ambitious, led a mortal beauty to his equal bed. Ere the sad fruit of thy unhappy womb had caused such sorrows past and woes to come. For soon, alas, that wretched offspring slain, new woes, new sorrows shall create again. 'Tis not in fate the alternate now to give. Patroclus dead, Achilles hates to live. Let me revenge it on proud Hector's heart. Let his last spirit smoke upon my dart. On these conditions will I breathe. Till then I blush to walk among the race of men. A flood of tears at this the goddess shed. Ah, then, I see thee dying, see thee dead. When Hector falls, thou diest. Let Hector die, and let me fall. Achilles made reply, far lies Patroclus from his native plain. He fell, and falling, wished my aid in vain. Ah, then, since from this miserable day I cast all hope of my return away, since, unrevenged, 100 ghosts demand the fate of Hector from Achilles' hand, since here, for brutal courage far renowned, I live an idle burden to the ground, others in council famed for nobler skill, more useful to preserve than I to kill. Let me, but oh, ye gracious powers above, wrath and revenge from men and gods remove, far, far too dear to every mortal breast, sweet to the soul, as honey to the taste, gathering like vapors of a noxious kind from fiery blood and darkening all the mind. Me Agamemnon urged to deadly hate, 'tis past, I quell it, I resign to fate. Yes, I will meet the murderer of my friend, or, if the gods ordain it, meet my end. The stroke of fate the strongest cannot shun. The great Alcides, Jove's unequaled son, to Juno's hate at length resigned his breath, and sunk the victim of all-conquering death. So shall Achilles fall, stretched pale and dead, no more the Grecian hope or Trojan dread. And let me, this instant, rush into the fields, and reap what glory life's short harvest yields. Shall I not force some widowed dame to tear with frantic hands her long disheveled hair? Shall I not force her breast to heave with sighs, and the soft tears to trickle from her eyes? Yes, I shall give the fair those mournful charms. In vain you hold me. Hence, my arms. My arms. Soon shall the sanguine torrent spread so wide that all shall know Achilles swells the tide. My son, Coerulean Thetis made reply to fate submitting with a secret sigh, the host to succor and thy friends to save is worthy thee, the duty of the brave. But canst thou, naked, issue to the plains? Thy radiant arms the Trojan foe detains. Insulting Hector bears the spoils on high, but vainly glories for his fate is nigh. Yet a while thy generous ardor stay, assured I meet thee at the dawn of day, charged with refulgent arms, a glorious load, Vulcanian arms, the labor of a god. Then turning to the daughters of the main, The goddess thus dismissed her azure train. Ye sister Nereids, to your deeps descend. Haste, and our father's sacred seat attend. I go to find the architect divine, where vast Olympus's starry summits shine. So tell our hoary sire. This charge she gave. The sea-green sisters plunge beneath the wave. Thetis once more ascends the blessed abodes, and treads the brazen threshold of the gods. Thetis ordering the Nereids to descend into the sea. And now the Greeks from furious Hector's force urged to broad Hellespont their headlong course, nor yet their chief's Patroclus's body bore safe through the tempest to the tented shore. The horse, the foot, with equal fury joined, poured on the rear and thundered close behind, and like a flame through fields of ripened corn, the rage of Hector o'er the ranks was borne. Thrice the slain hero by the foot he drew, thrice to the skies the Trojan clamors flew. As oft the Ajaces his assault sustain, but checked he turns, repulsed, attacks again. With fiercer shouts his lingering troops he fires, nor yields a step, nor from his post retires. So watchful shepherds strive to force in vain the hungry lion from a carcass slain. Even yet, Patroclus had he borne away, and all the glories of the extended day, had not high Juno from the realms of air, secret, dispatched her trusty messenger. The various goddess of the showery bow shot in a whirlwind to the shore below. To great Achilles at his ships she came, and thus began the many-colored dame. Rise, son of Peleus, rise, divinely brave, assist the combat, and Patroclus save. For him the slaughter to the fleet they spread, and fall by mutual wounds around the dead. To drag him back to Troy the foe contends, nor with his death the rage of Hector ends. A prey to dogs he dooms the course to lie, and marks the place to fix his head on high. Rise and prevent, if yet you think of fame, thy friend's disgrace, thy own eternal shame. Who sends thee, goddess, from the ethereal skies? Achilles thus. And Iris thus replies, I come, Pelides, from the queen of Jove, the immortal empress of the realms above, unknown to him who sits remote on high, unknown to all the synod of the sky. Thou comest in vain, he cries with fury warmed. Arms I have none, and can I fight unarmed? Unwilling as I am, of force I stay, till Thetis bring me at the dawn of day Vulcanian arms. What other can I wield, except the mighty Telamonian shield? That, in my friend's defense, has Ajax spread, while his strong lance around him heaps the dead. The gallant chief defends Menoetius' son, and does what his Achilles should have done. Thy want of arms, said Iris, well we know, but though unarmed, yet clad in terrors, go. Let but Achilles o'er yon trench appear, proud Troy shall tremble, and consent to fear. Greece from one glance of that tremendous eye shall take new courage, and disdain to fly. She spoke, and passed in air. The hero rose. Her Aegis Pallas o'er his shoulder throws. Around his brows a golden cloud she spread, a stream of glory flamed above his head. As when from some beleaguered town arise the smokes, high curling to the shaded skies, seen from some island o'er the main afar, when men distressed hang out the sign of war. Soon as the sun in ocean hides his rays, thick on the hills the flaming beacons blaze. With long projected beams the seas are bright, and heaven's high arch reflects the ruddy light. So from Achilles' head the splendors rise, reflecting blaze on blaze against the skies. Forth marched the chief, and distant from the crowd, high on the rampart raised his voice aloud. With her own shout Minerva swells the sound. Troy starts astonished, and the shores rebound. As the loud trumpet's brazen mouth from far, with shrilling clangor sounds the alarm of war. Struck from the walls, the echoes float on high, and the round bulwarks and thick towers reply. So high his brazen voice the hero reared. Hosts dropped their arms and trembled as they heard. And back the chariots roll and coursers bound, and steeds and men lie mingled on the ground. Aghast they see the living lightnings play, and turn their eyeballs from the flashing ray. Thrice from the trench his dreadful voice he raised, and thrice they fled, confounded and amazed. 12 in the tumult wedged, untimely rushed on their own spears, by their own chariots crushed, while shielded from the darts the Greeks obtain the long-contended carcass of the slain. A lofty bier the breathless warrior bears, around his sad companions melt in tears. But chief Achilles, bending down his head, pours unavailing sorrows o'er the dead, whom late triumphant with his steeds and car he sent refulgent to the field of war. Unhappy change! Now senseless, pale he found, stretched forth and gashed with many a gaping wound. Meantime, unwearied with his heavenly way, in ocean's waves the unwilling light of day quenched his red orb at Juno's high command, and from their labors eased the Achaean band. The frighted Trojans, panting from the war, their steeds unharnessed from the weary car, a sudden council called, each chief appeared in haste and standing, for to sit they feared. 'Twas now no season for prolonged debate, they saw Achilles and in him their fate. Silent they stood, Polydamas at last, skilled to discern the future by the past. The son of Panthus thus expressed his fears, the friend of Hector and of equal years. The self-same night to both a being gave, one wise in counsel, one in action brave. Juno commanding the sun to set. In free debate, my friends, your sentence speak. For me, I move before the morning break, to raise our camp, too dangerous here our post, far from Troy walls and on a naked coast. I deemed not Greece so dreadful, while engaged in mutual feuds her king and hero raged. Then, while we hoped our armies might prevail, we boldly camped beside 1,000 sail. I dread Pelides now, his rage of mind. Not long continues to the shores confined, nor to the fields, where long in equal fray, contending nations won and lost the day. For Troy, shall henceforth be the strife, and the hard contest not for fame, but life. Haste then to Ilion, while the favoring night detains these terrors, keeps that arm from fight. If but the morrow's sun behold us here, that arm, those terrors, we shall feel, not fear, and hearts that now disdain shall leap with joy, if heaven permit them then to enter Troy. Let not my fatal prophecy be true, nor what I tremble but to think ensue. Whatever be our fate, yet let us try, what force of thought and reason can supply. Let us on counsel for our guard depend, the town her gates and bulwarks shall defend. When morning dawns, our well-appointed powers, arrayed in arms, shall line the lofty towers. Let the fierce hero, then, when fury calls, vent his mad vengeance on our rocky walls, or fetch 1,000 circles round the plain, till his spent courser seek the fleet again. So may his rage be tired, and labored down, and dogs shall tear him ere he sack the town. Return, said Hector, fired with stern disdain. What, coop whole armies in our walls again? Was't not enough, ye valiant warriors, say, 9 years imprisoned in those towers ye lay? Wide o'er the world was Ilion famed of old, for brass exhaustless and for mines of gold. But while inglorious in her walls we stayed, sunk were her treasures and her stores decayed. The Phrygians now her scattered spoils enjoy, and proud Maeonia wastes the fruits of Troy. Great Jove at length my arms to conquest calls, and shuts the Grecians in their wooden walls. Darest thou dispirit whom the gods incite? Flies any Trojan? I shall stop his flight. To better counsel then attention lend, take due refreshment, and the watch attend. If there be one whose riches cost him care, forth let him bring them for the troops to share. 'Tis better generously bestowed on those, than left the plunder of our country's foes. Soon as the morn the purple orient warms, fierce on yon navy will we pour our arms. If great Achilles rise in all his might, his be the danger, I shall stand the fight. Honor, ye gods. Or let me gain or give, and live he glorious, whosoe'er shall live. Mars is our common lord, alike to all, and oft the victor triumphs but to fall. The shouting host in loud applauses joined, so Pallas robbed the many of their mind, to their own sense condemned, and left to choose the worst advice the better to refuse. While the long night extends her sable reign, around Patroclus mourned the Grecian train. Stern in superior grief, Pelides stood. Those slaughtering arms so used to bathe in blood, now clasp his clay-cold limbs. Then gushing start the tears and sighs burst from his swelling heart. The lion thus, with dreadful anguish stung, roars through the desert and demands his young. When the grim savage to his rifled den, too late returning, snuffs the track of men, and o'er the vales and o'er the forest bounds, his clamorous grief the bellowing wood resounds. So grieves Achilles, and impetuous vents to all his myrmidons his loud laments. In what vain promise, gods, did I engage, when to console Meneuas' feeble age, I vowed his much-loved offspring to restore, charged with rich spoils, to fair Opuntia's shore? But mighty Jove cuts short with just disdain the long, long views of poor designing man. One fate the warrior and the friend shall strike, and Troy's black sands must drink our blood alike. Me too a wretched mother shall deplore, an aged father never see me more. Yet, my Patroclus, yet a space I stay, then swift pursue thee on the darksome way. Ere thy dear relics in the grave are laid, shall Hector's head be offered to thy shade, that with his arms shall hang before thy shrine, and 12, the noblest of the Trojan line, sacred to vengeance, by this hand expire, their lives effused around thy flaming pyre. Thus let me lie till then, thus closely pressed, bathe thy cold face, and sob upon thy breast. While Trojan captives hear thy mourners stay, weep all the night and murmur all the day, spoils of my arms and thine, when, wasting wide, our swords kept time and conquered side by side. He spoke and bade the sad attendants round cleanse the pale corse and wash each honored wound. A massy cauldron of stupendous frame they brought and placed it o'er the rising flame, then heaped the lighted wood. The flame divides beneath the vase and climbs around the sides. In its wide womb they pour the rushing stream, the boiling water bubbles to the brim. The body, then they bathe with pious toil, embalm the wounds, anoint the limbs with oil, high on a bed of state extended laid, and decent covered with a linen shade. Last o'er the dead the milk-white veil they threw, that done their sorrows and their sighs renew. Meanwhile to Juno in the realms above, his wife and sister, spoke almighty Jove. At last thy will prevails, great Peleus' son rises in arms, such grace thy Greeks have won. Say, for I know not, is their race divine, and thou the mother of that martial line? What words are these? The imperial dame replies, while anger flashed from her majestic eyes. Succor like this a mortal arm might lend, and such success mere human wit attend. And shall not I, the second power above, heaven's queen and consort of the thundering Jove, say, shall not I one nation's fate command, not wreak my vengeance on one guilty land? Tripod. So they? Meanwhile the silver-footed dame reached the Vulcanian dome, eternal frame, high eminent amid the works divine, where heaven's far-beaming brazen mansions shine. There the lame architect the goddess found, obscure in smoke, his forges flaming round, while bathed in sweat from fire to fire he flew, and puffing loud the roaring billows blew. That day no common task his labor claimed, full 20 tripods for his hall he framed, that placed on living wheels of massy gold, wondrous to tell, instinct with spirit rolled from place to place, around the blessed abode self-moved, obedient to the beck of gods. For their fair handles now, o'erwrought with flowers, in molds prepared, the glowing ore he pours. Just as responsive to his thought, the frame stood prompt to move, the azure goddess came. Charis, his spouse, a grace divinely fair, with purple fillets round her braided hair, observed her entering. Her soft hand she pressed, and smiling thus the watery queen addressed. What goddess this unusual favor draws? All hail and welcome. Whatsoe'er the cause, till now a stranger, in a happy hour approach and taste the dainties of the bower. Thetis and Eurynome, receiving the infant Vulcan, high on a throne, with stars of silver graced, and various artifice the queen she placed, a footstool at her feet, then calling said, Vulcan, draw near, 'tis Thes asks your aid. Thetis, replied the god, our powers may claim, an ever dear, an ever honored name. When my proud mother hurled me from the sky, my awkward form it seems displeased her eye. She and Eurynome my griefs redressed, and soft received me on their silver breast. Even then these arts employed my infant thought, chains, bracelets, pendants, all their toys I wrought. 9 years kept secret in the dark abode, secure I lay, concealed from man and God. Deep in a caverned rock my days were led, the rushing ocean murmured o'er my head. Now since her presence glads our mansion, say, for such desert what service can I pay? Vouchsafe, O Thetis, at our board to share the genial rites and hospitable fare, while I the labors of the forge forego, and bid the roaring bellows cease to blow. Then from his anvil the lame artist rose. Wide with distorted legs oblique he goes, and stills the bellows, and, in order laid, locks in their chests his instruments of trade. Then with a sponge the sooty workman dressed his brawny arms embrowned and hairy breast. With his huge scepter graced and red attire, came halting forth the sovereign of the fire. The monarch's steps 2 female forms uphold, that moved and breathed in animated gold, to whom was voice and sense and science given of works divine, such wonders are in heaven. On these supported with unequal gait, he reached the throne where pensive Thetis sate. There placed beside her on the shining frame, he thus addressed the silver-footed dame. "Thee, welcome, goddess. What occasion calls, so long a stranger, to these honored walls? 'Tis thine, fair Thetis, the command to lay, and Vulcan's joy and duty to obey." Vulcan and Charis receiving Thetis, to whom the mournful mother thus replies. The crystal drop stood trembling in her eyes. "O Vulcan, say was ever breast divine, so pierced with sorrows, so o'erwhelmed as mine? Of all the goddesses, did Jove prepare for Thetis only such a weight of care? I, only I, of all the watery race, by force subjected to a man's embrace, who, sinking now with age and sorrow, pays the mighty fine imposed on length of days. Sprung from my bed, a godlike hero came, the bravest sure that ever bore the name, like some fair plant beneath my careful hand. He grew, he flourished, and adorned the land. To Troy I sent him, but his native shore never, ah never, shall receive him more. Even while he lives, he wastes with secret woe, nor I, a goddess, can retard the blow. Robbed of the prize the Grecian suffrage gave, the king of nations forced his royal slave. For this he grieved, and till the Greeks oppressed required his arm, he sorrowed unredressed. Large gifts they promise, and their elders send. In vain he arms not, but permits his friend his arms, his steeds, his forces to employ. He marches, combats, almost conquers Troy, then slain by Phoebus, Hector had the name. At once resigns his armor, life, and fame. But thou, in pity, by my prayer be won. Grace with immortal arms this short-lived son, and to the field in martial pomp restore, to shine with glory till he shines no more. To her, the artist god, thy griefs resign, secure, what Vulcan can is ever thine. Oh, could I hide him from the fates as well, or with these hands the cruel stroke repel, as I shall forge most envied arms, the gaze of wondering ages and the world's amaze. Thus having said, the father of the fires to the black labors of his forge retires. Soon as he bade them blow, the bellows turned their iron mouths, and where the furnace burned, resounding breathed, at once the blast expires, and 20 forges catch at once the fires. Just as the god directs, now loud, now low, they raise a tempest or they gently blow. In hissing flames huge silver bars are rolled, and stubborn brass and tin and solid gold. Before, deep fixed, the eternal anvils stand. The ponderous hammer loads his better hand. His left with tongs turns the vexed metal round, and thick, strong strokes the doubling vaults rebound. Then first he formed the immense and solid shield. Rich, various artifice emblazed the field, its utmost verge a threefold circle bound. A silver chain suspends the massy round. 5 ample plates the broad expanse compose, and godlike labors on the surface rose. There shone the image of the mastermind. Their earth, their heaven, their ocean he designed. The unwearied sun, the moon completely round, the starry lights that heaven's high convex crowned, the Pleiads, Hyads with the northern team, and great Orion's more refulgent beam, to which, around the axle of the sky, the bear, revolving, points his golden eye, still shines exalted on the ethereal plain, nor bathes his blazing forehead in the main. 2 cities radiant on the shield appear, the image one of peace and one of war. Here sacred pomp and genial feast delight, and solemn dance and hymeneal rite. Along the street the new-made brides are led, with torches flaming to the nuptial bed. The youthful dancers in a circle bound to the soft flute and cithern's silver sound. Through the fair streets the matrons in a row stand in their porches and enjoy the show. There in the forum swarm a numerous train, the subject of debate, a townsman slain. One pleads the fine discharged, which one denied, and bade the public and the laws decide. The witness is produced on either hand. For this or that the partial people stand. The appointed heralds still the noisy bands, and form a ring with scepters in their hands. On seats of stone within the sacred place, the reverend elders nodded o'er the case. Alternate, each the attesting scepter took, and rising solemn, each his sentence spoke. 2 golden talents lay amidst in sight, the prize of him who best adjudged the right. Another part, a prospect differing far, glowed with refulgent arms and horrid war. 2 mighty hosts a leaguered town embrace, and one would pillage, one would burn the place. Meantime the townsmen, armed with silent care, a secret ambush on the foe prepare. Their wives, their children, and the watchful band of trembling parents on the turrets stand. They march, by Pallas and by Mars made bold. Gold were the gods, their radiant garments gold, and gold their armor. These the squadron led, august, divine, superior by the head. A place for ambush fit they found and stood, covered with shields, beside a silver flood. 2 spies at distance lurk, and watchful seem if sheep or oxen seek the winding stream. Soon the white flocks proceeded o'er the plains, and steers slow-moving, and 2 shepherd swains. Behind them piping on their reeds they go, nor fear an ambush, nor suspect a foe. In arms the glittering squadron rising round rush sudden, hills of slaughter heap the ground, whole flocks and herds lie bleeding on the plains, and all amidst them, dead, the shepherd swains. The bellowing oxen the besiegers hear. They rise, take horse, approach, and meet the war. They fight, they fall, beside the silver flood. The waving silver seemed to blush with blood. Their tumult, their contention stood confessed. One reared a dagger at a captive's breast. One held a living foe that freshly bled with new-made wounds. Another dragged a dead. Now here, now there, the carcasses they tore. Fate stalked amidst them, grim with human gore. And the whole war came out and met the eye, and each bold figure seemed to live or die. A field deep furrowed next the god designed. The 3rd time labored by the sweating hind. The shining shares full many ploughmen guide, and turn their crooked yokes on every side. Still as at either end they wheel around, the master meets them with his goblet crowned. The hearty draught rewards, renews their toil, then back the turning plowshares cleave the soil. Behind, the rising earth in ridges rolled, and sable looked, though formed of molten gold. Another field rose high with waving grain, with bended sickles stand the reaper train. Here stretched in ranks the leveled swarths are found, sheaves heaped on sheaves here thicken up the ground. With sweeping stroke the mowers strow the lands, the gatherers follow and collect in bands, and last the children in whose arms are born, too short to gripe them, the brown sheaves of corn. The rustic monarch of the field descries, with silent glee, the heaps around him rise. A ready banquet on the turf is laid, beneath an ample oak's expanded shade. The victim ox the sturdy youth prepare, the reaper's due repast, the woman's care. Next, ripe in yellow gold, a vineyard shines, bent with the ponderous harvest of its vines. A deeper dye the dangling clusters show, and curled on silver props in order glow. A darker metal mixed entrench the place, and pails of glittering tin the enclosure grace. To this one pathway gently winding leads, where march a train with baskets on their heads, fair maids and blooming youths that smiling bear the purple product of the autumnal year. To these a youth awakes the warbling strings, whose tender lay the fate of Linus sings. In measured dance behind him move the train, tune soft the voice, and answer to the strain. Here herds of oxen march, erect and bold, rear high their horns, and seem to low in gold, and speed to meadows on whose sounding shores a rapid torrent through the rushes roars. 4 golden herdsmen as their guardians stand, and 9 sour dogs complete the rustic band. 2 lions rushing from the wood appeared, and seized a bull, the master of the herd. He roared, in vain the dogs the men withstood, they tore his flesh and drank his sable blood. The dogs, oft cheered in vain, desert the prey, doctored the grim terrors, and at distance bay. Next this, the eye the art of Vulcan leads deep through fair forests, and a length of meads, and stalls, and folds, and scattered cots between, and fleecy flocks that whiten all the scene. A figured dance succeeds, such once was seen in lofty Knossos for the Cretan queen, formed by Daedalian art, a comely band of youths and maidens bounding hand in hand. The maids in soft samars of linen dressed, the youths all graceful in the glossy vest. Of those the locks with flowery wreath enrolled, of these the sides adorned with swords of gold, that glittering gay from silver belts depend. Now all at once they rise, at once descend, with well-taught feet, now shape in oblique ways, confusedly regular the moving maze. Now forth at once, too swift for sight, they spring, and undistinguished blend the flying ring. So whirls a wheel in giddy circle tossed, and rapid as it runs, the single spokes are lost. The gazing multitudes admire around. 2 active tumblers in the center bound. Now high, now low, their pliant limbs they bend, and general songs the sprightly revel end. Thus the broad shield complete the artist crowned, with his last hand and poured the ocean round. In living silver seemed the waves to roll, and beat the buckler's verge, and bound the whole. This done, whate'er a warrior's use requires he forged, the cuirass that outshone the fires, the greaves of ductile tin, the helm impressed with various sculpture and the golden crest. At Thetis' feet the finished labor lay. She, as a falcon, cuts the aerial way, swift from Olympus' snowy summit flies, and bears the blazing present through the skies. Book 9. Argument. The reconciliation of Achilles and Agamemnon. Thetis brings to her son the armor made by Vulcan. She preserves the body of his friend from corruption, and commands him to assemble the army, to declare his resentment an end. Agamemnon and Achilles are solemnly reconciled. The speeches, presents, and ceremonies on that occasion. Achilles is with great difficulty persuaded to refrain from the battle till the troops have refreshed themselves by the advice of Ulysses. The presents are conveyed to the tent of Achilles, where Briseis laments over the body of Patroclus. The hero obstinately refuses all repast and gives himself up to lamentations for his friend. Minerva descends to strengthen him by the order of Jupiter. He arms for the fight, his appearance described. He addresses himself to his horses and reproaches them with the death of Patroclus. One of them is miraculously endued with voice and inspired to prophesy his fate, but the hero, not astonished by that prodigy, rushes with fury to the combat. The 30th day. The scene is on the seashore. Soon as Aurora heaved her orient head above the waves that blushed with early red, with new-born day to gladden mortal sight, and gild the courts of heaven with sacred light, the immortal arms the goddess mother bears, swift to her son. Her son she finds in tears, stretched o'er Patroclus' corse, while all the rest their sovereign sorrows in their own expressed. A ray divine her heavenly presence shed, and thus his hand soft touching, Thetis said, "Suppress, my son, this rage of grief, and know it was not man but heaven that gave the blow. Behold what arms by Vulcan are bestowed, arms worthy thee or fit to grace a god." Then drops the radiant burden on the ground. Clang the strong arms and ring the shores around. Back shrink the Myrmidons with dread surprise, and from the broad effulgence turn their eyes. Unmoved the hero kindles at the show, and feels with rage divine his bosom glow. From his fierce eyeballs living flames expire and flash incessant like a stream of fire. He turns the radiant gift, and feeds his mind on all the immortal artist had designed. "Goddess," he cried, "these glorious arms that shine with matchless art confess the hand divine. Now to the bloody battle let me bend, but the relics of my slaughtered friend! In those wide wounds through which his spirit fled, shall flies and worms obscene pollute the dead? That unavailing care be laid aside," the azure goddess to her son replied. "Whole years untouched, uninjured shall remain, fresh as in life, the carcass of the slain. But go, Achilles, as affairs require, before the Grecian peers renounce thine ire. Then uncontrolled in boundless war engage, and heaven with strength supply the mighty rage." Thetis bringing the armor to Achilles. Then in the nostrils of the slain she poured nectareous drops, and rich ambrosia showered o'er all the course. The flies forbid their prey, untouched it rests, and sacred from decay. Achilles to the strand obedient went. The shores resounded with the voice he sent. The heroes heard, and all the naval train that tend the ships or guide them o'er the main, alarmed transported at the well-known sound, frequent and full, the great assembly crowned, studious to see the terror of the plain, long lost to battle, shine in arms again. Tydides and Ulysses first appear, lame with their wounds and leaning on the spear. These on the sacred seats of council placed. The king of men Atrides came the last, he too sore wounded by Agenor's son. Achilles, rising in the midst, begun, "O monarch! Better far had been the fate of thee, of me, of all the Grecian state, if, ere the day when by mad passions swayed, rash we contended for the black-eyed maid, preventing Dian had dispatched her dart, and shot the shining mischief to the heart. Then many a hero had not pressed the shore, nor Troy's glad fields been fattened with our gore. Long, long shall Greece the woes we caused bewail, and sad posterity repeat the tale. But this, no more the subject of debate, is past, forgotten, and resigned to fate. Why should, alas, a mortal man, as I, burn with a fury that can never die? Here then my anger ends. Let war succeed, and even as Greece has bled, let Ilion bleed. Now call the hosts, and try if in our sight Troy yet shall dare to camp a second night. I deem their mightiest, when this arm he knows, shall scape with transport and with joy repose. He said his finished wrath with loud acclaim. The Greeks accept, and shout Pelides' name. When thus, not rising from his lofty throne, in state unmoved, the king of men begun. Hear me, ye sons of Greece, with silence hear, and grant your monarch an impartial ear. Awhile your loud, untimely joy suspend, and let your rash, injurious clamors end. Unruly murmurs or ill-timed applause wrong the best speaker and the justest cause. Nor charge on me, ye Greeks, the dire debate. No, angry Jove and all-compelling fate, with fell Erinnys, urged my wrath that day, when from Achilles' arms I forced the prey. What, then, could I against the will of heaven? Not by myself, but vengeful Ate driven. She, Jove's dread daughter, fated to infest the race of mortals, entered in my breast. Not on the ground that haughty fury treads, but prints her lofty footsteps on the heads of mighty men, inflicting as she goes long festering wounds, inextricable woes. Of old she stalked amid the bright abodes, and Jove himself, the sire of men and gods, the world's great ruler, felt her venomed dart, deceived by Juno's wiles and female art. For when Alcmena's 9 long months were run, and Jove expected his immortal son, to gods and goddesses the unruly joy he showed, and vaunted of his matchless boy. From us, he said, this day an infant springs, fated to rule, and born a king of kings. Saturnia asked an oath to vouch the truth, and fix dominion on the favored youth. The Thunderer, unsuspicious of the fraud, pronounced those solemn words that bind a god. The joyful goddess, from Olympus's height, swift to Achaean Argos bent her flight. Scarce 7 moons gone lay Sthenelus's wife. She pushed her lingering infant into life. Her charms Alcmena's coming labors stay, and stop the babe just issuing to the day. Then bid Saturnius bear his oath in mind. A youth, said she, of Jove's immortal kind, is this day born. From Sthenelus he springs, and claims thy promise to be king of kings. Grief seized the Thunderer by his oath engaged. Stung to the soul, he sorrowed and he raged. From his ambrosial head, where perched she sate, he snatched the fury goddess of debate. The dread, the irrevocable oath he swore. The immortal seats should ne'er behold her more, and whirled her headlong down, forever driven from bright Olympus and the starry heaven. Thence on the nether world the fury fell, ordained with man's contentious race to dwell. Full oft the god his son's hard toils bemoaned, cursed the dire fury, and in secret groaned. Even thus, like Jove himself, was I misled, while raging Hector heaped our camps with dead. What can the errors of my rage atone? My martial troops, my treasures are thy own. This instant from the navy shall be sent whate'er Ulysses promised at thy tent. But thou, appeased, propitious to our prayer, resume thy arms, and shine again in war. O King of nations, whose superior sway, returns Achilles, all our hosts obey. To keep or send the presents be thy care. To us 'tis equal, all we ask is war. While yet we talk, or but an instant shun the fight, our glorious work remains undone. Let every Greek who sees my spear confound the Trojan ranks, and deal destruction round. With emulation, what I act survey, and learn from thence the business of the day. The son of Peleus thus, and thus replies the great in councils, Ithacus the wise. Though godlike, thou art by no toils oppressed, at least our armies claim repast and rest. Long and laborious must the combat be, when by the gods inspired, and led by thee. Strength is derived from spirits and from blood, and those augment by generous wine and food. What boastful son of war, without that stay, can last a hero through a single day? Courage may prompt, but ebbing out his strength, mere unsupported man must yield at length. Shrunk with dry famine, and with toils declined, the drooping body will desert the mind. But built anew with strength conferring fair, with limbs and soul untamed he tires a war. Dismiss the people then, and give command, with strong repast to hearten every band. But let the presents to Achilles made, in full assembly of all Greece be laid. The king of men shall rise in public sight, and solemn swear, observant of the rite, that spotless as she came, the maid removes, pure from his arms, and guiltless of his loves. That done, a sumptuous banquet shall be made, and the full price of injured honor paid. Stretch not henceforth, O prince, thy sovereign might, beyond the bounds of reason and of right. 'Tis the chief praise that ere to kings belonged, to right with justice whom with power they wronged. To him the monarch, "Just is thy decree, thy words give joy, and wisdom breathes in thee. Each due atonement gladly I prepare, and heaven regard me as I justly swear. Here then awhile let Greece assembled stay, nor great Achilles grudge this short delay. Till from the fleet our presence be conveyed, and Jove attesting, the firm compact made. A train of noble youths the charge shall bear, these to select, Ulysses, be thy care. In order ranked, let all our gifts appear, and the fair train of captives close the rear. Talthybius shall the victim bore convey, sacred to Jove, and yon bright orb of day." For this, the stern Aeacides replies, "Some less important season may suffice, when the stern fury of the war is o'er, and wrath extinguished burns my breast no more. By Hector slain, their faces to the sky, all grim with gaping wounds, our heroes lie. Those call to war, and might my voice incite, now, this instant shall commence the fight. Then, when the day's complete, let generous bowls and copious banquets glad your weary souls. Let not my palate know the taste of food, till my insatiate rage be cloyed with blood. Pale lies my friend with wounds disfigured o'er, and his cold feet are pointed to the door. Revenge is all my soul. No meaner care, interest, or thought has room to harbor there. Destruction be my feast, and mortal wounds, and scenes of blood and agonizing sounds. O first of Greeks, Ulysses thus rejoined, the best and bravest of the warrior kind. Thy praise it is in dreadful camps to shine, but old experience and calm wisdom mine. Then hear my counsel, and to reason yield. The bravest soon are satiate of the field. Though vast the heaps that strow the crimson plain, the bloody harvest brings but little gain. The scale of conquest ever wavering lies. Great Jove but turns it, and the victor dies. The great, the bold, by thousands daily fall, and endless were the grief to weep for all. Eternal sorrows, what avails to shed? Greece honors not with solemn fasts the dead. Enough, when death demands the brave to pay the tribute of a melancholy day. One chief with patience to the grave resigned, our care devolves on others left behind. Let generous food supplies of strength produce, let rising spirits flow from sprightly juice, let their warm heads with scenes of battle glow, and pour new furies on the feebler foe. Yet a short interval, and none shall dare expect a second summons to the war. Who waits for that, the dire effects shall find, if trembling in the ships he lags behind. Embodied, to the battle let us bend, and all at once on haughty Troy descend. And now the delegates Ulysses sent to bear the presents from the royal tent. The sons of Nestor, Phyleus' valiant heir, Thias and Marion, thunderbolts of war, with Lycomedes of Creontian strain, and Melanippus formed the chosen train. Swift as the word was given, the youths obeyed. Twice 10 bright vases in the midst they laid. A row of 6 fair tripods then succeeds, and twice the number of high-bounding steeds. 7 captives next a lovely line compose. The 8th Briseis, like the blooming rose, closed the bright band. Great Ithacus, before, first of the train, the golden talents bore. The rest in public view the chiefs dispose, a splendid scene. Then Agamemnon rose. The board Talthybius held, the Grecian lord Dr. the broad cut sheathed beside his sword. The stubborn bristles from the victim's brow he crops, and offering meditates his vow. His hands, uplifted to the attesting skies, on heaven's broad marble roof were fixed his eyes. The solemn words a deep attention draw, and Greece around sat thrilled with sacred awe. Witness thou first, thou greatest power above, all good, all wise, and all-surveying Jove, and Mother Earth and heaven's revolving light, and ye, fell furies of the realms of night, who rule the dead and horrid woes prepare for perjured kings and all who falsely swear. The black-eyed maid in violet removes, pure and unconscious of my manly loves. If this be false, heaven all its vengeance shed, and leveled thunder strike my guilty head. With that, his weapon deep inflicts the wound. The bleeding savage tumbles to the ground. The sacred herald rolls the victim slain, a feast for fish into the foaming main. Then thus Achilles, hear ye Greeks, and know whate'er we feel 'tis Jove inflicts the woe. Not else Atrides could our rage inflame, nor from my arms unwilling force the dame. 'Twas Jove's high will alone, o'erruling all, that doomed our strife and doomed the Greeks to fall. Go then, ye chiefs, indulge the genial rite. Achilles waits ye and expects the fight. The speedy council at his word adjourned. To their black vessels all the Greeks returned. Achilles sought his tent. His train before marched onward, bending with the gifts they bore. Those in the tents the squires industrious spread. The foaming coursers to the stalls they led, to their new seats the female captives move. Briseis, radiant as the queen of love, slow as she passed, beheld with sad survey, where gashed with cruel wounds Patroclus lay. Prone on the body fell the heavenly fair, beat her sad breast and tore her golden hair. All beautiful in grief, her humid eyes, shining with tears she lifts, and thus she cries, "Ah, youth forever dear, forever kind, once tender friend of my distracted mind. I left thee fresh in life, in beauty gay, now find thee cold in animated clay. What woes my wretched race of life attend, sorrows on sorrows never doomed to end. The first loved consort of my virgin bed, before these eyes in fatal battle bled. My 3 brave brothers in one mournful day, all trod the dark, irremeable way. Thy friendly hand upreared me from the plain, and dried my sorrows for a husband slain. Achilles' care you promised I should prove, the first, the dearest partner of his love. That rites divine should ratify the band, and make me empress in his native land. Accept these grateful tears, for thee they flow, for thee that ever felt another's woe." Her sister captives echoed groan for groan, nor mourned Patroclus' fortunes but their own. The leaders pressed the chief on every side. Unmoved he heard them, and with sighs denied. "If yet Achilles have a friend, whose care is bent to please him, this request forbear, till yonder sun descend. Ah, let me pay to grief and anguish one abstemious day." He spoke, and from the warriors turned his face, yet still the brother kings of Atreus' race. Nestor, Idomeneus, Ulysses sage, and Phoenix strive to calm his grief and rage. His rage they calm not, nor his grief control. He groans, he raves, he sorrows from his soul. "Thou too, Patroclus," thus his heart he vents, "once spread the inviting banquet in our tents. Thy sweet society, thy winning care, once stayed Achilles, rushing to the war. But now, alas! to death's cold arms resigned. What banquet but revenge can glad my mind? What greater sorrow could afflict my breast? What more if hoary Peleus were deceased? Who now, perhaps, in Phthia dreads to hear his son's sad fate, and drops a tender tear? What more, should Neoptolemus the brave, my only offspring, sink into the grave? If yet that offspring lives, I distant far, of all neglectful, wage a hateful war. I could not this cruel stroke attend. Fate claimed Achilles, but might spare his friend. I hoped Patroclus might survive, to rear my tender orphan with a parent's care. From Scyros' isle conduct him o'er the main, and glad his eyes with his paternal reign, the lofty palace, and the large domain. For Peleus breathes no more the vital air, or drags a wretched life of age and care, but till the news of my sad fate invades his hastening soul, and sinks him to the shades. Sighing, he said, his grief the heroes joined, each stole a tear for what he left behind. Their mingled grief the sire of heaven surveyed, and thus with pity to his blue-eyed maid. "Is then Achilles now no more thy care, and dost thou thus desert the great in war? Lo, where yon sails their canvas wings extend, all comfortless he sits, and wails his friend, ere thirst and want his forces have oppressed, haste and infuse ambrosia in his breast." He spoke, and sudden, at the word of Jove, shot the descending goddess from above. So swift through ether the shrill harpy springs, the wide air floating to her ample wings. To great Achilles she her flight addressed, and poured divine ambrosia in his breast, with nectar sweet, refection of the gods. Then, swift ascending, sought the bright abodes. Now issued from the ships the warrior train, and like a deluge poured upon the plain. As when the piercing blasts of Boreas blow, and scatter o'er the fields the driving snow, from dusky clouds the fleecy winter flies, whose dazzling luster whitens all the skies. So helms succeeding helms, so shields from shields, catch the quick beams, and brighten all the fields. Broad, glittering breastplates, spears with pointed rays, mix in one stream, reflecting blaze on blaze. Thick beats the center as the coursers bound, with splendor flame the skies, and laugh the fields around. Full in the midst, high towering o'er the rest, his limbs in arms divine Achilles dressed, arms which the father of the fire bestowed, forged on the eternal anvils of the god. Grief and revenge his furious heart inspire, his glowing eyeballs roll with living fire. He grinds his teeth, and furious with delay, o'erlooks the embattled host, and hopes the bloody day. The silver cuishes first his thighs enfold, Then o'er his breast was braced the hollow gold. The brazen sword a various baldric tied, that starred with gems hung glittering at his side. And like the moon, the broad refulgent shield blazed with long rays and gleamed athwart the field. So to night-wandering sailors, pale with fears, wide o'er the watery waste, a light appears, which on the far-seen mountain blazing high streams from some lonely watchtower to the sky. With mournful eyes they gaze and gaze again. Loud howls the storm and drives them o'er the main. Next, his high head the helmet graced. Behind, the sweepy crest hung floating in the wind, like the red star that from his flaming hair shakes down diseases, pestilence, and war, so streamed the golden honors from his head, trembled the sparkling plumes, and the loose glories shed. The chief beholds himself with wondering eyes. His arms he poises, and his motions tries. Buoyed by some inward force, he seems to swim, and feels a pinion lifting every limb. And now he shakes his great paternal spear, ponderous and huge, which not a Greek could rear. From Pelion's cloudy top an ash entire old Chiron felled, and shaped it for his sire, a spear which stern Achilles only wields, the death of heroes and the dread of fields. Automedon and Alcimus prepare the immortal coursers and the radiant car, the silver traces sweeping at their side, their fiery mouths resplendent bridles tied, the ivory-studded reins, returned behind, waved o'er their backs and to the chariot joined. The charioteer then whirled the lash around, and swift ascended at one active bound. All bright in heavenly arms, above his squire Achilles mounts, and sets the field on fire. Not brighter Phoebus, in the ethereal way, flames from his chariot, and restores the day. High o'er the host, all terrible he stands, and thunders to his steeds these dread commands. Xanthus and Balius, of Podarge's strain, unless ye boast that heavenly race in vain, be swift, be mindful of the load ye bear, and learn to make your master more your care. Through falling squadrons bear my slaughtering sword, nor, as ye left Patroclus, leave your lord. The generous Xanthus, as the words he said, seemed sensible of woe, and drooped his head. Trembling he stood before the golden wain, and bowed to dust the honors of his mane. When, strange to tell, so Juno willed, he broke eternal silence and portentous spoke. Achilles, yes, this day at least we bear thy rage in safety through the files of war. But come it will, the fatal time must come. Not ours the fault, but God decrees thy doom. Not through our crime or slowness in the course fell thy Patroclus, but by heavenly force. The bright, far-shooting god who gilds the day, confessed we saw him, tore his arms away. No, could our swiftness o'er the winds prevail, or beat the pinions of the western gale, all were in vain, the fates thy death demand due to a mortal and immortal hand. Then ceased forever by the Furies' tide his fateful voice. The intrepid chief replied with unabated rage, so let it be, portents and prodigies are lost on me. I know my fate, to die, to see no more my much-loved parents and my native shore. Enough, when heaven ordains I sink in night. Now perish Troy, he said, and rushed to fight. Illustration, Hercules' Book thanks argument. The battle of the gods and the acts of Achilles. Jupiter, upon Achilles' return to the battle, calls a council of the gods and permits them to assist either party. The terrors of the combat described, when the deities are engaged. Apollo encourages Aeneas to meet Achilles. After a long conversation, these two heroes encounter, but Aeneas is preserved by the assistance of Neptune. Achilles falls upon the rest of the Trojans and is upon the point of killing Hector, but Apollo conveys him away in a cloud. Achilles pursues the Trojans with a great slaughter. The same day continues. The scene is in the field before Troy. Thus round Pelides breathing war and blood Greece, sheathed in arms, beside her vessels stood, while near impending from a neighboring height, Troy's black battalions wait the shock of fight. Then Jove to Themis gives command, to call the gods to council in the starry hall. Swift o'er Olympus's 100 hills she flies, and summons all the senate of the skies. These shining on in long procession come to Jove's eternal adamantine dome. Not one was absent, not a rural power that haunts the verdant gloom, or rosy bower. Each fair-haired dryad of the shady wood, each azure sister of the silver flood, all but old Ocean, hoary sire, who keeps his ancient seat beneath the sacred deeps. On marble thrones, with lucid columns crowned, the work of Vulcan, sat the powers around. Even he whose trident sways the watery rain, heard the loud summons and forsook the main, assumed his throne amid the bright abodes, and questioned thus the sire of men and gods. What moves the god who heaven and earth commands, and grasps the thunder in his awful hands, thus to convene the whole ethereal state? Is Greece and Troy the subject in debate? Already met, the luring hosts appear, and death stands ardent on the edge of war. 'Tis true, the cloud-compelling power replies, this day we call the council of the skies in care of human race. Even Jove's own eye sees with regret unhappy mortals die. Far on Olympus's top in secret state, ourself will sit and see the hand of fate work out our will. Celestial powers, descend, and as your minds direct, your succor lend to either host. Troy soon must lie o'erthrown, if uncontrolled Achilles fights alone. Their troops but lately durst not meet his eyes. What can they now, if in his rage he rise? Assist them, gods, or Ilion's sacred wall may fall this day, though fate forbids the fall. He said, and fired their heavenly breasts with rage. On adverse parts the warring gods engage heaven's awful queen, and he whose azure round girds the vast globe, the maid in arms renowned, Hermes of profitable arts the sire, and Vulcan, the black sovereign of the fire. These to the fleet repair with instant flight. The vessels tremble as the gods alight. In aid of Troy, Latona, Phoebus came, Mars fiery-helmed, the laughter-loving dame Xanthus, whose streams in golden currents flow, and the chaste huntress of the silver bow. Ere yet the gods their various aid employ, each Argive bosom swelled with manly joy, while great Achilles, terror of the plain, long lost to battle, shone in arms again. Dr. Eadful he stood in front of all his host, pale Troy beheld, and seemed already lost. Her bravest heroes pant with inward fear, and trembling see another god of war. But when the powers descending swelled the fight, then tumult rose. Fierce rage and pale affright varied each face. Then discord sounds alarms, earth echoes, and the nations rush to arms. Now through the trembling shores Minerva calls, and now she thunders from the Grecian walls. Mars hovering o'er his Troy, his terror shrouds in gloomy tempests and a night of clouds. Now through each Trojan heart he fury pours, with voice divine from Ilion's topmost towers. Now shouts to sigh from her beauteous hill, the mountain shook, the rapid stream stood still. Above, the sire of gods his thunder rolls, and peals on peals redoubled rend the poles. Beneath, stern Neptune shakes the solid ground, the forests wave, the mountains nod around. Through all their summits tremble Ida's woods, and from their sources boil her 100 floods. Troy's turrets totter on the rocking plain, and the tossed navies beat the heaving main. Deep in the dismal regions of the dead, the infernal monarch reared his horrid head, leaped from his throne, lest Neptune's arm should lay his dark dominions open to the day, and pour in light on Pluto's drear abodes, abhorred by men and dreadful even to gods. The gods descending to battle. Such war the immortals wage, such horrors rend the world's vast concave when the gods contend. First, silver-shafted Phoebus took the plain against blue Neptune, monarch of the main. The god of arms his giant bulk displayed, opposed to Pallas, war's triumphant maid. Against Latona marched the son of May, the quivered Dian, sister of the day, her golden arrows sounding at her side. Saturnia, majesty of heaven, defied. With fiery Vulcan last in battle stands, the sacred flood that rolls on golden sands. Xanthus his name with those of heavenly birth, but called Scamander by the sons of earth. While thus the gods in various league engage, Achilles glowed with more than mortal rage. Hector he sought. In search of Hector turned his eyes around, for Hector only burned, and burst like lightning through the ranks, and vowed to glut the god of battles with his blood. Aeneas was the first who dared to stay. Apollo wedged him in the warrior's way, but swelled his bosom with undaunted might, half forced and half persuaded to the fight. Like young Lycaon, of the royal line, in voice and aspect, seemed the power divine, and bade the chief reflect how late with scorn in distant threats he braved the goddess born. Then thus the hero of Anchises' strain, to meet Pelides you persuade in vain. Already have I met, nor void of fear, observed the fury of his flying spear. From Ida's woods he chased us to the field, our force he scattered, and our herds he killed. Lyrnessus, Pedasus in ashes lay, but, Jove assisting, I survived the day. Else had I sunk oppressed in fatal fight by fierce Achilles and Minerva's might. Where'er he moved, the goddess shone before, and bathed his brazen lance in hostile gore. What mortal man Achilles can sustain? The immortals guard him through the dreadful plain, and suffer not his dart to fall in vain. Were God my aid, this arm should check his power, though strong in battle as a brazen tower. To whom the son of Jove, that god implore, and be what great Achilles was before. From heavenly Venus thou derivest thy strain, and he but from a sister of the main, an aged sea-god father of his line, but Jove himself, the sacred source of thine. Then lift thy weapon for a noble blow, nor fear the vaunting of a mortal foe. This said, and spirit breathed into his breast, through the thick troops the emboldened hero pressed. His venturous act the white-armed queen surveyed, and thus, assembling all the powers, she said, "Behold an action, gods, that claims your care, lo great Aeneas rushing to the war. Against Pelides he directs his course, Phoebus impels, and Phoebus gives him force. Restrain his bold career, at least to attend our favored hero, let some power descend. To guard his life and add to his renown, we, the great armament of heaven, came down. Hereafter let him fall, as fate's design, that spun so short his life's illustrious line. But lest some adverse god now cross his way, give him to know what powers assist this day. For how shall mortals stand the dire alarms, when heaven's refulgent host appear in arms? Thus she, and thus the god whose force can make the solid globe's eternal basis shake. Against the might of man, so feeble known, why should celestial powers exert their own? Suffice from yonder mount to view the scene, and leave to war the fates of mortal men. But if the armipotent, or god of light, obstruct Achilles, or commence the fight, thence on the gods of Troy we swift descend. Full soon, I doubt not, shall the conflict end, and these, in ruin and confusion hurled, yield to our conquering arms the lower world. Thus having said, the tyrant of the sea, Coerulean Neptune, rose and led the way. Advanced upon the field there stood a mound of earth congested, walled, and trenched around, in elder times to guard Alcides made, the work of Trojans with Minerva's aid. What time a vengeful monster of the main swept the wide shore and drove him to the plain. Here Neptune and the gods of Greece repair, with clouds encompassed and a veil of air. The adverse powers around Apollo laid crown the fair hills that silver Simois shade. In circle close each heavenly party sat, intent to form the future scheme of fate, but mix not yet in fight, though Jove on high gives the loud signal, and the heavens reply. Meanwhile the rushing armies hide the ground, the trampled center yields a hollow sound. Steeds cased in mail and chiefs in armor bright, the gleaming champaign glows with brazen light. Amid both hosts a dreadful space appear, there great Achilles, bold Aeneas here. With towering strides Aeneas first advanced, the nodding plumage on his helmet danced, spread o'er his breast the fencing shield he bore, and so he moved, his javelin flamed before. Not so Pelides, furious to engage, he rushed impetuous. Such the lion's rage, who viewing first his foes with scornful eyes, though all in arms the peopled city rise, stalks careless on, with unregarding pride, till at the length, by some brave youth defied, to his bold spear the savage turns alone. He murmurs fury with a hollow groan. He grins, he foams, he rolls his eyes around. Lashed by his tail, his heaving sides resound. He calls up all his rage. He grinds his teeth, resolved on vengeance or resolved on death. So fierce Achilles on Aeneas flies, so stands Aeneas, and his force defies. Ere yet the stern encounter joined begun, the seed of Thetis thus to Venus' son. Why comes Aeneas through the ranks so far? Seeks he to meet Achilles' arm in war, in hope the realms of Priam to enjoy, and prove his merits to the throne of Troy? Grant that beneath thy lance Achilles dies, the partial monarch may refuse the prize. Sons he has many, those thy pride may quell, and 'tis his fault to love those sons too well. Or, in reward of thy victorious hand, has Troy proposed some spacious tract of land, an ample forest or a fair domain, of hills for vines, and arable for grain? Even this, perhaps, will hardly prove thy lot. But can Achilles be so soon forgot? Once, as I think, you saw this brandished spear, and then the great Aeneas seemed to fear. With hearty haste from Ida's mount he fled, nor, till he reached Lyrnessus, turned his head. Her lofty walls not long our progress stayed. Those Pallas, Jove, and we in ruins laid. In Grecian chains her captive race were cast. 'Tis true, the great Aeneas fled too fast, defrauded of my conquest once before. What then I lost, the gods this day restore. Go, while thou mayst, avoid the threatened fate. Fools stay to feel it, and are wise too late. To this Anchises' son, such words employ to one that fears thee, some unwarlike boy. Such we disdain, the best may be defied with mean reproaches and unmanly pride. Unworthy the high race from which we came, proclaimed so loudly by the voice of fame. Each from illustrious fathers draws his line, each goddess-born, half human, half divine. Thetis this day, or Venus' offspring dies, and tears shall trickle from celestial eyes. For when two heroes thus derived contend, 'tis not in words the glorious strife can end. If yet thou further seek to learn my birth, a tale resounded through the spacious earth, hear how the glorious origin we prove. From ancient Dardanus, the first from Jove, Dardania's walls he raised, for Ilion then, the city since of many-languaged men, was not. The natives were content to till the shady foot of Ida's fountful hill. From Dardanus great Erichthonius springs, the richest once of Asia's wealthy kings. 3,000 mares his spacious pastures bred, 3,000 foals beside their mothers fed. Boreas, enamored of the sprightly train, concealed his godhead in a flowing mane, with voice dissembled to his loves he neighed, and coursed the dappled beauties o'er the mead. Hence sprung 12 others of unrivalled kind, swift as their mother mares and father wind. These lightly skimming, when they swept the plain, nor plied the grass, nor bent the tender grain, and when along the level seas they flew, scarce on the surface curled the briny dew. Such Erichthonius was, from him there came the sacred Tros, of whom the Trojan name. 3 sons renowned adorned his nuptial bed, Ilus, Assaracus, and Ganymed. The matchless Ganymed, divinely fair, whom heaven enamored snatched to upper air, to bear the cup of Jove, ethereal guest, the grace and glory of the ambrosial feast. The 2 remaining sons the line divide. First rose Laomedon from Ilus' side, from him Tithonus, now in cares grown old, and Priam blessed with Hector, brave and bold, Clytius and Lampus, ever-honored pair, and Hesitation, thunderbolt of war. From great Assaracus sprang Capys, he begat Anchises, and Anchises me. Such is our race, 'tis fortune gives us birth, but Jove alone endues the soul with worth. He, source of power and might, with boundless sway, all human courage gives or takes away. Long in the field of words we may contend, reproach is infinite, and knows no end. Armed or with truth or falsehood, right or wrong. So voluble a weapon is the tongue, wounded we wound, and neither side can fail, for every man has equal strength to rail. Women alone, when in the streets they jar, perhaps excel us in this wordy war. Like us they stand, encompassed with the crowd, and vent their anger impotent and loud. Cease then. Our business in the field of fight is not to question, but to prove our might. To all those insults thou hast offered here, receive this answer, 'tis my flying spear. He spoke. With all his force the javelin flung, fixed deep and loudly in the buckler rung. Far on his outstretched arm Pelides held, to meet the thundering lance, his dreadful shield, that trembled as it stuck, nor void of fear saw ere it fell, the immeasurable spear. His fears were vain, impenetrable charms secured the temper of the ethereal arms. Through 2 strong plates the point its passage held, but stopped and rested by the third repelled. 5 plates of various metal, various mold, composed the shield, of brass each outward fold, of tin each inward, and the middle gold. There stuck the lance. Then rising ere he threw, the forceful spear of great Achilles flew, and pierced the Dardan shield's extremest bound, where the shrill brass returned a sharper sound. Through the thin verge the Pelean weapon glides, and the slight covering of expanded hides. Aeneas his contracted body bends, and o'er him high the riven targe extends, sees through its parting plates the upper air, and at his back perceives the quivering spear. A fate so near him chills his soul with fright, and swims before his eyes the many-colored light. Achilles, rushing in with dreadful cries, Dr. Awes his broad blade, and at Aeneas flies. Aeneas, rousing as the foe came on, with force collected, heaves a mighty stone, a mass enormous, which in modern days no 2 of earth's degenerate sons could raise. But ocean's god, whose earthquakes rock the ground, saw the distress and moved the powers around. Lo, on the brink of fate, Aeneas stands, an instant victim to Achilles' hands, by Phoebus urged, but Phoebus has bestowed his aid in vain. The man o'erpowers the god. And can ye see this righteous chief atone with guiltless blood for vices not his own? To all the gods his constant vows were paid. Sure, though he wars for Troy, he claims our aid. Fate wills not this, nor thus can Jove resign. The future father of the Dardan line, the first great ancestor obtained his grace, and still his love descends on all the race. For Priam now, and Priam's faithless kind, at length are odious to the all-seeing mind. On great Aeneas shall devolve the reign, and sons succeeding sons the lasting line sustain. The great earth-shaker thus, to whom replies the imperial goddess with the radiant eyes, good as he is, to immolate or spare the Dardan prince, O Neptune. Be thy care. Pallas and I, by all that gods can bind, have sworn destruction to the Trojan kind, not even an instant to protract their fate, or save one member of the sinking state, till her last flame be quenched with her last gore, and even her crumbling ruins are no more. The king of ocean to the fight descends. Through all the whistling darts his course he bends, swift interposed between the warrior flies, and casts thick darkness o'er Achilles' eyes. From great Aeneas' shield the spear he drew, and at his master's feet the weapon threw. That done, with force divine he snatched on high the Dardan prince, and bore him through the sky, smooth gliding without step above the heads of warring heroes and of bounding steeds, till at the battle's utmost verge they light, where the slow calkins close the rear of fight. The godhead there his heavenly form confessed, with words like these the panting chief addressed. What power, O prince, with force inferior far, urged thee to meet Achilles' arm in war? Henceforth beware, nor antedate thy doom, defrauding fate of all thy fame to come. But when the day decreed, for come it must, shall lay this dreadful hero in the dust, let then the furies of that arm be known, secure no Grecian force transcends thy own. With that he left him wondering as he lay, then from Achilles chased the mist away. Sudden, returning with a stream of light, the scene of war came rushing on his sight. Then thus amazed, what wonders strike my mind? My spear that parted on the wings of wind, laid here before me, and the Dardan lord that fell this instant vanished from my sword. I thought alone with mortals to contend, but powers celestial sure this foe defend. Great as he is, our arms he scarce will try, content for once with all his gods to fly. Now then let others bleed. This said, aloud he vents his fury and inflames the crowd. O Greeks, he cries, and every rank alarms, join battle, man to man and arms to arms. 'Tis not in me, though favored by the sky, to mow whole troops and make whole armies fly. No god can singly such a host engage, not Mars himself, nor great Minerva's rage. But whatsoe'er Achilles can inspire, what are of active force or acting fire, whate'er this heart can prompt or hand obey, all, Achilles, Greeks, is yours today. Through yon wide host this arm shall scatter fear, and thin the squadrons with my single spear, he said, nor less elate with martial joy, the godlike Hector warmed the troops of Troy. Trojans, to war! Think, Hector leads you on, nor dread the vaunts of Peleus' haughty son. Deeds must decide our fate. E'en these with words insult the brave who tremble at their swords. The weakest atheist wretch all heaven defies, but shrinks and shudders when the thunder flies. Nor from yon boaster shall your chief retire, not though his heart were steel, his hands were fire. That fire, that steel your Hector should withstand, and brave that vengeful heart, that dreadful hand. Thus, breathing rage through all, the hero said, a wood of lances rises round his head. Clamors on clamors tempest all the air. They join, they throng, they thicken to the war. But Phoebus warns him from high heaven to shun the single fight with Thetis' godlike son. More safe to combat in the mingled band, nor tempt too near the terrors of his hand. He hears, obedient to the god of light, and plunged within the ranks, awaits the fight. Then fierce Achilles, shouting to the skies, on Troy's whole force with boundless fury flies. First falls Iphition at his army's head. Brave was the chief, and brave the host he led. From great Otrynteus he derived his blood. His mother was a Nice of the flood. Beneath the shades of Tmolus, crowned with snow, from Hyde's walls he ruled the lands below. Fierce as he springs, the sword his head divides, the parted visage falls on equal sides. With loud resounding arms he strikes the plain. while thus Achilles glories o'er the slain. Lie there, Otrantides. The Trojan earth receives thee dead, though Gygae boasts thy birth. Those beauteous fields where Halys waves are rolled, and plenteous Hermus swells with tides of gold, are thine no more, the insulting hero said, and left him sleeping in eternal shade. The rolling wheels of Greece the body tore, and dashed their axles with no vulgar gore. Demoleon next, Antenor's offspring, laid breathless in dust, the price of rashness paid. The impatient steel with full descending sway forced through his brazen helm its furious way, resistless drove the battered skull before, and dashed and mingled all the brains with gore. This sees Hippodamas, and seized with fright, deserts his chariot for a swifter flight. The lance arrests him, an ignoble wound, the panting Trojan rivets to the ground. He groans away his soul, not louder roars at Neptune's shrine on Hellas' high shores. The victim bull, the rocks rebellow round, and ocean listens to the grateful sound. Then fell on Polydore his vengeful rage, the youngest hope of Priam's stooping age, whose feet for swiftness in the race surpassed, of all his sons, the dearest and the last. To the forbidden field he takes his flight. In the first folly of a youthful knight, to vaunt his swiftness wheels around the plain, but vaunts not long, with all his swiftness slain. Struck where the crossing belts unite behind, and golden rings the double backplate joined, forth through the navel burst the thrilling steel. And on his knees with piercing shrieks he fell. The rushing entrails poured upon the ground his hands collect, and darkness wraps him round. When Hector viewed, all ghastly in his gore, thus sadly slain the unhappy Polydore, a cloud of sorrow overcast his sight. His soul no longer brooked the distant fight. Full in Achilles' dreadful front he came, and shook his javelin like a waving flame. The son of Peleus sees with joy possessed, his heart high bounding in his rising breast. And lo, the man on whom black fates attend, the man that slew Achilles is his friend. No more shall Hector's and Pelides' spear turn from each other in the walks of war. Then with revengeful eyes he scanned him o'er. Come and receive thy fate, he spake no more. Hector, undaunted thus, such words employ to one that dreads thee some unwarlike boy. Such we could give, defying and defied, mean intercourse of obloquy pride. I know thy force to mine superior far, but heaven alone confers success in war. Mean as I am, the gods may guide my dart, and give it entrance in a braver heart. Then parts the lance, but Pallas' heavenly breath far from Achilles wafts the winged death. The bidden dart again to Hector flies, and at the feet of its great master lies. Achilles closes with his hated foe, his heart and eyes with flaming fury glow. But present to his aid, Apollo shrouds the favored hero in a veil of clouds. Thrice struck Pelides with indignant heart, thrice in impassive air he plunged the dart, the spear a fourth time buried in the cloud. He foams with fury and exclaims aloud, Wretch! Thou hast scaped again. Once more thy flight has saved thee, and the partial god of light. But long thou shalt not thy just fate withstand, if any power assist Achilles' hand. Fly then inglorious. But thy flight this day, whole hecatombs of Trojan ghosts shall pay. With that he gluts his rage on numbers slain. Then Dr. Iops tumbled to the ensanguined plain, pierced through the neck, he left him panting there, and stopped Demuchus, great Philetor's heir. Gigantic chief, deep gashed the enormous blade, and for the soul an ample passage made. Laoganus and Dardanus expire, the valiant sons of an unhappy sire, both in one instant from the chariot hurled, sunk in one instant to the nether world. This difference only their sad fates afford, that one the spear destroyed and one the sword. Nor less unpitied, young Alastor bleeds. In vain his youth, in vain his beauty pleads. In vain he begs thee with a suppliant's moan to spare a form and age so like thy own. Unhappy boy, no prayer, no moving art, ere bent that fierce inexorable heart. While yet he trembled at his knees and cried, the ruthless falchion oped his tender side. The panting liver pours a flood of gore that drowns his bosom till he pants no more. Through Mulius' head then drove the impetuous spear. The warrior falls, transfixed from ear to ear. Thy life, Echeclus. Next the sword bereaves, deep though the front the ponderous falchion cleaves. Warmed in the brain the smoking weapon lies. The purple death comes floating o'er his eyes. Then brave Deucalion died. The dart was flung, where the knit nerves the pliant elbow strung. He dropped his arm, an unassisting weight, and stood all impotent, expecting fate. Full on his neck the falling falchion sped, from his broad shoulders hewed his crested head. Forth from the bone the spinal marrow flies, and sunk in dust the corpse extended lies. Rigmus, whose race from fruitful Thracia came, the son of Pyrrhus, an illustrious name, succeeds to fate, the spear his belly rends, prone from his car the thundering chief descends. The squire, who saw expiring on the ground his prostrate master, reined the steeds around. His back, scarce turned, the Pelian javelin gored, and stretched the servant o'er his dying lord. As when a flame the winding valley fills, and runs on crackling shrubs between the hills, then o'er the stubble up the mountain flies, fires the high woods and blazes to the skies. This way and that the spreading torrent roars. So sweeps the hero through the wasted shores. Around him wide, immense destruction pours, and earth is deluged with the sanguine showers, as with autumnal harvests covered o'er, and thick bestrewn lies Ceres' sacred floor. When round and round, with never wearied pain, the trampling steers beat out the unnumbered grain, so the fierce coursers, as the chariot rolls, tread down whole ranks and crush out heroes' souls. Dashed from their hoofs while o'er the dead they fly, black, bloody drops the smoking chariot die. The spiky wheels through heaps of carnage tore, and thick the groaning axles dropped with gore. High o'er the scene of death, Achilles stood, all grim with dust, all horrible in blood, yet still insatiate, still with rage on flame. Such is the lust of never-dying fame. Illustrated book argument. The battle in the river Scamander, 269. The Trojans fly before Achilles, some towards the town, others to the river Scamander. He falls upon the latter with great slaughter, takes 12 captives alive to sacrifice to the shade of Patroclus, and kills Lycaon and Asteropaeus. Scamander attacks him with all his waves. Neptune and Pallas assist the hero. Simois joins Scamander. At length Vulcan, by the instigation of Juno, almost dries up the river. This combat ended, the other gods engage each other. Meanwhile, Achilles continues the slaughter, drives the rest into Troy. Agenor only makes a stand, and is conveyed away in a cloud by Apollo, who, to delude Achilles, takes upon him Agenor's shape, and while he pursues him in that disguise, gives the Trojans an opportunity of retiring into their city. The same day continues. The scene is on the banks and in the stream of Scamander. And now to Xanthus' gliding stream they drove. Xanthus, immortal progeny of Jove. The river here divides the flying train. Part to the town fly diverse o'er the plain, where late their troops triumphant bore the fight, now chased and trembling in ignoble flight. These with a gathered mist, Saturnia shrouds, and rolls behind the rout a heap of clouds. Part plunge into the stream. Old Xanthus roars, the flashing billows beat the whitened shores. With cries promiscuous all the banks resound, and here and there, in eddies whirling round, the flouncing steeds and shrieking warriors drowned. As the scorched locusts from their fields retire, while fast behind them runs the blaze of fire. Dr. Ivan from the land before the smoky cloud, the clustering legions rush into the flood. So, plunged in Xanthus by Achilles' force, roars the resounding surge with men and horse. His bloody lance the hero casts aside, which spreading tamarisks on the margin hide. Then, like a god, the rapid billows braves, armed with his sword, high brandished o'er the waves. Now down he plunges, now he whirls it round. Deep groan the waters with the dying sound. Repeated wounds the reddening river dyed, and the warm purple circled on the tide. Swift through the foamy flood the Trojans fly, and close in rocks or winding caverns lie. So the huge dolphin tempesting the main, in shoals before him fly the scaly train. Confusedly heaped they seek their inmost caves, or pant and heave beneath the floating waves. Now, tired with slaughter from the Trojan band, 12 chosen youths he drags alive to land. With their rich belts their captive arms restrains, late their proud ornaments, but now their chains. These his attendants to the ships conveyed, sad victims destined to Patroclus' shade. Then, as once more he plunged amid the flood, the young Lycaon in his passage stood, the son of Priam, whom the hero's hand but late made captive in his father's land. As from a sycamore his sounding steel lopped the green arms to spoke a chariot wheel. To Lemnos' isle he sold the royal slave, where Jason's son the price demanded gave. But kind Eetion, touching on the shore, the ransomed prince to fair Erisbe bore. 10 days were past, since in his father's reign he felt the sweets of liberty again. The next, that God whom men in vain withstand gives the same youth to the same conquering hand, now never to return, and doomed to go a sadder journey to the shades below. His well-known face when great Achilles eyed, the helm and visor he had cast aside, with wild affright, and dropped upon the field his useless lance and unavailing shield, as trembling, panting, from the stream he fled, and knocked his faltering knees, the hero said, "Ye mighty gods, what wonders strike my view? Is it in vain our conquering arms subdue? Sure I shall see yon heaps of Trojans killed, rise from the shades and brave me on the field, as now the captive whom so late I bound and sold to Lemnos stalks on Trojan ground. Not him the sea's unmeasured deeps detain, that bar such numbers from their native plain. Lo, he returns. Try then my flying spear. Try, if the grave can hold the wanderer, if earth at length this active prince can seize, earth whose strong grasp has held down Hercules." Thus while he spoke, the Trojan pale with fears approached, and sought his knees with suppliant tears, loth as he was to yield his youthful breath, and his soul shivering at the approach of death. Achilles raised the spear, prepared to wound. He kissed his feet, extended on the ground, and while above the spear suspended stood, longing to dip its thirsty point in blood, one hand embraced them close, one stopped the dart, while thus these melting words attempt his heart. "Thy well-known captive, great Achilles, see, once more Lycaon trembles at thy knee. Some pity to a suppliant's name afford, who shared the gifts of Ceres at thy board, whom late thy conquering arm to Lemnos bore, far from his father, friends, and native shore. 100 oxen were his price that day. Now sums immense thy mercy shall repay. Scarce respited from woes I yet appear, and scarce 12 morning suns have seen me here. Lo, Jove again submits me to thy hands, again her victim cruel fate demands. I sprang from Priam and Lautho fair, old Alta's daughter and Lelagia's heir, who held in Pedasus his famed abode, and ruled the fields where silver Satnio flowed. 2 sons, alas, unhappy sons, she bore, for one spear shall drink each brother's gore, and I succeed to slaughtered Polydore. How from that arm of terror shall I fly? Some demon urges, 'tis my doom to die. If ever yet soft pity touch thy mind, think not me too much of Hector's kind. Not the same mother gave thy suppliant breath with his who wrought thy loved Patroclus' death." These words, attended with a shower of tears, the youth addressed to unrelenting ears. "Talk not of life or ransom. Patroclus dead, whoever meets me dies. In vain a single Trojan sues for grace, but least the sons of Priam's hateful race. Die then, my friend, what boots it to deplore? The great, the good Patroclus is no more. He, far thy better, was foredoomed to die, and thou, dost thou bewail mortality? Seest thou not me, whom nature's gifts adorn, sprung from a hero, from a goddess born? The day shall come, which nothing can avert, when by the spear, the arrow, or the dart, by night or day, by force or by design, impending death and certain fate are mine." "Die then," he said, and as the word he spoke, the fainting stripling sank before the stroke. His hand forgot its grasp and left the spear, while all his trembling frame confessed his fear. Sudden Achilles his broad sword displayed, and buried in his neck the reeking blade. Prone fell the youth, and panting on the land, the gushing purple dyed the thirsty sand. The victor to the stream the carcass gave, and thus insults him, floating on the wave. "Lie there, Lycaon. Let the fish surround thy bloated corpse, and suck thy gory wound. There no sad mother shall thy funerals weep, but swift Scamander roll thee to the deep, whose every wave some watery monster brings, to feast unpunished on the fat of kings. So perish Troy, and all the Trojan line. Such ruin theirs, and such compassion mine. What boots ye now Scamander's worshipped stream, his earthly honors and immortal name? In vain your immolated bulls are slain, your living coursers glut his gulfs in vain. Thus he rewards you with this bitter fate, thus till the Grecian vengeance is complete. Thus is atoned Patroclus' honored shade, and the short absence of Achilles paid." These boastful words provoke the raging god, with fury swells the violated flood. What means divine may yet the power employ, to check Achilles and to rescue Troy? Meanwhile the hero springs in arms to dare, the great Asteropaeus to mortal war, the son of Pelagon, whose lofty line flows from the source of Axius, stream divine. Fair Peribaea's love the god had crowned, with all his refluent waters circled round. On him Achilles rushed, he fearless stood and shook 2 spears, advancing from the flood. The flood impelled him on Pelides' head to avenge his waters choked with heaps of dead. Near as they drew, Achilles thus began, "What art thou, boldest of the race of man? Who, or from whence? Unhappy is the sire whose son encounters our resistless ire. O son of Peleus, what avails to trace, the warrior, our illustrious race? From rich Paeonia's valleys I command, armed with pretended spears, my native band. Now shines the 10th bright morning since I came, in aid of Ilion, to the fields of fame. Axius, who swells with all the neighboring rills, and wide around the floated region fills, begot my sire, whose spear much glory won. Now lift thy arm and try that hero's son." Threatening, he said, the hostile chiefs advance. At once Asteropaeus discharged each lance, for both his dexterous hands the lance could wield. One struck but pierced not the Vulcanian shield. One raised Achilles' hand, the spouting blood spun forth. In earth the fastened weapon stood. Like lightning, next the Pelian javelin flies. Its erring fury hissed along the skies. Deep in the swelling bank was driven the spear, even to the middle earth, and quivered there. Then from his side the sword Pelides drew, and on his foe with double fury flew. The foe thrice tugged and shook the rooted wood. Repulsive of his might the weapon stood. The 4th he tries to break the spear in vain. Bent as he stands, he tumbles to the plain. His belly opened with a ghastly wound, the reeking entrails pour upon the ground. Beneath the hero's feet he panting lies, and his eye darkens and his spirit flies. While the proud victor thus triumphing said, his radiant armor tearing from the dead, "So ends thy glory, such the fate they prove, who strive presumptuous with the sons of Jove. Sprung from a river didst thou boast thy line, but great Saturnius is the source of mine. How durst thou vaunt thy watery progeny? Of Peleus, Eacus, and Jove am I, the race of these superior far to those, as he that thunders to the stream that flows. What rivers can, Scamander might have shown, but Jove he dreads, nor wars against his son. Even Achelous might contend in vain, and all the roaring billows of the main. The eternal ocean, from whose fountains flow the seas, the rivers, and the springs below, the thundering voice of Jove abhors to hear, and in his deep abysses shakes with fear." He said, then from the bank his javelin tore, and left the breathless warrior in his gore. The floating tides the bloody carcass lave, and beat against it, wave succeeding wave, till rolled between the banks it lies the food of curling eels and fishes of the flood. All scattered round the stream, their mightiest slain, the amazed Paeonians scour along the plain. He vents his fury on the flying crew. Thrasius, Astyplus, and Mnesis slew. Mydon, Thersilochus with Aeneas fell, and numbers more his lance had plunged to hell. But from the bottom of his gulfs profound Scamander spoke. The shores returned the sound. "O first of mortals, for the gods are thine, in valor matchless and in force divine. If Jove have given thee every Trojan head, 'tis not on me thy rage should heap the dead. See, my choked streams no more their course can keep, nor roll their wonted tribute to the deep. Turn then, impetuous. From our injured flood, content thy slaughters could amaze a god." In human form, confessed before his eyes, the river thus, and thus the chief replies, "O sacred stream, thy word we shall obey, but not till Troy the destined vengeance pay, not till within her towers the perjured train shall pant and tremble at our arms again, not till proud Hector, guardian of her wall, or stain this lance, or see Achilles fall." He said, and drove with fury on the foe. Then to the godhead of the silver bow, the yellow flood began. "O son of Jove! Was not the mandate of the sire above full and express, that Phoebus should employ his sacred arrows in defense of Troy, and make her conquer till Hyperion's fall in awful darkness hide the face of all?" He spoke in vain. The chief without dismay plows through the boiling surge his desperate way. Then rising in his rage above the shores, from all his deep the bellowing river roars. Huge heaps of slain disgorges on the coast, and round the banks the ghastly dead are tossed, while all before the billows ranged on high, a watery bulwark, screen the bands who fly. Now bursting on his head with thundering sound, the falling deluge whelms the hero round. his loaded shield bends to the rushing tide. His feet, upborne, scarce the strong flood divide, slittering and staggering. On the border stood a spreading elm that overhung the flood. He seized a bending bough, his steps to stay. The plant uprooted to his weight gave way. Heaving the bank and undermining all, loud flashed the waters to the rushing fall of the thick foliage. The large trunk displayed, bridged the rough flood across. The hero stayed on this his weight, and raised upon his hand, leaped from the channel, and regained the land. Then blackened the wild waves, the murmur rose, the god pursues, a huger billow throws, and bursts the bank, ambitious to destroy the man whose fury is the fate of Troy. He like the warlike eagle speeds his pace, swiftest and strongest of the aerial race. Far as a spear can fly, Achilles springs. At every bound his clanging armor rings. Now here, now there, he turns on every side, and wins his course before the following tide. The waves flow after, wheresoe'er he wheels, and gather fast, and murmur at his heels. So when a peasant to his garden brings soft rills of water from the bubbling springs, and calls the floods from high to bless his bowers, and feed with pregnant streams the plants and flowers, soon as he clears water their passage stayed, and marks the future current with his spade, swift o'er the rolling pebbles down the hills, louder and louder purl the falling rills. Before him scattering they prevent his pains, and shine in mazy wanderings o'er the plains. Still flies Achilles, but before his eyes still swift Scamander rolls where he flies. Not all his speed escapes the rapid floods, the first of men, but not a match for gods. Oft as he turned the torrent to oppose, and bravely try if all the powers were foes, so oft the surge in watery mountains spread, beats on his back, or bursts upon his head. Yet dauntless still the adverse flood he braves, and still indignant bounds above the waves. Tired by the tides, his knees relax with toil, washed from beneath him slides the slimy soil. When thus, his eyes on heaven's expansion thrown, forth bursts the hero with an angry groan. Is there no god Achilles to befriend, no power to avert his miserable end? Prevent, O Jove, this ignominious date, and make my future life the sport of fate. Of all heaven's oracles believed in vain, but most of Thetis must her son complain. By Phoebus's darts she prophesied my fall, in glorious arms before the Trojan wall. Oh, had I died in fields of battle warm, stretched like a hero by a hero's arm. Might Hector's spear this dauntless bosom rend, and my swift soul o'ertake my slaughtered friend. Ah, no, Achilles meets a shameful fate, oh, how unworthy of the brave and great. Like some vile swain, whom on a rainy day, crossing a ford, the torrent sweeps away, an unregarded carcass to the sea. Neptune and Pallas haste to his relief, and thus in human form addressed the chief, the power of ocean first. Forbear thy fear, O son of Peleus. Lo, thy gods appear. Behold, from Jove descending to thy aid, propitious Neptune and the blue-eyed maid. Stay, and the furious flood shall cease to rave. 'Tis not thy fate to glut his angry wave. But thou, the counsel heaven suggests, attend, nor breathe from combat, nor thy sword suspend, till Troy receive her flying sons, till all her routed squadrons pant behind their wall. Hector alone shall stand his fatal chance, and Hector's blood shall smoke upon thy lance. Thine is the glory doomed. Thus spake the gods, then swift ascended to the bright abodes. Stung with new ardor, thus by heaven impelled, he springs impetuous and invades the field. O'er all the expanded plain the waters spread, heaved on the bounding billows danced the dead, floating midst scattered arms, while casques of gold and turned-up bucklers glittered as they rolled. High o'er the surging tide by leaps and bounds he wades and mounts, the parted wave resounds. Not a whole river stops the hero's course, while Pallas fills him with immortal force. With equal rage indignant Xanthus roars, and lifts his billows and o'erwhelms his shores. Then thus to Simois: Haste, my brother flood, and check this mortal that controls a god. Our bravest heroes else shall quit the fight, and Ilion tumble from her towery height. Call then thy subject streams, and bid them roar. From all thy fountains swell thy watery store. With broken rocks, and with a load of dead, charge the black surge, and pour it on his head. Mark how resistless through the floods he goes, and boldly bids the warring gods be foes. But nor that force, nor form divine to sight, shall aught avail him, if our rage unite. Whelmed under our dark gulfs those arms shall lie, that blaze so dreadful in each Trojan eye, and deep beneath a sandy mountain hurled, immersed remain this terror of the world. Such ponderous ruin shall confound the place. No Greek shall ere his perished relics grace. No hand his bones shall gather or inhume. These his cold rites, and this his watery tomb. Illustration. Achilles contending with the rivers. He said, and on the chief descends amain, increased with gore and swelling with the slain. Then, murmuring from his beds, he boils, he raves, and a foam whitens on the purple waves. At every step before Achilles stood the crimson surge, and deluged him with blood. Fear touched the queen of heaven, she saw dismayed. She called aloud and summoned Vulcan's aid. Rise to the war, the insulting flood requires thy wasteful arm. Assemble all thy fires. While to their aid, by our command enjoined, rush the swift eastern and the western wind. These from old ocean at my word shall blow, pour the red torrent on the watery foe, courses and arms to one bright ruin turn, and hissing rivers to their bottoms burn. Go, mighty in thy rage, display thy power, Dr. Ink the whole flood the crackling trees devour. Scorch all the banks, and, till our voice reclaim, exert the unwearied furies of the flame. The power ignipotent her word obeys. Wide o'er the plain he pours the boundless blaze, at once consumes the dead and dries the soil, and the shrunk waters in their channel boil. As when autumnal Boreas sweeps the sky, and instant blows the watered gardens dry, so looked the field, so whitened was the ground, while Vulcan breathed the fiery blast around. Swift on the sedgy reeds the ruin preys, along the margin winds the running blaze. The trees in flaming rows to ashes turn, the flowering lotos and the tamarisk burn, broad elm and cypress rising in a spire, the watery willows hiss before the fire. Now glow the waves, the fishes pant for breath, the eels lie twisting in the pangs of death. Now flounce aloft, now dive the scaly fry, or gasping turn their bellies to the sky. At length the river reared his languid head, and thus, short panting, to the god he said, O Vulcan, oh, what power resists thy might? I faint, I sink, unequal to the fight I yield. Let Iliad fall, if fate decree. Ah, bend no more thy fiery arms on me. He ceased, wide conflagration blazing round, the bubbling waters yield a hissing sound. As when the flames beneath a cauldron rise, to melt the fat of some rich sacrifice, amid the fierce embrace of circling fires, the waters foam, the heavy smoke aspires. So boils the imprisoned flood, forbid to flow, and choked with vapors feels his bottom glow. To Juno then, imperial queen of air, the burning river sends his earnest prayer. Ah, why, Saturnia, must thy son engage me, only me, with all his wasteful rage? On other gods his dreadful arm employ, for mightier gods assert the cause of Troy. Submissive I desist if thou command, but withdraw this all-destroying hand. Hear then my solemn oath, to yield to fate unaided Ilion and her destined state, till Greece shall gird her with destructive flame, and in one ruin sink the Trojan name. His warm entreaty touched Saturnia's ear. She bade the ignipotent his rage forbear. Recall the flame, nor an immortal cause infest a god. The obedient flame withdraws. Again the branching streams begin to spread, and soft remurmur in their wonted bed. While these by Juno's will the strife resign, the warring gods in fierce contention join. Rekindling rage, each heavenly breast alarms. With horrid clangor, shock the ethereal arms. Heaven in loud thunder bids the trumpet sound, and wide beneath them groans the rending ground. Jove, as his sport, the dreadful scene descries, and views contending gods with careless eyes. The power of battles lifts his brazen spear, and first assaults the radiant queen of war. What moved thy madness, thus to disunite ethereal minds and mix all heaven in fight? What wonder this, when in thy frantic mood thou drovest a mortal to insult a god? Thy impious hand Tydides' javelin bore, and madly bathed it in celestial gore. He spoke and smote the long resounding shield, which bears Jove's thunder on its dreadful field, the adamantine aegis of her sire, that turns the glancing bolt and forked fire. Then heaved the goddess in her mighty hand a stone, the limit of the neighboring land, there fixed from eldest times, black, craggy, vast. This at the heavenly homicide she cast. Thundering he falls, a mass of monstrous size, and 7 broad acres covers as he lies. The stunning stroke his stubborn nerves unbound. Loud o'er the fields his ringing arms resound. The scornful dame her conquest views with smiles, and glorying thus the prostrate god reviles. Hast thou not yet, insatiate fury, known how far Minerva's force transcends thy own? Juno, whom thou rebellious darest withstand, corrects thy folly thus by Pallas' hand. Thus meets thy broken faith with just disgrace, and partial aid to Troy's perfidious race. The goddess spoke, and turned her eyes away, that beaming round diffused celestial day. Jove's Cyprian daughter, stooping on the land, lent to the wounded god her tender hand. Slowly he rises, scarcely breathes with pain, and, propped on her fair arm, forsakes the plain. This the bright empress of the heavens surveyed, and scoffing, thus to war's victorious maid. Lo, what an aid on Mars' side is seen, the smiles and love's unconquerable queen. Mark with what insolence, in open view, she moves. Let Pallas, if she dares, pursue. Minerva smiling heard, the pair o'ertook, and slightly on her breast the wanton strook. She, unresisting, fell, her spirits fled. On earth together lay the lovers spread. And like these heroes be the fate of all, Minerva cries, who guard the Trojan wall. To Grecian gods such let the Phrygian be, so dread, so fierce as Venus is to me. Then from the lowest stone shall Troy be moved. Thus she, and Juno with a smile approved. Meantime, to mix in more than mortal fight, the god of ocean dares the god of light. What sloth has seized us, when the fields around ring with conflicting powers, and heaven returns the sound? Shall ignominious we with shame retire, no deed performed to our Olympian sire? Come, prove thy arm? For first the war to wage suits not my greatness or superior age. Rash as thou art to prop the Trojan throne, forgetful of my wrongs and of thy own, and guard the race of proud Laomedon. Hast thou forgot how at the monarch's prayer we shared the lengthened labors of a year? Troy walls I raised, for such were Jove's commands, and yon proud bulwarks grew beneath my hands. Thy task it was to feed the bellowing droves along fair Ida's vales and pendant groves. But when the circling seasons in their train brought back the grateful day that crowned our pain, with menace stern, the fraudful king defied our latent godhead and the prize denied. Mad as he was, he threatened servile bands, and doomed us exiles far in barbarous lands. Incensed, we heavenward fled with swiftest wing, and destined vengeance on the perjured king. Dost thou for this afford proud Ilion grace, and not, like us, infest the faithless race? Like us, their present future sons destroy, and from its deep foundations heave their Troy. Apollo thus, to combat for mankind, ill suits the wisdom of celestial mind. For what is man? Calamitous by birth, they owe their life and nourishment to earth, like yearly leaves, that now with beauty crowned, smile on the sun, now wither on the ground. To their own hands commit the frantic scene, nor mix immortals in a cause so mean. Then turns his face, far beaming heavenly fires, and from the senior power submiss retires. Him thus retreating, Artemis upbraids, the quivered huntress of the sylvan shades. And is it thus the youthful Phoebus flies, and yields to ocean's hoary sire the prize? How vain that martial pomp, and dreadful show of pointed arrows and the silver bow! Now boast no more in yon celestial bower, thy force can match the great earth-shaking power. Silent he heard the queen of woods upbraid. Not so Saturnia bore the vaunting maid, but furious thus. What insolence has driven thy pride to face the majesty of heaven? What though, by Jove, the female plague designed, fierce to the feeble race of womankind? The wretched matron feels thy piercing dart. Thy sex is tyrant with a tiger's heart. What though tremendous in the woodland chase, thy certain arrows pierce the savage race? How dares thy rashness on the powers divine employ those arms, or match thy force with mine? Learn hence, no more unequal war to wage. She said, and seized her wrists with eager rage. These in her left hand locked, her right untied, the bow, the quiver, and its plumy pride. About her temples flies the busy bow. Now here, now there, she wins her from the blow. The scattering arrows, rattling from the case, doctor up round, and idly mark the dusty place. Swift from the field the baffled huntress flies, and scarce restrains the torrent in her eyes. So, when the falcon wings her way above, to the cleft cavern speeds the gentle dove. Not fated yet to die, their safe retreats, yet still her heart against the marble beats. To her Latona hastes with tender care, whom Hermes viewing thus declines the war. How shall I face the dame who gives delight to him whose thunders blacken heaven with night? Go, matchless goddess! triumph in the skies, and boast my conquest while I yield the prize." He spoke and passed. Latona, stooping low, collects the scattered shafts and fallen bough that, glittering on the dust, lay here and there, dishonored relics of Diana's war. Then swift pursued her to her blessed abode, where, all confused, she sought the sovereign god. Weeping, she grasped his knees. The ambrosial vest shook with her sighs and panted on her breast. The sire superior smiled and bade her show what heavenly hand had caused his daughter's woe. Abashed, she names his own imperial spouse, and the pale crescent fades upon her brows. Thus they above, while swiftly gliding down, Apollo enters Ilion's sacred town. The guardian god now trembled for her wall, and feared the Greeks, though fate forbade her fall. Back to Olympus, from the war's alarms, return the shining bands of gods in arms, some proud in triumph, some with rage on fire, and take their thrones around the ethereal sire. Through blood, through death, Achilles still proceeds, o'er slaughtered heroes, and o'er rolling steeds. As when avenging flames with fury driven, on guilty towns exert the wrath of heaven, the pale inhabitants some fall, some fly, and the red vapors purple all the sky. So raged Achilles, death and dire dismay, and toils and terrors filled the dreadful day. High on a turret hoary Priam stands, and marks the waste of his destructive hands. Views from his arm the Trojan's scattered flight, and the near hero rising on his sight. No stop, no check, no aid. With feeble pace, and settled sorrow on his aged face, fast as he could, he sighing quits the walls, and thus descending on the guards he calls. "You to whose care our city gates belong, set wide your portals to the flying throng. For lo, he comes with unresisted sway. He comes, and desolation marks his way. But when within the walls our troops take breath, lock fast the brazen bars, and shut out death." Thus charged the reverent monarch. Wide were flung the opening folds, the sounding hinges rung. Phoebus rushed forth the flying bands to meet, struck slaughter back and covered the retreat. On heaps the Trojans crowd to gain the gate, and gladsome see their last escape from fate. Thither, all parched with thirst, a heartless train, hoary with dust, they beat the hollow plain, and gasping, panting, fainting, labor on, with heavier strides that lengthen toward the town. Enraged Achilles follows with his spear, wild with revenge, insatiable of war. Then had the Greeks eternal praise acquired, and Troy inglorious to her walls retired. But he, the god who darts ethereal flame, shot down to save her and redeem her. To young Agenor force divine he gave, Antenor's offspring, haughty, bold, and brave. In aid of him, beside the beach he sate, and wrapped in clouds restrained the hand of fate. When now the generous youth Achilles spies, thick beats his heart, the troubled motions rise. So, ere a storm, the waters heave and roll, he stops and questions thus his mighty soul. "What, shall I fly this terror of the plain, like others fly, and be like others slain? Vain hope, to shun him by the self-same road, yon line of slaughtered Trojans lately trod. No, with the common heap I scorn to fall. What if they passed me to the Trojan wall, while I decline to yonder path that leads to Ida's forests and surrounding shades? So may I reach, concealed, the cooling flood, from my tired body wash the dirt and blood, as soon as night her dusky veil extends, return in safety to my Trojan friends. What if? But wherefore all this vain debate? Stand I to doubt, within the reach of fate? Even now, perhaps, ere yet I turn the wall, the fierce Achilles sees me, and I fall. Such is his swiftness, 'tis in vain to fly, and such his valor, that who stands must die. Howe'er 'tis better, fighting for the state, here and in public view to meet my fate. Yet sure he too is mortal. He may feel, like all the sons of earth, the force of steel. One only soul informs that dreadful frame, and Jove's sole favor gives him all his fame. He said, and stood collected in his might, and all his beating bosom claimed the fight. So from some deep-grown wood a panther starts, roused from his thicket by a storm of darts. Untaught to fear or fly, he hears the sounds of shouting hunters and of clamorous hounds. Though struck, though wounded, scarce perceives the pain, and the barbed javelin stings his breast in vain. On their whole war, untamed, the savage flies, and tears his hunter, or beneath him dies. Not less resolved, Antenor's valiant heir confronts Achilles and awaits the war. Disdainful of retreat, high held before, his shield, a broad circumference, he bore. Then graceful as he stood, in act to throw, the lifted javelin, thus bespoke the foe. How proud Achilles glories in his fame, and hopes this day to sink the Trojan name beneath her ruins. Know that hope is vain. 1,000 woes, 1,000 toils remain. Parents and children our just arms employ, and strong and many are the sons of Troy. Great as thou art, even thou mayst stain with gore these Phrygian fields and press a foreign shore. He said, with matchless force the javelin flung smote on his knee, the hollow cuishes rung beneath the pointed steel, but safe from harms, he stands impassive in the ethereal arms. Then fiercely rushing on the daring foe, his lifted arm prepares the fatal blow. But jealous of his fame, Apollo shrouds the godlike Trojan in a veil of clouds. Safe from pursuit and shut from mortal view, dismissed with fame, the favored youth withdrew. Meanwhile the god, to cover their escape, assumes Agenor's habit, voice and shape, flies from the furious chief in this disguise. The furious chief still follows where he flies. Now o'er the fields they stretch with lengthened strides, now urge the course where swift Scamander glides. The god, now distant scarce a stride before, tempts his pursuit, and wheels about the shore, while all the flying troops their speed employ, and pour on heaps into the walls of Troy. No stop, no stay, no thought to ask or tell, who 'scaped by flight, or who by battle fell. 'Twas tumult all, and violence of flight, and sudden joy confused and mixed affright. Pale Troy against Achilles shuts her gate, and nations breathe delivered from their fate. Book the 12th. Argument. The death of Hector. The Trojans being safe within the walls, Hector only stays to oppose Achilles. Priam is struck at his approach and tries to persuade his son to re-enter the town. Hecuba joins her entreaties, but in vain. Hector consults within himself what measures to take, but at the advance of Achilles his resolution fails him, and he flies. Achilles pursues him thrice round the walls of Troy. The gods debate concerning the fate of Hector. At length Minerva descends to the aid of Achilles. She deludes Hector in the shape of Deiphobus. He stands the combat and is slain. Achilles drags the dead body at his chariot in the sight of Priam and Hecuba. Their lamentations, tears, and despair. Their cries reach the ears of Andromache, who, ignorant of this, was retired into the inner part of the palace. She mounts up to the walls and beholds her dead husband. She swoons at the spectacle. Her excess of grief and lamentation. The 30th day still continues. The scene lies under the walls and on the battlements of Troy. Thus to their bulwarks, smit with panic fear, the herded Ilians rush like driven deer. There safe they wipe the briny drops away, and drown in bowls the labors of the day. Close to the walls, advancing o'er the fields, beneath one roof of well-compacted shields, march, bending on, the Greeks' embodied powers, far stretching in the shade of Trojan towers. Great Hector singly stayed, chained down by fate. There fixed he stood before the Scaean gate, still his bold arms determined to employ, the guardian still of long-defended Troy. Apollo now to tired Achilles turns. The power confessed in all his glory burns. And what, he cries, has Peleus' son in view, with mortal speed a godhead to pursue? For not to thee to know the gods is given, unskilled to trace the latent marks of heaven. What boots thee now that Troy forsook the plain? The vain thy past labor and thy present vain. Safe in their walls are now her troops bestowed, while here thy frantic rage attacks a god. The chief incensed. Too partial god of day, to check my conquests in the middle way. How few in Ilion else had refuge found. What gasping numbers now had bit the ground. Thou robb'st me of a glory justly mine, powerful of godhead and of fraud divine. Mean fame, alas, for one of heavenly strain, to cheat a mortal who repines in vain. Then to the city, terrible and strong, with high and haughty steps he towered along. So the proud courser, victor of the prize, to the near goal with double ardor flies. Him, as he blazing shot across the field, the careful eyes of Priam first beheld. Not half so dreadful rises to the sight, through the thick gloom of some tempestuous night, Orion's dog, the year when autumn weighs, and o'er the feebler stars exerts his rays. Terrific glory, for his burning breath taints the red air with fevers, plagues, and death. So flamed his fiery mail. Then wept the sage. He strikes his reverend head, now white with age. He lifts his withered arms, obtests the skies. He calls his much-loved son with feeble cries. The son, resolved Achilles' force to dare, full at the Scaean gates expects the war. while the sad father on the rampart stands, and thus adjures him with extended hands. Ah, stay not, guardless and alone, Hector, my loved, my dearest, bravest son. Methinks already I behold thee slain, and stretched beneath that fury of the plain. Implacable Achilles, mightst thou be to all the gods no dearer than to me. Thee, vultures wild should scatter round the shore, and bloody dogs grow fiercer from thy gore. How many valiant sons I late enjoyed, valiant in vain, by thy cursed arm destroyed, or, worse than slaughtered, sold in distant isles to shameful bondage and unworthy toils. Two, while I speak, my eyes in vain explore. Two, from one mother sprung, my Polydore and loved Lycaon, now perhaps no more. Oh, if in yonder hostile camp they live, what heaps of gold, what treasures would I give! Their grandsire's wealth, by right of birth their own, consigned his daughter with Lelagia's throne. But if, which heaven forbid, already lost, all pale they wander on the Stygian coast, what sorrows then must their sad mother know? What anguish unutterable woe! Yet less that anguish, less to her to me, less to all Troy, if not deprived of thee. Yet shun Achilles. Enter yet the wall, and spare thyself, thy father, spare us all. Save thy dear life, or if a soul so brave neglect that thought, thy dearer glory save. Pity while yet I live these silver hairs, while yet thy father feels the woes he bears, yet cursed with sense. A wretch, whom in his rage, all trembling on the verge of helpless age, great Jove has placed, sad spectacle of pain, the bitter dregs of fortune's cup to drain, to fill with scenes of death his closing eyes, and number all his days by miseries. My heroes slain, my bridal bed o'erturned, my daughters ravished and my city burned, my bleeding infants dashed against the floor. These I have yet to see, perhaps yet more. Perhaps even I, reserved by angry fate, the last sad relic of my ruined state, dire pomp of sovereign wretchedness, must fall, and stain the pavement of my regal hall, where famished dogs, late guardians of my door, shall lick their mangled master's spattered gore. Yet for my sons I thank ye, gods, 'tis well, well have they perished, for in fight they fell. Who dies in youth and vigor, dies the best, struck through with wounds, all honest on the breast. But when the fates, in fullness of their rage, spurn the hoar head of unresisting age, in dust the reverend lineaments deform, and pour to dogs the life-blood scarcely warm. This is misery, the last, the worst, that man can feel. Man fated to be cursed, he said, and acting what no words could say, rent from his head the silver locks away. With him the mournful mother bears a part, yet all her sorrows turn not Hector's heart. The zone unbraced, her bosom she displayed, and thus, fast falling the salt tears, she said, "Have mercy on me, O my son, revere the words of age, attend a parent's prayer. If ever thee in these fond arms I pressed, or stilled thy infant clamors at this breast, ah, do not thus our helpless years forgo, but by our walls secured, repel the foe. Against his rage, if singly thou proceed, shouldst thou, but heaven avert it, shouldst thou bleed, nor must thy corse lie honored on the bier, nor spouse, nor mother, grace thee with a tear. Far from our pious rites, those dear remains must feast the vultures on the naked plains. So they, while down their cheeks the torrents roll, but fixed remains the purpose of his soul. Resolved he stands, and with a fiery glance expects the hero's terrible advance. So rolled up in his den, the swelling snake beholds the traveler approach the brake. When fed with noxious herbs his turgid veins have gathered half the poisons of the plains. He burns, he stiffens with collected ire, and his red eyeballs glare with living fire. Beneath a turret, on his shield reclined, he stood and questioned thus his mighty mind. Where lies my way, to enter in the wall? Honor and shame the ungenerous thought recall. Shall proud Polydamas before the gate proclaim, his counsels are obeyed too late? Which timely followed but the former night? What numbers had been saved by Hector's flight? That wise advice rejected with disdain, I feel my folly and my people slain. Methinks my suffering country's voice I hear, but most her worthless sons insult my ear. On my rash courage charge the chance of war, and blame those virtues which they cannot share. No, if I ere return I must, glorious my country's terror laid in dust, or if I perish, let her see me fall in field at least, and fighting for her wall. And yet suppose these measures I forego, approach unarmed, and parley with the foe, The warrior shield, the helm, and lance lay down, and treat on terms of peace to save the town. The wife withheld, the treasure ill detained, cause of the war and grievance of the land, with honorable justice to restore, and add half Ilion's yet remaining store, which Troy shall sworn produce, that injured Greece may share our wealth and leave our walls in peace. But why this thought? Unarmed if I should go, what hope of mercy from this vengeful foe, but woman-like to fall, and fall without a blow? We greet not here as man conversing man, met at an oak or journeying o'er a plain. No season now for calm familiar talk, like youths and maidens in an evening walk. War is our business, but to whom is given to die or triumph, that determine heaven. Thus pondering, like a god the Greek drew nigh. His dreadful plumage nodded from on high. The Pelian javelin in his better hand shot trembling rays that glittered o'er the land, and on his breast the beamy splendor shone, like Jove's own lightning or the rising sun. As Hector sees unusual terrors rise, struck by some god he fears recedes and flies. He leaves the gates, he leaves the wall behind. Achilles follows like the winged wind. Thus at the panting dove a falcon flies, the swiftest racer of the liquid skies. Just when he holds or thinks he holds his prey, obliquely wheeling through the aerial way, with open beak and shrilling cries he springs, and aims his claws and shoots upon his wings. No less foreright the rapid chase they held, one urged by fury, one by fear impelled. Now circling round the walls their course maintain, where the high watchtower overlooks the plain. Now where the fig trees spread their umbrage broad, a wider compass smoke along the road. Next, by Scamander's double source they bound, where two famed fountains burst the parted ground. This hot through scorching clefts is seen to rise, with exhalations steaming to the skies, that the green banks in summer's heat o'erflows, like crystal clear and cold as winter snows. Each gushing fount a marble cistern fills, whose polished bed receives the falling rills, where Trojan dames, ere yet alarmed by Greece, washed their fair garments in the days of peace. By these they passed, one chasing, one in flight. The mighty fled, pursued by stronger might. Swift was the course, no vulgar prize they play, no vulgar victim must reward the day, such as in races crown the speedy strife. The prize contended was great Hector's life. As when some heroes' funerals are decreed in grateful honor of the mighty dead, where high rewards the vigorous youth inflame, some golden tripod or some lovely dame. The panting coursers swiftly turn the goal, and with them turns the raised spectator's soul. Thus 3 times round the Trojan wall they fly. The gazing gods lean forward from the sky, to whom, while eager on the chase they look, the sire of mortals and immortals spoke. Unworthy sight, the man beloved of heaven, behold inglorious round yon city driven. My heart partakes the generous Hector's pain, Hector whose zeal whole hecatombs has slain, whose grateful fumes the gods received with joy, from Ida's summits and the towers of Troy. Now see him flying, to his fears resigned, and fate and fierce Achilles close behind. Consult, ye powers, 'tis worthy your debate, whether to snatch him from impending fate, or let him bear by stern Pelides slain, good as he is, the lot imposed on man. Then Pallas thus: shall he whose vengeance forms the forky bolt and blackens heaven with storms, shall he prolong one Trojan's forfeit breath? A man, a mortal, preordained to death, and will no murmurs fill the courts above? No gods indignant blame their partial Jove. Go then, return the sire, without delay. Exert thy will, I give the fates their way. Swift at the mandate, pleased Tritonia flies, and stoops impetuous from the cleaving skies. As through the forest, o'er the vale and lawn, the well-breathed beagle drives the flying fawn. In vain he tries the covert of the brakes, or deep beneath the trembling thicket shakes. Sure of the vapor in the tainted dews, the certain hound his various maze pursues. Thus step by step, where the Trojan wheeled, there swift Achilles compassed round the field. Oft as to reach the Dardan gates he bends, and hopes the assistance of his pitying friends, whose showering arrows as he coursed below from the high turrets might oppress the foe. So oft Achilles turns him to the plain. He eyes the city, but he eyes in vain. As men in slumbers seem with speedy pace one to pursue and one to lead the chase, their sinking limbs the fancied course forsake, nor this can fly, nor that can overtake. No less the laboring heroes pant and strain, while that but flies and this pursues in vain. What god, O Muse, assisted Hector's force with fate itself so long to hold the course? Phoebus it was, who, in his latest hour, endued his knees with strength, his nerves with power. And great Achilles, lest some Greeks' advance should snatch the glory from his lifted lance, signed to the troops to yield his foe the way, and leave untouched the honors of the day. Jove lifts the golden balances that show the fates of mortal men and things below. Here each contending hero's lot he tries, and weighs with equal hand their destinies. Low sinks the scale surcharged with Hector's fate. Heavy with death it sinks, and hell receives the weight. Then Phoebus left him. Fierce Minerva flies to stern Pelides and triumphing cries, O loved of Jove! This day our labors cease, and conquest blazes with full beams on Greece. Great Hector falls, that Hector famed so far, doctorunk with renown, insatiable of war, falls by thy hand and mine, nor force nor flight shall more avail him, nor his god of light. See, where in vain he supplicates above, rolled at the feet of unrelenting Jove, rest here, myself will lead the Trojan on, and urge to meet the fate he cannot shun. Her voice divine the chief with joyful mind obeyed, and rested on his lance reclined, while like Deiphobus the martial dame, her face, her gesture, and her arms the same, in show and aid, by hapless Hector's side approached, and greets him thus with voice belied. Too long, O Hector, have I borne the sight of this distress, and sorrowed in thy flight. It fits us now a noble stand to make, and here as brothers equal fates partake. Then he, O Prince, allied in blood and fame, dearer than all that own a brother's name, of all that Hecuba to Priam bore, long tried, long loved, much loved, but honored more. Since you, of all our numerous race alone, defend my life, regardless of your own. Again the goddess, much my father's prayer, and much my mother's, pressed me to forbear. My friends embraced my knees, adjured my stay, but stronger love impelled, and I obey. Come then, the glorious conflict let us try, let the steel sparkle and the javelin fly, or let us stretch Achilles on the field, or to his arm our bloody trophies yield. Fraudful, she said, then swiftly marched before. The Dardan hero shuns his foe no more. Sternly they met. The silence Hector broke, his dreadful plumage nodded as he spoke. Enough, O son of Peleus! Troy has viewed her walls thrice circled, and her chief pursued. But now some god within me bids me try thine or my fate. I kill thee, or I die. Yet on the verge of battle, let us stay, and for a moment's space suspend the day. Let heaven's high powers be called to arbitrate the just conditions of this stern debate, eternal witnesses of all below, and faithful guardians of the treasured vow. To them I swear, if, victor in the strife, Jove by these hands shall shed thy noble life, no vile dishonor shall thy course pursue. Stripped of its arms alone, the conquerors do. The rest to Greece uninjured I'll restore. Now plight thy mutual oath, I ask no more. Talk not of oaths, the dreadful chief replies, while anger flashed from his disdainful eyes. Detested as thou art and ought to be, nor oath nor pact Achilles plights with thee. Such pacts as lambs and rabid wolves combine, such leagues as men and furious lions join, to such I call the gods. One constant state of lasting rancor and eternal hate, no thought but rage and never-ceasing strife, till death extinguish rage and thought and life. Rouse then thy forces this important hour, collect thy soul, and call forth all thy power. No further subterfuge, no further chance, 'tis Pallas, Pallas gives thee to my lance. Each Grecian ghost, by thee deprived of breath, now hovers round and calls thee to thy death. He spoke and launched his javelin at the foe, but Hector shunned the meditated blow. He stooped, while o'er his head the flying spear sang innocent and spent its force in air. Minerva watched it falling on the land, then drew and gave to great Achilles' hand, unseen of Hector, who, elate with joy, now shakes his lance and braves the dread of Troy. The life you boasted to that javelin given, prince, you have missed. My fate depends on heaven. To thee, presumptuous as thou art, unknown, or what must prove my fortune or thy own. Boasting is but an art, our fears to blind, and with false terrors sink another's mind. But know, whatever fate I am to try, by no dishonest wound shall Hector die. I shall not fall a fugitive at least, my soul shall bravely issue from my breast. But first, try thou my arm, and may this dart end all my country's woes deep buried in thy heart. The weapon flew, its course unerring held, unerring, but the heavenly shield repelled the mortal dart. resulting with a bound. From off the ringing orb it struck the ground. Hector beheld his javelin fall in vain, nor other lance, nor other hope remain. He calls Deiphobus, demands a spear. In vain, for no Deiphobus was there. All comfortless he stands, then with a sigh, "'Tis so, heaven wills it, and my hour is nigh. I deemed Deiphobus had heard my call, but he secure lies guarded in the wall. A god deceived me, Pallas, 'twas thy deed, death and black fate approach, 'tis I must bleed. No refuge now, no succor from above, great Jove deserts me, and the son of Jove, propitious once and kind, then welcome fate. 'Tis true I perish, yet I perish great, yet in a mighty deed I shall expire, let future ages hear it and admire." Fierce at the word, his weighty sword he drew, and all collected on Achilles flew. So Jove's bold bird, high balanced in the air, stoops from the clouds to truss the quivering hair. Nor less Achilles his fierce soul prepares, before his breast the flaming shield he bears, refulgent orb, above his fourfold cone, the gilded horsehair sparkled in the sun. Nodding at every step, Vulcanian frame, and as he moved, his figure seemed on flame. As radiant Hesper shines with keener light, far beaming o'er the silver host of night, when all the starry train emblaze the sphere, so shone the point of great Achilles' spear. In his right hand he waves the weapon round, eyes the whole man, and meditates the wound. But the rich mail Patroclus lately wore securely cased the warrior's body o'er. One space at length he spies, to let in fate, where twixt the neck and throat the jointed plate gave entrance, through that penetrable part. Furious he drove the well-directed dart, nor pierced the windpipe yet, nor took the power of speech, unhappy, from thy dying hour. Prone on the field the bleeding warrior lies, while thus triumphing, stern Achilles cries. At last is Hector stretched upon the plain, who feared no vengeance for Patroclus slain. Then, Prince, you should have feared what now you feel. Achilles absent was Achilles still, yet a short space the great avenger stayed. Then, low in dust thy strength and glory laid. Peaceful he sleeps, with all our rights adorned, forever honored and forever mourned. While cast to all the rage of hostile power, thee birds shall mangle and the gods devour. Then Hector, fainting at the approach of death, by thy own soul, by those who gave thee breath, by all the sacred prevalence of prayer, ah, leave me not for Grecian dogs to tear. The common rites of sepulture bestow, to soothe a father's and a mother's woe. Let their large gifts procure an urn at least, and Hector's ashes in his country rest. No, wretch accursed, relentless he replies. Flames, as he spoke, shot flashing from his eyes. Not those who gave me breath should bid me spare, nor all the sacred prevalence of prayer. Could I myself the bloody banquet join? No, to the dogs that carcass I resign. Should Troy to bribe me bring forth all her store, and giving thousands offer thousands more? Should Dardan Priam and his weeping dame doctor ain their whole realm to buy one funeral flame, their Hector on the pile they should not see, nor rob the vultures of one limb of thee. Then thus the chief his dying accents drew. Thy rage, implacable, too well I knew, the furies that relentless breast have steeled, and cursed thee with a heart that cannot yield. Yet think, a day will come, when fate's decree and angry gods shall wreak this wrong on thee. Phoebus in Paris shall avenge my fate, and stretch thee here before the Scaean gate. He ceased. The fates suppressed his laboring breath, and his eyes stiffened at the hand of death. To the dark realm the spirit wings its way. The manly body left a load of clay, and plaintive glides along the dreary coast, a naked, wandering, melancholy ghost. Achilles, musing as he rolled his eyes o'er the dead hero, thus unheard replies, "Die thou the first!" "When Jove and heaven ordain, I follow thee," he said, and stripped the slain. Then, forcing backward from the gaping wound the reeking javelin, cast it on the ground. The thronging Greeks behold with wondering eyes his manly beauty and superior size, while some ignobler the great dead deface with wounds ungenerous or with taunts disgrace. How changed that Hector, who like Jove of late sent lightning on our fleets and scattered fate. High o'er the slain the great Achilles stands, begirt with heroes and surrounding bands, and thus aloud while all the host attends, princes and leaders, countrymen and friends, since now at length the powerful will of heaven, the dire destroyer to our arm has given, is not Troy fallen already? Haste, ye powers, See, if already their deserted towers are left unmanned, or if they yet retain the souls of heroes their great Hector slain. But what is Troy, or glory what to me? Or why reflects my mind on aught but thee, divine Patroclus? Death hath sealed his eyes, unwept, unhonored, uninterred he lies. Can his dear image from my soul depart, long as the vital spirit moves my heart? If in the melancholy shades below the flames of friends and lovers cease to glow, yet mine shall sacred last, mine undecayed, burn on through death and animate my shade. Meanwhile, ye sons of Greece, in triumph bring the corpse of Hector, and your paeans sing. Be this the song, slow moving toward the shore, Hector is dead, and Ilion is no more. Then his fell soul a thought of vengeance bred, unworthy of himself and of the dead. The nervous ankles bored, his feet he bound, with thongs inserted through the double wound. These fixed up high behind the rolling wain, his graceful head was trailed along the plain. Proud on his car the insulting victor stood, and bore aloft his arms distilling blood. He smites the steeds, the rapid chariot flies, the sudden clouds of circling dust arise. Now lost is all that formidable air, the face divine and long descending hair, purple the ground and streak the sable sand, deformed, dishonored in his native land, given to the rage of an insulting throng, and in his parents' sight, now dragged along. The mother first beheld with sad survey, she rent her tresses, venerable gray, and cast far off the regal veils away. With piercing shrieks his bitter fate she moans, while the sad father answers groans with groans. Tears after tears his mournful cheeks o'erflow, and the whole city wears one face of woe. No less than if the rage of hostile fires, from her foundations curling to her spires, o'er the proud citadel at length should rise, and the last blaze send Ilion to the skies. The wretched monarch of the falling state, distracted, presses to the Dardan gate. Scarce the whole people stop his desperate course, while strong affliction gives the feeble force. Grief tears his heart, and drives him to and fro, in all the raging impotence of woe. At length he rolled in dust, and thus begun, imploring all, and naming one by one. Ah! Let me go where sorrow calls. I, only I, will issue from your walls. Guide or companion, friends, I ask ye none, and bow before the murderer of my son. My grief perhaps his pity may engage, perhaps at least he may respect my age. He has a father too, a man like me, one not exempt from age and misery, vigorous no more, as when his young embrace begot this pest of me and all my race. How many valiant sons in early bloom has that cursed hand sent headlong to the tomb? Thee, Hector, last, thy loss, divinely brave, sinks my sad soul with sorrow to the grave. Oh, had thy gentle spirit passed in peace, the son expiring in the sire's embrace, while both thy parents wept the fatal hour, and bending o'er thee mixed the tender shower, some comfort that had been, some sad relief, to melt in full satiety of grief. Thus wailed the father, groveling on the ground, and all the eyes of Ilion streamed around. Amidst her matrons Hecuba appears, a mourning princess, and a train in tears. Ah, why has heaven prolonged this hated breath, patient of horrors, to behold thy death? O Hector, late thy parents' pride and joy, the boast of nations, the defense of Troy, to whom her safety and her fame she owed, her chief, her hero, and almost her god. O fatal change! Become in one sad day a senseless corse, inanimated clay. But not as yet the fatal news had spread to fair Andromache of Hector dead. As yet no messenger had told his fate, not e'en his stay without the Scaean gate. Far in the closed recesses of the dome, pensive she plied the melancholy loom. A growing work employed her secret hours, confusedly gay with intermingled flowers. Her fair-haired handmaids heat the brazen urn, the bath preparing for her lord's return. In vain, alas, her lord returns no more. Unbathed he lies, and bleeds along the shore. Now from the walls the clamors reach her ear, and all her members shake with sudden fear. Forth from her ivory hand the shuttle falls, and thus astonished to her maids she calls. The bath! Ah, follow me! She cried, what plaintive noise invades my ear? 'Tis sure my mother's voice. My faltering knees their trembling frame desert. A pulse unusual flutters at my heart. Some strange disaster, some reverse of fate, ye gods avert it, threats the Trojan state. Far be the omen which my thoughts suggest. But much I fear my Hector's dauntless breast confronts Achilles, chased along the plain, shut from our walls. I fear him slain. Safe in the crowd he ever scorned to wait, and sought for glory in the jaws of fate. Perhaps that noble heat has cost his breath, now quenched forever in the arms of death. She spoke, and furious with distracted pace, fears in her heart and anguish in her face, flies through the dome, the maids her steps pursue, and mounts the walls and sends around her view. Too soon her eyes the killing object found, the godlike Hector dragged along the ground. A sudden darkness shades her swimming eyes. She faints, she falls, her breath, her color flies. Her hair's fair ornaments, the braids that bound, the net that held them, and the wreath that crowned, the veil and diadem flew far away, the gift of Venus on her bridal day. Around a train of weeping sisters stands, to raise her sinking with assistant hands. Scarce from the verge of death recalled, again she faints, or but recovers to complain. Andromache fainting on the wall. O wretched husband of a wretched wife, born with one fate to one unhappy life. For sure one star its baneful beam displayed on Priam's roof and Hippoplacia's shade. From different parents, different climes we came, at different periods, yet our fate the same. Why was my birth to great Aetion owed, and why was all that tender care bestowed? Would I had never been, O thou the ghost of my dead husband, miserably lost, thou to the dismal realms forever gone, and I abandoned, desolate, alone. An only child, once comfort of my pains, sad product now of hapless love, remains. No more to smile upon his sire, no friend to help him now, no father to defend. For should he scape the sword, the common doom, what wrongs attend him, and what griefs to come? Even from his own paternal roof expelled, some stranger plows his patrimonial field. The day that to the shades the father sends, robs the sad orphan of his father's friends. He, wretched outcast of mankind, appears forever sad, forever bathed in tears. Amongst the happy, unregarded he hangs on the robe or trembles at the knee, while those his father's former bounty fed, nor reach the goblet, nor divide the bread. The kindest but his present wants allay, to leave him wretched the succeeding day. Frugal compassion, heedless they who boast, both parents still, nor feel what he has lost, shall cry, Begone! Thy father feasts not here. The wretch obeys, retiring with a tear. Thus wretched, thus retiring all in tears, to my sad soul Astyanax appears. Forced by repeated insults to return, and to his widowed mother vainly mourn. He who, with tender delicacy bred, with princes sported, and on dainties fed, and when still evening gave him up to rest, sunk soft and down upon the nurse's breast, what must he not? Whom Iliad calls Astyanax, from her well-guarded walls, is now that name no more, unhappy boy. Since now no more thy father guards his Troy, but thou, my Hector, liest exposed in air, far from thy parents' and thy consort's care, whose hand in vain, directed by her love, the martial scarf and robe of triumph wove. Now to devouring flames be these a prey, useless to thee from this accursed day. Yet let the sacrifice at least be paid, and honor to the living, not the dead. So spake the mournful dame, her matrons hear, sigh back her sighs, and answer tear with tear. Book through 3. Argument. Funeral games in honor of Patroclus. Achilles and the Myrmidons do honors to the body of Patroclus. After the funeral feast he retires to the seashore, where, falling asleep, the ghost of his friend appears to him and demands the rites of burial. The next morning the soldiers are sent with mules and wagons to fetch wood for the pyre, the funeral procession, and the offering their hair to the dead. Achilles sacrifices several animals, and lastly 12 Trojan captives at the pile, then sets fire to it. He pays libations to the winds, which, at the instance of Iris, rise and raise the flames. When the pile has burned all night, they gather the bones, place them in an urn of gold, and raise the tomb. Achilles institutes the funeral games: the chariot race, the fight of the cestus, the wrestling, the foot race, the single combat, the discus, the shooting with arrows, the darting the javelin, the various descriptions of which and the various success of the several antagonists make the greatest part of the book. In this book ends the 30th day. The night following, the ghost of Patroclus appears to Achilles. The 31st day is employed in felling the timber for the pile, the 32nd in burning it, and the 33rd in the games. The scene is generally on the seashore. Thus humbled in the dust, the pensive train through the sad city mourned her hero slain. The body soiled with dust and black with gore lies on broad Hellespont's resounding shore. The Grecians seek their ships and clear the strand, all but the martial Myrmidonian band. These yet assembled great Achilles holds, and the stern purpose of his mind unfolds. Not yet, my brave companions of the war, release your smoking coursers from the car, but with his chariot each in order led, perform due honors to Patroclus dead. Ere yet from rest or food we seek relief, some rites remain to glut our rage of grief. The troops obeyed, and thrice in order led, Achilles first, their coursers round the dead, and thrice their sorrows and laments renew, tears bathe their arms, and tears the sands bedew. For such a warrior Thetis aids their woe, melts their strong hearts, and bids their eyes to flow. But chief Pelid thick succeeding sighs burst from his heart and torrents from his eyes. His slaughtering hands, yet red with blood, he laid on his dead friend's cold breast, and thus he said, "All hail, Patroclus! Let thy honored ghost hear, and rejoice on Pluto's dreary coast. Behold, Achilles' promise is complete, the bloody Hector stretched before thy feet. Lo, to the dogs his carcass I resign, and 12 sad victims of the Trojan line, sacred to vengeance, instant shall expire, their lives effused around thy funeral pyre." Gloomy, he said, and horrible to view, before the bier the bleeding Hector threw, prone on the dust. The Myrmidons around unbraced their armor, and the steeds unbound. All to Achilles' sable ship repair, frequent and full, the genial feast to share. Now from the well-fed swine black smokes aspire, the bristly victims hissing o'er the fire. The huge ox bellowing falls, with feebler cries expires the goat, the sheep in silence dies. Around the hero's prostrate body flowed, in one promiscuous stream, the reeking blood. And now a band of Argive monarchs brings the glorious victor to the King of Kings. From his dead friend the pensive warrior went, with steps unwilling, to the regal tent. The attending heralds, as by office bound, with kindled flames the tripod vase surround. To cleanse his conquering hands from hostile gore, they urged in vain, the chief refused and swore. "No drop shall touch me by almighty Jove, the first and greatest of the gods above. Till on the pyre I place thee, till I rear the grassy mound, and clip thy sacred hair. Some ease at least those pious rites may give, and soothe my sorrows while I bear to live. Howe'er, reluctant as I am, I stay and share your feast. But with the dawn of day, O King of men, it claims thy royal care, that Greece the warrior's funeral pile prepare, and bid the forests fall. Such rites are paid to heroes slumbering in eternal shade. Then, when his earthly part shall mount in fire, let the leagued squadrons to their posts retire." He spoke, they hear him, and the word obey, the rage of hunger and of thirst allay, then ease in sleep the labors of the day. But great Pelides, stretched along the shore, where, dashed on rocks, the broken billows roar, lies inly groaning, while on either hand the martial Myrmidons confusedly stand. Along the grass his languid members fall, tired with his chase around the Trojan wall. Hushed by the murmurs of the rolling deep, at length he sinks in the soft arms of sleep. When lo, the shade, before his closing eyes, of sad Patroclus rose or seemed to rise. In the same robe he living wore he came, in stature, voice, and pleasing look the same. The form familiar hovered o'er his head, and sleeps Achilles? Thus the phantom said, "Sleeps my Achilles, his Patroclus dead? Living, I seemed his dearest, tenderest care, but now forgot, I wander in the air. Let my pale corse the rites of burial know, and give me entrance in the realms below. Till then the spirit finds no resting place, but here and there the unbodied spectres chase the vagrant dead around the dark abode, forbid to cross the irremeable flood. Now give thy hand, for to the farther shore, when once we pass the soul returns no more. When once the last funereal flames ascend, no more shall meet Achilles and his friend. No more our thoughts to those we loved make known, or quit the dearest to converse alone. Me fate has severed from the sons of earth, the fate foredoomed that waited from my birth. Thee too it waits, before the Trojan wall, even great and godlike thou art doomed to fall. Here then, and as in fate and love we join, ah, suffer that my bones may rest with thine. Together have we lived, together bred, one house received us, and one table fed. That golden urn thy goddess mother gave may mix our ashes in one common grave. And is it thou? To my sight, Once more return'st thou from the realms of night? O more than brother, think each office paid, whate'er can rest a discontented shade, but grant one last embrace, unhappy boy. Afford at least that melancholy joy, he said, and with his longing arms essayed in vain to grasp the visionary shade. Like a thin smoke he sees the spirit fly, and hears a feeble, lamentable cry. Confused he wakes, amazement breaks the bands of golden sleep, and starting from the sands, pensive he muses with uplifted hands. 'Tis true, 'tis certain, man, though dead, retains part of himself, the immortal mind remains, the form subsists without the body's aid, aerial semblance and an empty shade. This night my friend, so late in battle lost, stood at my side, a pensive, plaintive ghost, even now familiar as in life he came. Alas, how different, yet how like the same. Thus while he spoke, each eye grew big with tears. And now the rosy-fingered morn appears, shows every mournful face with tears o'erspread, and glares on the pale visage of the dead. But Agamemnon, as the rites demand, with mules and wagons sends a chosen band to load the timber and the pile to rear, a charge consigned to Merion's faithful care. With proper instruments they take the road, axes to cut and ropes to sling the load. First march the heavy mules, securely slow, o'er hills, o'er dales, o'er crags, o'er rocks they go. Jumping high o'er the shrubs of the rough ground, rattle the clattering cars and the shocked axles bound. But when arrived at Ida's spreading woods, fair Ida, watered with descending floods, loud sounds the axe, redoubling strokes. On all sides round the forest hurls her oaks headlong. Deep echoing groan the thickets brown, then rustling, crackling, crashing, thunder down. The wood the Grecians cleave, prepared to burn, and the slow mules the same rough road return. The sturdy woodmen equal burdens bore, such charge was given them, to the sandy shore. There on the spot which great Achilles showed, they eased their shoulders and disposed the load. Circling around the place, where times to come shall view Patroclus and Achilles' tomb. The hero bids his martial troops appear, high on their cars in all the pomp of war. Each in refulgent arms his limbs attires. All mount their chariots, combatants, and squires. The chariots first proceed, a shining train, then clouds of foot that smoke along the plain. Next these the melancholy band appear. Amidst lay dead Patroclus on the bier. O'er all the course their scattered locks they throw. Achilles next, oppressed with mighty woe, supporting with his hands the hero's head, bends o'er the extended body of the dead. Patroclus decent on the appointed ground, they place and heap the sylvan pile around. But great Achilles stands apart in prayer, and from his head divides the yellow hair. Those curling locks, which from his youth he vowed, and sacred grew to Spercheius' honored flood. Then sighing, to the deep his locks he cast, and rolled his eyes around the watery waste. Spercheius, whose waves in mazy errors lost delightful roll along my native coast, to whom we vainly vowed at our return these locks to fall and hecatombs to burn, full 50 rams to bleed in sacrifice, where to the day thy silver fountains rise, and where in shade of consecrated bowers thy altars stand, perfumed with native flowers. So vowed my father, but he vowed in vain. No more Achilles sees his native plain. In that vain hope these hairs no longer grow. Patroclus bears them to the shades below. Thus o'er Patroclus while the hero prayed, on his cold hand the sacred lock he laid. Once more afresh the Grecian sorrows flow, and now the sun had set upon their woe. But to the king of men thus spoke the chief, Enough, Atrides, give the troops relief. Permit the mourning legions to retire, and let the chiefs alone attend the pyre. The pious care be ours, the dead to burn. He said, the people to their ships return, while those deputed to enter the slain heap with a rising pyramid the plain. 100 foot in length, 100 wide, the growing structure spreads on every side. High on the top the manly corse they lay, and well-fed sheep and sable oxen slay. Achilles covered with their fat the dead, and the piled victims round the body spread. Then jars of honey and of fragrant oil suspends around, low bending o'er the pile. 4 sprightly coursers, with a deadly groan, pour forth their lives, and on the pyre are thrown. Of 9 large dogs, domestic at his board, fall 2, selected to attend their lord. Then last of all, and horrible to tell, sad sacrifice, 12 Trojan captives fell. On these the rage of fire victorious praise involves and joins them in one common blaze. Smeared with the bloody rites, he stands on high and calls the spirit with a dreadful cry. All hail, Patroclus! Let thy vengeful ghost hear and exult on Pluto's dreary coast. Behold Achilles' promise fully paid, 12 Trojan heroes offered to thy shade, but heavier fates on Hector's course attend, saved from the flames for hungry dogs to rend. So spake he, threatening, but the gods made vain his threat, and guard inviolate the slain. Celestial Venus hovered o'er his head, and roseate unguents, heavenly fragrance, shed. She watched him all the night and all the day, and drove the bloodhounds from their destined prey. Nor sacred Phoebus less employed his care. He poured around a veil of gathered air, and kept the nerves undried, the flesh entire, against the solar beam and Syrian fire. The funeral pile of Patroclus, nor yet the pile where dead Patroclus lies, smokes, nor as yet the sullen flames arise. But fast beside, Achilles stood in prayer, invoked the gods whose spirit moves the air, and victims promised and libations cast to gentle Zephyr and the boreal blast. He called the aerial powers along the skies to breathe and whisper to the fires to rise. The winged Iris heard the heroes' call, and instant hastened to their airy hall, where in old Zephyr's open courts on high sat all the blustering brethren of the sky. She shone amidst them on her painted bow, the rocky pavement glittered with the show. All from the banquet rise, and each invites the various goddess to partake the rites. Not so, the dame replied, I haste to go to sacred ocean and the floods below. Even now our solemn hecatombs attend, and heaven is feasting on the world's green end, with righteous Ethiops, uncorrupted train, far on the extremest limits of the main. But Peleus' son entreats, with sacrifice, the western spirit and the north to rise. Let on Patroclus' pile your blast be driven, and bear the blazing honors high to heaven. Swift as the word she vanished from their view, swift as the word the winds tumultuous flew. Forth burst the stormy band with thundering roar, and heaps on heaps the clouds are tossed before. To the wide main then stooping from the skies, the heaving deeps in watery mountains rise. Troy feels the blast along her shaking walls, till on the pile the gathered tempest falls. The structure crackles in the roaring fires, and all the night the plenteous flame aspires. All night Achilles hails Patroclus' soul, with large libations from the golden bowl. As a poor father, helpless and undone, mourns o'er the ashes of an only son, takes a sad pleasure the last bones to burn, and pours in tears ere yet they close the urn. So stayed Achilles, circling round the shore, so watched the flames, till now they flame no more. 'Twas when, emerging through the shades of night, the morning planet told the approach of light, and fast behind Aurora's warmer ray o'er the broad ocean poured the golden day. Then sank the blaze, the pile no longer burned, and to their caves the whistling winds returned. Across the Thracian seas their course they bore, the ruffled seas beneath their passage roar. Then parting from the pile he ceased to weep, and sank to quiet in the embrace of sleep, exhausted with his grief. Meanwhile the crowd of thronging Grecians round Achilles stood. The tumult waked him, from his eyes he shook, unwilling slumber, and the chiefs bespoke, Ye kings and princes of the Achaean name, first let us quench the yet remaining flame with sable wine, then, as the rites direct, the heroes' bones with careful view select. Apart, and easy to be known they lie, amidst the heap, and obvious to the eye. The rest around the margin will be seen, promiscuous, steeds and immolated men. These wrapped in double calls of fat, prepare, and in the golden vase dispose with care. There let them rest with decent honor laid, till I shall follow to the infernal shade. Meantime erect the tomb with pious hands, a common structure on the humble sands. Hereafter Greece some nobler work may raise, and late posterity record our praise. The Greeks obey, where yet the embers glow. Wide o'er the pile the sable wine they throw, and deep subsides the ashy heap below. Next the white bones his sad companions place, with tears collected in the golden vase. The sacred relics to the tent they bore, the urn a veil of linen covered o'er. That done, they bid the sepulchre aspire, and cast the deep foundations round the pyre. High in the midst they heap the swelling bed of rising earth, memorial of the dead. The swarming populace the chief detains, and leads amidst a wide extent of plains. There placed them round, Then from the ships proceeds a train of oxen, mules, and stately steeds, vases and tripods for the funeral games, resplendent brass and more resplendent dames. First stood the prizes to reward the force of rapid racers in the dusty course. A woman for the first, in beauty's bloom, skilled in the needle and the laboring loom, and a large vase where 2 bright handles rise, of 20 measures its capacious size. The second victor claims a mare unbroke, big with a mule, unknowing of the yoke. The third, a charger yet untouched by flame. 4 ample measures held the shining frame. 2 golden talents for the fourth were placed. An ample double bowl contents the last. These in fair order ranged upon the plain. The hero, rising, thus addressed the train. Behold the prizes, valiant Greeks, decreed to the brave rulers of the racing steed, prizes which none beside ourself could gain, should our immortal coursers take the plain. A race unrivaled, which from ocean's god Peleus received, and on his son bestowed. But this no time our vigor to display, nor suit with them the games of this sad day. Lost is Patroclus now, that wont to deck their flowing manes and sleek their glossy neck. Sad as they shared in human grief, they stand, and trail those graceful honors on the sand. Let others for the noble task prepare, who trust the courser and the flying car. Fired at his word, the rival racers rise, but far the first Eumelus hopes the prize, famed though Pieria for the fleetest breed, and skilled to manage the high-bounding steed. With equal ardor bold Tydides swelled, the steeds of Tros beneath his yoke compelled, which late obeyed the Dardan chief's command, when scarce a god redeemed him from his hand. Then Menelaus his Podargus brings, and the famed courser of the king of kings, whom rich Aeschypolus, more rich than brave, to scape the wars to Agamemnon gave, Aetha her name, at home to end his days, base wealth preferring to eternal praise. Next him Antilochus demands the course with beating heart, and cheers his Pylian horse. Experienced Nestor gives his son the reins, directs his judgment, and his heat restrains, nor idly warns the hoary sire, nor hears the prudent son with unattending ears. My son, though youthful ardor fire thy breast, the gods have loved thee, and with arts have blessed. Neptune and Jove on thee conferred the skill, swift round the goal to turn the flying wheel. To guide thy conduct little precept needs, but slow and past their vigor are my steeds. Fear not thy rivals, though for swiftness known, compare those rivals' judgment and thy own. It is not strength but art obtains the prize, and to be swift is less than to be wise. 'Tis more by art than force of numerous strokes. The dexterous woodman shapes the stubborn oaks. By art the pilot through the boiling deep and howling tempest steers the fearless ship. And 'tis the artist wins the glorious course, not those who trust in chariots and in horse. In vain, unskillful to the goal they strive, and short or wide the ungoverned courser drive. While with sure skill, though with inferior steeds, the knowing racer to his end proceeds. Fixed on the goal his eye foreruns the course, his hand unerring steers the steady horse, and now contracts or now extends the rein, observing still the foremost on the plain. Mark then the goal, 'tis easy to be found, yon aged trunk a cubit from the ground. Of some once stately oak the last remains, or hardy fir, unperished with the rains, enclosed with stones, conspicuous from afar, and round a circle for the wheeling car. Some tomb, perhaps of old, the dead to grace, or then, as now, the limit of a race. Bear close to this, and warily proceed, a little bending to the left-hand steed, but urge the right, and give him all the reins, while thy strict hand his fellow's head restrains, and turns him short, till, doubling as they roll, the wheel's round naves appear to brush the goal. Yet, not to break the car or lame the horse, clear of the stony heap direct the course, lest through incaution failing, thou mayst be a joy to others, a reproach to me. So shalt thou pass the goal, secure of mind, and leave unskilful swiftness far behind. Though thy fierce rival drove the matchless steed which bore Adrastus of celestial breed, or the famed race, through all the regions known, that whirled the car of proud Laomedon. Thus, not unsaid, the much-advising sage concludes, then sat, stiff with unwieldy age. Next bold Meriones was seen to rise, the last but not least ardent for the prize. They mount their seats, the lots their place dispose, rolled in his helmet, these Achilles throws. Young Nestor leads the race, Eumelus then, and next the brother of the king of men, Thy lot, Meriones, the fourth was cast, and far the bravest Diomed was last. They stand in order, an impatient train. Pelides points the barrier on the plain, and sends before old Phoenix to the place, to mark the racers and to judge the race. At once the coursers from the barrier bound, the lifted scourges all at once resound. Their heart, their eyes, their voice they send before, and up the champaign thunder from the shore. Thick, where they drive, the dusty clouds arise, and the lost courser in the whirlwind flies. Loose on their shoulders the long manes reclined, float in their speed and dance upon the wind. The smoking chariots, rapid as they bound, now seem to touch the sky, and now the ground. While hot for fame and conquest all their care, each o'er his flying courser hung in air, erect with ardor, poised upon the rein, they pant, they stretch, they shout along the plain. Now, the last compass fetched around the goal, at the near prize each gathers all his soul, each burns with double hope, with double pain, tears up the shore and thunders toward the main. First flew Eumelus on Phaeacian steeds, with those of Tros bold Diomed succeeds. Close on Eumelus' back they puff the wind, and seem just mounting on his car behind. Full on his neck he feels the sultry breeze, and hovering o'er their stretching shadows sees. Then had he lost, or left a doubtful prize, but angry Phoebus to Tydides flies, strikes from his hand the scourge, and renders vain his matchless horse's labor on the plain. Rage fills his eye with anguish, to survey, snatched from his hope, the glories of the day. The fraud celestial Pallas sees with pain, springs to her knight and gives the scourge again, and fills his steeds with vigor. At a stroke she breaks his rival's chariot from the yoke. No more their way the startled horses held. The car reversed came rattling on the field. Shot headlong from his seat, beside the wheel, prone on the dust the unhappy master fell. His battered face and elbows strike the ground. Nose, mouth, and front one undistinguished wound. Grief stops his voice, a torrent drowns his eyes. Before him far the glad Tydides flies. Minerva's spirit drives his matchless pace, and crowns him victor of the labored race. The next, though distant, Menelaus succeeds, while thus young Nestor animates his steeds. Now, my generous pair, exert your force. Not that we hope to match Tydides' horse, since great Minerva wings their rapid way, and gives their lord the honors of the day. But reach Atrides. Shall his mare outgo your swiftness, vanquished by a female foe? Through your neglect, if lagging on the plain, the last ignoble gift be all we gain. No more shall Nestor's hand your food supply. The old man's fury rises, and ye die. Haste, then, yon narrow road before our sight presents the occasion, could we use it right. Thus he. The coursers at their master's threat, with quicker steps the sounding champaign beat. And now Antilochus with nice survey observes the compass of the hollow way. 'Twas where, by force of wintry torrents torn, fast by the road a precipice was worn. Here, where but one could pass, to shun the throng, the Spartan hero's chariot smoked along. Close up the venturous youth resolves to keep, still edging near, and bears him toward the steep. Atrides, trembling, casts his eye below, and wonders at the rashness of his foe. Hold, stay your steeds, what madness thus to ride this narrow way? Take larger field, he cried, or both must fall. Atrides cried in vain. He flies more fast, and throws up all the rein. Far as an able arm the disc can send, when youthful rivals their full force extend, so far, Antilochus. Thy chariot flew before the king. He, cautious, backward drew his horse compelled, foreboding in his fears the rattling ruin of the clashing cars, the floundering coursers rolling on the plain, and conquest lost through frantic haste to gain. But thus upbraids his rival as he flies. Go, furious youth, ungenerous and unwise. Go, but expect not I'll the prize resign, add perjury to fraud, and make it thine. Then to his steeds with all his force he cries, be swift, be vigorous, and regain the prize. Your rivals, destitute of youthful force, with fainting knees shall labor in the course, and yield the glory yours. The steeds obey. Already at their heels they wing their way, and seem already to retrieve the day. Meantime the Grecians in a ring beheld the coursers bounding o'er the dusty field. The first who marked them was the Cretan king. High on a rising ground above the ring, the monarch sat, from whence with sure survey he well observed the chief who led the way, and heard from far his animating cries, and saw the foremost steed with sharpened eyes. on whose broad front a blaze of shining white like the full moon stood obvious to the sight. He saw, and rising to the Greeks begun, "Are yonder horse discerned by me alone? Or can ye all another chief survey, and other steeds than lately led the way? Those, though the swiftest, by some god withheld, lie sure disabled in the middle field. For, since the goal they doubled, round the plain I search to find them, but I search in vain. Perchance the reins forsook the driver's hand, and turned too short he tumbled on the strand, shot from the chariot, while his coursers stray with frantic fury from the destined way. Rise then some other, and inform my sight, for these dim eyes perhaps discern not right, yet sure he seems to judge by shape and air, the great Aetolian chief renowned in war." "Old man," Oileus rashly thus replies, "thy tongue too hastily confers the prize of those who view the course, nor sharpest-eyed, nor youngest, yet the readiest to decide. Eumelus' steeds, high-bounding in the chase, still as at first unrivaled lead the race. I well discern him, as he shakes the rein, and hear his shouts victorious o'er the plain." Thus he. Idomeneus, incensed, rejoined, "Barbarous of words, and arrogant of mind, contentious prince of all the Greeks beside, the last in merit as the first in pride. To vile reproach what answer can we make? A goblet or a tripod let us stake, and be the king the judge. The most unwise will learn their rashness when they pay the price." He said, and Ajax, by mad passion born, stern had replied, fierce scorn enhancing scorn to fell extremes. But Thetis' godlike son, awful amidst them, rose, and thus begun: "Forbear, ye chiefs, reproachful to contend. Much would ye blame should others thus offend, and lo, the approaching steeds your contest end." No sooner had he spoke, but thundering near, Dr. Ives threw a stream of dust, the charioteer. High o'er his head the circling lash he wields, his bounding horses scarcely touched the fields, his car amidst the dusty whirlwind rolled, bright with the mingled blaze of tin and gold, refulgent through the cloud, no eye could find the track his flying wheels had left behind, and the fierce coursers urged their rapid pace, so swift it seemed a flight and not a race. Now victor at the goal, Tydides stands, quits his bright car, and springs upon the sands. From the hot steeds the sweaty torrents stream, the well-plied whip is hung athwart the beam. With joy brave Sthenelus receives the prize, the tripod vase and dame with radiant eyes. These to the ships his train triumphant leads, the chief himself unyokes the panting steeds. Young Nestor follows, who by art not force o'erpassed Atrides second in the course. Behind, Atrides urged the race, more near than to the courser in his swift career. The following car, just touching with his heel, and brushing with his tail the whirling wheel. Such, and so narrow now the space between the rivals, late so distant on the green. So soon swift Eth her lost ground regained, one length, one moment, had the race obtained. Marion pursued at greater distance still, with tardier coursers and inferior skill. Last came Admetus, thy unhappy son, slow dragged the steeds his battered chariot on. Achilles saw, and pitying thus begun, "Behold, the man whose matchless art surpassed the sons of Greece, the ablest yet the last. Fortune denies, but justice bids us pay, since great Tydides bears the first away, to him the second honors of the day." The Greeks consent with loud applauding cries, and then Eumelus had received the prize, but youthful Nestor, jealous of his fame, the award opposes and asserts his claim. "Think not," he cries, "I tamely will resign, O Peleus' son, the mare so justly mine. What if the gods, the skillful to confound, have thrown the horse and horseman to the ground? Perhaps he sought not heaven by sacrifice, and vows omitted forfeited the prize. If yet, distinction to thy friend to show, and please a soul desirous to bestow, some gift must grace Eumelus, view thy store of beauteous handmaids, steeds, and shining ore. An ample present let him thence receive, and Greece shall praise thy generous thirst to give. But this my prize I never shall forego. This who but touches warriors is my foe." Thus spake the youth, nor did his words offend. Pleased with the well-turned flattery of a friend, Achilles smiled. "The gift proposed," he cried, "Antilochus, we shall ourself provide. With plates of brass the corslet covered o'er, the same renowned Asteropaeus wore, whose glittering margins raised with silver shine, no vulgar gift, Eumelus, shall be thine." He said, Automedon at his command, the corslet brought and gave it to his hand. Distinguished by his friend, his bosom glows with generous joy. Then Menelaus rose. The herald placed the scepter in his hands and stilled the clamor of the shouting bands. Not without cause incensed at Nestor's son, and inly grieving, thus the king begun. The praise of wisdom in thy youth obtained, an act so rash Antilochus has stained. Robbed of my glory and my just reward, to you, O Grecians, be my wrong declared, so not a leader shall our conduct blame, or judge me envious of a rival's fame. But shall not we ourselves the truth maintain? What needs appealing in a fact so plain? What Greek shall blame me, if I bid thee rise, and vindicate by oath the ill-gotten prize? Rise if thou darest before thy chariot stand, the driving scourge high lifted in thy hand, and touch thy steeds, and swear thy whole intent was but to conquer, not to circumvent. Swear by that God whose liquid arms surround the globe, and whose dread earthquakes heave the ground. The prudent chief with calm attention heard, then mildly thus, excuse if youth have erred. Superior as thou art, forgive the offense, nor I thy equal, or in years or sense. Thou know'st the errors of unripened age, weak are its counsels, headlong is its rage. The prize I quit, if thou thy wrath resign, the mare or aught thou ask'st be freely thine. Ere I become, from thy dear friendship torn, hateful to thee, and to the gods forsworn. So spoke Antilochus, and at the word havoc the mare contested to the king restored. Joy swells his soul, as when the vernal grain lifts the green ear above the springing plain, the fields their vegetable life renew, and laugh and glitter with the morning dew. Such joy the Spartan's shining face o'erspread, and lifted his gay heart, while thus he said, Still may our souls, O generous youth, agree 'tis now Atrides' turn to yield to thee. Rash heat perhaps a moment might control, not break the settled temper of thy soul. Not but, my friend, 'tis still the wiser way to waive contention with superior sway. For how few who should like thee offend, like thee, have talents to regain the friend. To plead indulgence, and thy fault atone, suffice thy father's merit and thy own. Generous alike, for me, the sire and son have greatly suffered, and have greatly done. I yield, that all may know my soul can bend, nor is my pride preferred before my friend. He said, and pleased his passion to command, resigned the courser to Noemon's hand, friend of the youthful chief. Himself content, the shining charger to his vessel sent. The golden talents Marion next obtained, the fifth reward, the double bowl, remained. Achilles this to reverend Nestor bears, and thus the purpose of his gift declares. Accept thou this, O sacred sire, he said, in dear memorial of Patroclus dead. Dead and forever lost, Patroclus lies, forever snatched from our desiring eyes. Take thou this token of a grateful heart, though 'tis not thine to hurl the distant dart, the quoit to toss, the ponderous mace to wield, or urge the race, or wrestle on the field. Thy pristine vigor age has overthrown, but left the glory of the past thy own. He said, and placed the goblet at his side. With joy the venerable king replied, Wisely and well, my son, thy words have proved a senior honored and a friend beloved. Too true it is, deserted of my strength, these withered arms and limbs have failed at length. Oh, had I now that force I felt of yore, known through Buprasium and the Pelian shore, victorious then in every solemn game, ordained to Amarence's mighty name. The brave Epeans gave my glory way, Aetolians, Pelians, all resigned the day. I quelled Clytomedes in fights of hand, and backward hurled Ancaeus on the sand, surpassed Ichlas in the swift career, Phyleus and Polydorus with the spear. The sons of Actor won the prize of horse, but won by numbers, not by art or force. For the famed twins, impatient to survey prize after prize by Nestor borne away, sprung to their car, and with united pains one lashed the coursers while one ruled the reins. Such once I was. Now to these tasks succeeds a younger race that emulate our deeds. I yield, alas, to age who must not yield, though once the foremost hero of the field. Go thou, my son, by generous friendship led, with martial honors decorate the dead, while pleased I take the gift thy hands present, pledge of benevolence and kind intent, rejoiced of all the numerous Greeks to see, not one but honors sacred age and me. Those due distinctions thou so well canst pay, may the just gods return another day. Proud of the gift, thus spake the full of days. Achilles heard him, prouder of the praise. The prizes next are ordered to the field for the bold champions who the cestus wield. A stately mule, as yet by toils unbroke, of 6 years' age, unconscious of the yoke, is to the circus led and firmly bound. Next stands a goblet, massy, large, and round. Achilles rising thus, let Greece excite to our 2 heroes equal to this hardy fight, who dare the foe with lifted arms provoke and rush beneath the long descending stroke. On whom Apollo shall the palm bestow, and whom the Greeks supreme by conquest know, this mule his dauntless labors shall repay, the vanquished bear the massy bowl away. This dreadful combat great Epeus chose, high o'er the crowd, enormous bulk. He rose, and seized the beast, and thus began to say, Stand forth some man to bear the bowl away, price of his ruin, for who dares deny this mule my right, the undoubted victor I. Others, 'tis owned, in fields of battle shine, but the first honors of this fight are mine, for who excels in all? Then let my foe doctor awe near, but first his certain fortune know. Secure this hand shall his whole frame confound, mash all his bones and all his body pound. So let his friends be nigh, a needful train, to heave the battered carcass off the plain. The giant spoke, and in a stupid gaze the host beheld him, silent with amaze. 'Twas thou, Euryalus, who durst aspire to meet his might, and emulate thy sire, the great Mecistheus, who in days of yore in Theban games the noblest trophy bore. The games ordained dead Oedipus to grace, and singly vanquished the Cadmean race. Him great Tydides urges to contend, warm with the hopes of conquest for his friend. Officious with the cincture girds him round, and to his wrist the gloves of death are bound. Amid the circle now each champion stands, and poises high in air his iron hands. With clashing gauntlets now they fiercely close, their crackling jaws re-echo to the blows, and painful sweat from all their members flows. At length, Epeus dealt a weighty blow, full on the cheek of his unwary foe. Beneath that ponderous arm's resistless sway, down dropped he, nerveless, and extended lay. As a large fish, when winds and waters roar, by some huge billow dashed against the shore, lies panting, not less battered with his wound, the bleeding hero pants upon the ground. To rear his fallen foe, the victor lends, scornful his hand, and gives him to his friends, whose arms support him, reeling through the throng, and dragging his disabled legs along. Nodding, his head hangs down his shoulder o'er. His mouth and nostrils pour the clotted gore. Wrapped round in mists he lies, and lost to thought. His friends receive the bowl too dearly bought. The third bold game Achilles next demands, and calls the wrestlers to the level sands. A massy tripod for the victor lies, of twice 6 oxen its reputed price, and next the loser's spirits to restore, a female captive, valued but at 4. Scarce did the chief the vigorous strife propose, when tower-like Ajax and Ulysses rose. Amid the ring, each nervous rival stands, embracing rigid with implicit hands. Close locked above, their heads and arms are mixed. Below, their planted feet at distance fixed, like 2 strong rafters which the builder forms, proof to the wintry winds and howling storms. Their tops connected, but at wider space fixed on the center stands their solid base. Now to the grasp each manly body bends. The humid sweat from every pore descends. Their bones resound with blows, sides, shoulders, thighs, swell to each gripe and bloody tumors rise. Nor could Ulysses, for his art renowned, o'erturn the strength of Ajax on the ground. Nor could the strength of Ajax overthrow the watchful caution of his artful foe. While the long strife even tired the lookers on, thus to Ulysses spoke great Telamon. Or let me lift thee, chief, or lift thou me. Prove we our force, and Jove the rest decree. He said, and straining, heaved him off the ground with matchless strength. That time Ulysses found the strength to evade, and where the nerves combine his ankle struck. The giant fell supine. Ulysses following on his bosom lies, shouts of applause run rattling through the skies. Ajax to lift Ulysses' next essays. He barely stirred him, but he could not raise. His knee locked fast, the foe's attempt denied, and grappling close, they tumbled side by side. Defiled with honorable dust they roll, still breathing strife and unsubdued of soul. Again they rage, again to combat rise, when great Achilles thus divides the prize. Your noble vigor, O my friends, restrain, nor weary out your generous strength in vain. Ye both have won. Let others who excel now prove that prowess you have proved so well. The hero's words the willing chiefs obey, from their tired bodies wipe the dust away, and clothed anew the following games survey. And now succeed the gifts ordained to grace the youths contending in the rapid race. A silver urn that full 6 measures held, by none in weight or workmanship excelled. Sidonian artists taught the frame to shine, elaborate with artifice divine, whence Tyrian sailors did the prize transport, and gave to Thoas at the Lemnian port. From him descended, good Eunaeus heired the glorious gift, and for Lycaon spared, to brave Patroclus gave the rich reward. Now, the same hero's funeral rites to grace, it stands the prize of swiftness in the race. A well-fed ox was for the second placed, and half a talent must content the last. Achilles rising then bespoke the train, who hope the palm of swiftness to obtain, stand forth and bear these prizes from the plain. The hero said, and starting from his place, oiling Ajax rises to the race. Ulysses next, and he whose speed surpassed his youthful equals, Nestor's son the last. Ranged in a line the ready racers stand. Pelides points the barrier with his hand. All start at once. Oilus led the race. The next Ulysses, measuring pace with pace. Behind him, diligently close, he sped, as closely following as the running thread. The spindle follows, and displays the charms of the fair spinster's breast and moving arms. Graceful in motion thus, his foe he plies, and treads each footstep ere the dust can rise. His glowing breath upon his shoulders plays. The admiring Greeks loud acclamations raise. To him they give their wishes, hearts, and eyes, and send their souls before him as he flies. Now 3 times turned in prospect of the goal, the panting chief to Pallas lifts his soul. Assist, O goddess, thus in thought he prayed, and present at his thought descends the maid. Buoyed by her heavenly force, he seems to swim, and feels a pinion lifting every limb. All fierce, and ready now the prize to gain, unhappy Ajax stumbles on the plain o'erturned by Pallas, where the slippery shore was clogged with slimy dung and mingled gore. The self-same place beside Patroclus's pyre, where late the slaughtered victims fed the fire. Besmeared with filth and blotted o'er with clay, obscene to sight, the rueful racer lay. The well-fed bull, the second prize he shared, and left the urn Ulysses' rich reward. Then, grasping by the horn the mighty beast, the baffled hero thus the Greeks addressed. Accursed fate! The conquest I forego. A mortal I, a goddess, was my foe. She urged her favorite on the rapid way, and Pallas, not Ulysses, won the day. Thus sourly wailed he, sputtering dirt and gore. A burst of laughter echoed through the shore. Antilochus, more humorous than the rest, takes the last prize and takes it with a jest. Why with our wiser elders should we strive? The gods still love them, and they always thrive. Ye see, to Ajax I must yield the prize, he to Ulysses, still more aged and wise, a green old age unconscious of decays that proves the hero born in better days. Behold his vigor in this active race. Achilles only boasts a swifter pace, for who can match Achilles? He who can must yet be more than hero, more than man. The effect succeeds the speech. Pelides cries, thy artful praise deserves a better prize. Nor Greece in vain shall hear thy friend extolled, receive a talent of the purest gold. The youth departs content. The host admire the son of Nestor, worthy of his sire. Next, these a buckler, spear, and helm he brings. Cast on the plain, the brazen burden rings. Arms which of late divine Sarpedon wore, and great Patroclus in short triumph bore. Stand forth the bravest of our host, he cries. Whoever dares deserves so rich a prize. Now grace the lists before our army's sight, and sheathed in steel provoke his foe to fight. Who first the jointed armor shall explore, and stain his rival's mail with issuing gore. The sword Asteropaeus possessed of old, a Thracian blade, distinct with studs of gold, shall pay the stroke and grace the striker's side. These arms in common let the chiefs divide. For each brave champion, when the combat ends, a sumptuous banquet at our tents attends. Fierce at the word uprose great Tydeus' son, and the huge bulk of Ajax Telamon. Clad in refulgent steel, on either hand, the dreadful chiefs amid the circle stand. Lowering they meet, tremendous to the sight, each Argive bosom beats with fierce delight. Opposed in arms not long they idly stood, but thrice they closed, and thrice the charge renewed. A furious pass the spear of Ajax made through the broad shield, but at the corslet stayed. Not thus the foe, his javelin aimed above the buckler's margin, at the neck he drove. But Greece, now trembling for her hero's life, bade share the honors and surcease the strife. Yet still the victor's due Tydeus gains, with him the sword and studded belt remains. Then hurled the hero, thundering on the ground, a mass of iron, an enormous round, whose weight and size the circling Greeks admire, rude from the furnace and but shaped by fire. This mighty quoit Aetion wont to rear, and from his whirling arm dismiss in air. The giant by Achilles slain, he stowed among his spoils this memorable load. For this, he bids those nervous artists vie, that teach the disk to sound along the sky. Let him, whose might can hurl this bowl arise, who farthest hurls it, take it as his prize. If he be one enriched with large domain of downs for flocks and arable for grain, small stock of iron needs that man provide. His hinds and swains whole years shall be supplied from hence, nor ask the neighboring city's aid for plowshares, wheels, and all the rural trade. Stern Polypete stepped before the throng, and great Leonteus, more than mortal strong, whose force with rival forces to oppose, uprose great Ajax, up Epus rose. Each stood in order. First Epeus through, high o'er the wondering crowds the whirling circle flew. Leonteus next a little space surpassed, and third the strength of godlike Ajax cast. O'er both their marks it flew, till fiercely flung from Polypete's arm the discus sung. Far as a swain his whirling sheep-hook throws that distant falls among the grazing cows, so past them all the rapid circle flies. His friends, while loud applauses shake the skies, with force conjoined heave off the weighty prize. Those, who in skillful archery contend, he next invites the twanging bow to bend, and twice 10 axes casts amidst the round, 10 double-edged, and 10 that singly wound the mast, which late a first-rate galley bore, the hero fixes in the sandy shore. To the tall top a milk-white dove they tie, the trembling mark at which their arrows fly. Whose weapon strikes yon fluttering bird shall bear these 2-edged axes, terrible in war, the single, he whose shaft divides the cord. He said, experienced Marion took the word, and skillful Teucer, in the helm they threw, their lots inscribed, and forth the latter flew. Swift from the string the sounding arrow flies, but flies unblessed. No grateful sacrifice, no firstling lambs, unheedful. Didst thou vow to Phoebus, patron of the shaft and bow? For this, thy well-aimed arrow turned aside, erred from the dove, yet cut the cord that tied. Adown the mainmast fell the parted string, and the free bird to heaven displays her wing. Sea, shores, and skies with loud applause resound, and Marion eager meditates the wound. He takes the bow, directs the shaft above, and following with his eye the soaring dove, implores the god to speed it through the skies, with vows of firstling lambs and grateful sacrifice. The dove, in airy circles as she wheels, amid the clouds the piercing arrow feels. Quite through and through the point its passage found, and at his feet fell bloody to the ground. The wounded bird, ere yet she breathed her last, with flagging wings alighted on the mast, a moment hung and spread her pinions there, then sudden dropped and left her life in air. From the pleased crowd new peals of thunder rise, and to the ship's brave Marion bears the prize. To close the funeral games, Achilles last a massy spear amid the circle placed, an ample charger of unsullied frame, with flowers high wrought, not blackened yet by flame. For these he bids the heroes prove their art, whose dexterous skill directs the flying dart. Here, too, great Marion hopes the noble prize, nor here disdained the king of men to rise. With joy Pallades saw the honor paid, rose to the monarch and respectful said, Thee first in virtue, as in power supreme, O king of nations, all thy Greeks proclaim. In every martial game thy worth attest, and know thee both their greatest and their best. Take then the prize, but let brave Marion bear this beamy javelin in thy brother's war. Pleased from the hero's lips his praise to hear, the king to Marion gives the brazen spear, but set apart for sacred use, commands the glittering charger to Talthybius's hands. Iliad Book 14 Argument. The redemption of the body of Hector. The gods deliberate about the redemption of Hector's body. Jupiter sends Thetis to Achilles, to dispose him for the restoring it, and Iris to Priam, to encourage him to go in person and treat for it. The old king, notwithstanding the remonstrances of his queen, makes ready for the journey, to which he is encouraged by an omen from Jupiter. He sets forth in his chariot, with a wagon loaded with presents, under the charge of Idaeus the herald. Mercury descends in the shape of a young man and conducts him to the pavilion of Achilles. their conversation on the way. Priam finds Achilles at his table, casts himself at his feet, and begs for the body of his son. Achilles, moved with compassion, grants his request, detains him one night in his tent, and the next morning sends him home with the body. The Trojans run out to meet him. The lamentations of Andromache, Hecuba, and Helen, with the solemnities of the funeral. The time of 12 days is employed in this book, while the body of Hector lies in the tent of Achilles, and as many more are spent in the truce allowed for his interment. The scene is partly in Achilles' camp and partly in Troy. Now from the finished games the Grecian band seek their black ships and clear the crowded strand, all stretched at ease the genial banquet share, and pleasing slumbers quiet all their care. Not so Achilles. He to grief resigned, his friend's dear image present to his mind, takes his sad couch more unobserved to weep, nor tastes the gifts of all composing sleep. Restless he rolled around his weary bed, and all his soul on his Patroclus fed. The form so pleasing and the heart so kind, that youthful vigor and that manly mind, what toils they shared, what martial works they wrought, what seas they measured, and what fields they fought. All passed before him in remembrance dear. Thought follows thought, and tear succeeds to tear. And now supine, now prone, the hero lay, now shifts his side, impatient for the day. Then starting up, disconsolate he goes, wide on the lonely beach to vent his woes. There as the solitary mourner raves, the ruddy morning rises o'er the waves. Soon as it rose, his furious steeds he joined. The chariot flies, and Hector trails behind, and thrice, Patroclus. Round thy monument was Hector dragged, then hurried to the tent. There sleep at last o'ercomes the hero's eyes, while foul in dust the unhonored carcass lies, but not deserted by the pitying skies. For Phoebus watched it with superior care, preserved from gaping wounds and tainting air, and, ignominious as it swept the field, spread o'er the sacred corse his golden shield. All heaven was moved, and Hermes willed to go by stealth to snatch him from the insulting foe. But Neptune this, and Pallas this denies, and the unrelenting empress of the skies, ere since that day implacable to Troy, what time young Paris, simple shepherd boy, won by destructive lust, reward obscene, their charms rejected for the Cyprian queen. But when the 10th celestial morning broke, to heaven assembled, thus Apollo spoke. Hector's body at the car of Achilles. Unpitying powers, how oft each holy fane has Hector tinged with blood of victims slain? And can ye still his cold remains pursue? Still grudge his body to the Trojans' view? Deny to consort, mother, son, and sire, the last sad honors of a funeral fire? Is then the dire Achilles all your care? That iron heart, inflexibly severe, a lion, not a man, who slaughters wide, in strength of rage and impotence of pride, who hastes to murder with a savage joy, invades around and breathes but to destroy. Shame is not of his soul, nor understood the greatest evil and the greatest good. Still for one loss he rages unresigned, repugnant to the lot of all mankind. To lose a friend, a brother, or a son, heaven dooms each mortal, and its will is done. A while they sorrow, then dismiss their care. Fate gives the wound, and man is born to bear. But this insatiate the commission given by fate exceeds, and tempts the wrath of heaven. Lo, how his rage dishonest drags along Hector's dead earth, insensible of wrong. Brave though he be, yet by no reason awed, he violates the laws of man and God. The judgment of Paris. If equal honors by the partial skies are doomed both heroes, Juno thus replies, if Thetis' son must no distinction know, then hear ye gods, the patron of the bough. But Hector only boasts a mortal claim, his birth deriving from a mortal dame. Achilles, of your own ethereal race, springs from a goddess by a man's embrace, a goddess by ourself to Peleus given, a man divine and chosen friend of heaven. To grace those nuptials, from the bright abode, yourselves were present, where this minstrel god, well pleased to share the feast, amid the choir, stood proud to him and tune his youthful lyre. Then thus the thunderer checks the imperial dame. Let not thy wrath the court of heaven inflame. Their merits, nor their honors, are the same. But mine and every god's peculiar grace Hector deserves, of all the Trojan race. Still on our shrines his grateful offerings lay, the only honors men to gods can pay. Nor ever from our smoking altars cease the pure libation and the holy feast. However by stealth to snatch the corse away, we will not. Thetis guards it night and day. But haste, and summon to our courts above the azure queen. Let her persuasion move her furious son from Priam to receive the proffered ransom and the corse to leave. He added not, and Iris from the skies, swift as a whirlwind, on the message flies. Meteorous the face of ocean sweeps, refulgent gliding o'er the sable deeps. Between where Samos wide his forest spreads, and rocky Imbrus lifts its pointed heads, down plunged the maid, the parted waves resound. She plunged and instant shot the dark profound. As bearing death in the fallacious bait, from the bent angle sinks the leaden weight, so passed the goddess through the closing wave, where Thetis sorrowed in her secret cave. There placed amidst her melancholy train the blue-haired sisters of the sacred main. Pensive she sat, revolving fates to come, and wept her godlike son's approaching doom. Then thus the goddess of the painted bow, "Arise, O Thetis! From thy seats below, 'tis Jove that calls." "And why," the dame replies, "calls Jove his Thetis to the hated skies? Sad object as I am for heavenly sight, ah, may my sorrows ever shun the light! Howe'er, be heaven's almighty sire obeyed." She spake, and veiled her head in sable shade, which flowing long her graceful person clad, and forth she paced majestically sad. Then through the world of waters they repair, the way fair Iris led to upper air. The deeps dividing, o'er the coast they rise, and touch with momentary flight the skies. There in the lightning's blaze the sire they found, and all the gods in shining synod round. Thetis approached with anguish in her face. Minerva rising gave the mourner place. Even Juno sought her sorrows to console, and offered from her hand the nectar bowl. She tasted, and resigned it. Then began the sacred sire of gods and mortal man. "Thou comest, fair Thetis, but with grief o'ercast, maternal sorrows, long to last? Suffice, we know and we partake thy cares, but yield to fate and hear what Jove declares. 9 days are past since all the court above in Hector's cause have moved the ear of Jove. 'Twas voted, Hermes from his godlike foe by stealth should bear him, but we willed not so. We will, thy son himself the corse restore, and to his conquest add this glory more. Then hie thee to him, and our mandate bear. Tell him he tempts the wrath of heaven too far, nor let him more, our anger if he dread, vent his mad vengeance on the sacred dead. But yield to ransom and the father's prayer. The mournful father, Iris shall prepare with gifts to sue, and offer to his hands whate'er his honor asks or heart demands. His word the silver-footed queen attends, and from Olympus's snowy tops descends. Arrived, she heard the voice of loud lament and echoing groans that shook the lofty tent. His friends prepare the victim and dispose, repast unheeded, while he vents his woes. The goddess seats her by her pensive son. She pressed his hand and tender thus begun. "How long, unhappy, shall thy sorrows flow, and thy heart waste with life-consuming woe, mindless of food or love whose pleasing reign soothes weary life and softens human pain? O snatch the moments yet within thy power, not long to live, indulge the amorous hour. Lo, Jove himself, for Jove's command I bear, forbids to tempt the wrath of heaven too far. No longer then, his fury if thou dread, detain the relics of great Hector dead, nor vent on senseless earth thy vengeance vain, but yield to ransom and restore the slain. To whom Achilles, be the ransom given, and we submit, since such the will of heaven." While thus they communed, from the Olympian bowers, Jove orders Iris to the Trojan towers. "Haste, winged goddess, to the sacred town, and urge her monarch to redeem his son. Alone the Ilian ramparts let him leave, and bear what stern Achilles may receive. Alone, for so we will, no Trojan near except to place the dead with decent care, some aged herald who with gentle hand may the slow mules and funeral car command. Nor let him death, nor let him danger dread, safe through the foe by our protection led, him Hermes to Achilles shall convey, guard of his life and partner of his way. Fierce as he is, Achilles' self shall spare his age, nor touch one venerable hair. Some thought there must be in a soul so brave, some sense of duty, some desire to save." Iris advises Priam to obtain the body of Hector. Then down her bow the winged Iris drives, and swift at Priam's mournful court arrives, where the sad sons beside their father's throne sat bathed in tears, and answered groan with groan. And all amidst them lay the hoary sire, sad scene of woe, his face, his wrapped attire, concealed from sight. With frantic hands he spread a shower of ashes o'er his neck and head. From room to room his pensive daughters roam, whose shrieks and clamors fill the vaulted dome, mindful of those who late their pride and joy lie pale and breathless round the fields of Troy. Before the king Jove's messenger appears, and thus in whispers greets his trembling ears. Fear not, O father, no ill news I bear. From Jove I come, Jove makes thee still his care. For Hector's sake these walls he bids thee leave, and bear what stern Achilles may receive. Alone, for so he wills, no Trojan near, except to place the dead with decent care, some aged herald, who with gentle hand may the slow mules and funeral car command. Nor shalt thou death, nor shalt thou danger dread. Safe through the foe by his protection led, thee Hermes to Pelides shall convey, guard of thy life and partner of thy way. Fierce as he is, Achilles' self shall spare thy age, nor touch one venerable hair. Some thought there must be in a soul so brave, some sense of duty, some desire to save. She spoke, and vanished. Priam bids prepare his gentle mules and harness to the car. There for the gifts a polished casket lay. His pious sons the king's command obey. Then passed the monarch to his bridal room, where cedar beams the lofty roof's perfume, and where the treasures of his empire lay. Then called his queen, and thus began to say, Unhappy consort of a king distressed, partake the troubles of thy husband's breast. I saw descend the messenger of Jove, who bids me try Achilles' mind to move. Forsake these ramparts, and with gifts obtain the corse of Hector at yon navy slain. Tell me thy thought. My heart impels to go through hostile camps and bears me to the foe. The hoary monarch thus. Her piercing cries sad Hecuba renews, and then replies, Ah! Whither wanders thy distempered mind, and where the prudence now that awed mankind? Through Phrygia once and foreign regions known, now all confused, distracted, overthrown. Singly to pass through hosts of foes to face, O heart of steel, the murderer of thy race, to view that deathful eye, and wander o'er those hands yet red with Hector's noble gore. Alas, my lord! He knows not how to spare, and what is mercy thy slain sons declare. So brave, so many fallen. To claim his rage, vain were thy dignity, and vain thy age. No, pent in this sad palace, let us give to grief the wretched days we have to live. Still, still for Hector let our sorrows flow, born to his own and to his parents' woe. Doomed from the hour his luckless life begun, to dogs, to vultures, and to Peleus' son. Oh, in his dearest blood might I allay my rage, and these barbarities repay. For could Hector merit thus, whose breath expired not meanly in unactive death? He poured his latest blood in manly fight, and fell a hero in his country's right. Seek not to stay me, nor my soul affright with words of omen, like a bird of night, replied unmoved the venerable man. 'Tis heaven commands me, and you urge in vain. Had any mortal voice the injunction laid, nor augur, priest, nor seer had been obeyed. A present goddess brought the high command, I saw, I heard her, and the word shall stand. I go, ye gods, obedient to your call. If in yon camp your powers have doomed my fall, content, by the same hand let me expire. Add to the slaughtered son the wretched sire. One cold embrace at least may be allowed, and my last tears flow mingled with his blood. From forth his open stores, this said, he drew 12 costly carpets of refulgent hue, as many vests, as many mantles told, and 12 fair veils, and garments stiff with gold. 2 tripods next, and twice 2 chargers shine, with 10 pure talents from the richest mine, and last a large, well-labored bowl had place, the pledge of treaties once with friendly Thrace. Seemed all too mean the stores he could employ, for one last look to buy him back to Troy. Lo, the sad father, frantic with his pain, around him furious drives his menial train. In vain each slave with duteous care attends, each office hurts him, and each face offends. What make ye here, officious crowds? Hence, nor obtrude your anguish on my eyes. Have ye no griefs at home to fix ye there? Am I the only object of despair? Am I become my people's common show? Set up by Jove your spectacle of woe? No, you must feel him too. Yourselves must fall. The same stern God to ruin gives you all. Nor is great Hector lost by me alone. Your sole defense, your guardian power, is gone. I see your blood the fields of Phrygia drown. I see the ruins of your smoking town. Oh, send me, gods. Ere that sad day shall come, a willing ghost to Pluto's dreary dome, he said, and feebly drives his friends away. The sorrowing friends his frantic rage obey. Next on his sons his erring fury falls. Polites Paris Agathon he calls. His threats Deiphobus and Dias hear. Hippothous, Pammon, Hellenes the seer, and generous Antiphon. For yet these 9 survived, sad relics of his numerous line. Inglorious sons of an unhappy sire, why did not all in Hector's cause expire? Wretch that I am, my bravest offspring slain, you, the disgrace of Priam's house, remain. Mestor the brave, renowned in ranks of war, with Troilus dreadful on his rushing car, and last great Hector, more than man divine, for sure he seemed not of terrestrial line. All those relentless Mars untimely slew, and left me these, a soft and servile crew, whose days the feast and wanton dance employ, gluttons and flatterers, the contempt of Troy. Why teach ye not my rapid wheels to run, and speed my journey to redeem my son? The sons their father's wretched age revere, forgive his anger, and produce the car. High on the seat the cabinet they bind, the new-made car with solid beauty shined. Box was the yoke, embossed with costly pains, and hung with ringlets to receive the reins. 9 cubits long, the traces swept the ground. These to the chariot's polished pole they bound. Then fixed a ring the running reins to guide, and close beneath the gathered ends were tied. Next with the gifts, the price of Hector slain. The sad attendants load the groaning wain. Last to the yoke the well-matched mules they bring, the gift of Mysia to the Trojan king. But the fair horses, long his darling care, himself received and harnessed to his car. Grieved as he was, he not this task denied. The hoary herald helped him at his side. While careful these the gentle coursers joined, sad Hecuba approached with anxious mind. A golden bowl that foamed with fragrant wine, libation destined to the power divine. Held in her right, before the steed she stands, and thus consigns it to the monarch's hands. Take this, and pour to Jove, that safe from harms, his grace restore thee to our roof and arms. Since victor of thy fears, and slighting mine, heaven, or thy soul, inspires this bold design. Pray to that God, who high on Ida's brow, surveys thy desolated realms below, his winged messenger to send from high, and lead thy way with heavenly augury. Let the strong sovereign of the plumy race tower on the right of yon ethereal space. That sign beheld, and strengthened from above, boldly pursue the journey marked by Jove. But if the god his augury denies, suppress thy impulse, nor reject advice. 'Tis just, said Priam, to the sire above, to raise our hands, for who so good as Jove? He spoke, and bade the attendant handmaid bring the purest water of the living spring. Her ready hands the ewer and basin held. Then took the golden cup his queen had filled. On the mid-pavement pours the rosy wine, uplifts his eyes and calls the power divine, O first and greatest, heaven's imperial lord, on lofty Ida's holy hill adored, to stern Achilles now direct my ways and teach him mercy when a father prays. If such thy will, dispatch from yonder sky thy sacred bird, celestial augury. Let the strong sovereign of the plumy race tower on the right of yon ethereal space. So shall thy suppliant, strengthened from above, fearless pursue the journey marked by Jove. Jove heard his prayer, and from the throne on high dispatched his bird, celestial augury, the swift-winged chaser of the feathered game, and known to gods by Perknos' lofty name. Wide as appears some palace gate displayed, so broad his pinions stretched their ample shade, as stooping Dexter with resounding wings, the imperial bird descends in airy rings. A dawn of joy in every face appears. The morning matron dries her timorous tears. Swift on his car the impatient monarch sprung, the brazen portal in his passage rung. The mules preceding draw the loaded wain, charged with the gifts. Idaeus holds the rein. The king himself his gentle steeds controls, and through surrounding friends the chariot rolls. On his slow wheels the following people wait, mourn at each step and give him up to fate. With hands uplifted eye him as he passed, and gaze upon him as they gazed their last. Now forward fares the father on his way, through the lone fields and back to Ilion they. Great Jove beheld him as he crossed the plain, and felt the woes of miserable man. Then thus to Hermes, thou whose constant cares still succor mortals and attend their prayers, behold an object to thy charge consigned. If ever pity touch thee for mankind, go, guard the sire, the observing foe prevent, and safe conduct him to Achilles' tent. The god obeys, his golden pinions binds, and mounts incumbent on the wings of winds that high, through fields of air, his flight sustain, o'er the wide earth and o'er the boundless main. Then grasps the wand that causes sleep to fly, or in soft slumbers seals the wakeful eye. Thus armed, swift Hermes steers his airy way, and stoops on Hellespont's resounding sea. A beauteous youth, majestic and divine he seemed, fair offspring of some princely line. Now twilight veiled the glaring face of day, and clad the dusky fields in sober gray. What time the herald and the hoary king, their chariots stopping at the silver spring that circling Ilus' ancient marble flows, allowed their mules and steeds a short repose. Through the dim shade the herald first espies a man's approach, and thus to Priam cries, I mark some foes advance, O king. Beware, this hard adventure claims thy utmost care. For much I fear destruction hovers nigh. Our state asks counsel, is it best to fly? Or old and helpless at his feet to fall, too wretched suppliants, and for mercy call? The afflicted monarch shivered with despair. Pale grew his face, and upright stood his hair. Sunk was his heart, his color went and came. A sudden trembling shook his aged frame. When Hermes, greeting, touched his royal hand, and gentle thus accosts with kind demand, say whither, father? When each mortal sight is sealed in sleep, thou wanderest through the night? Why roam thy mules and steeds the plains along, through Grecian foes so numerous and so strong? What couldst thou hope should these thy treasures view, these who with endless hate thy race pursue? For what defense, alas, couldst thou provide, thyself not young, a weak old man thy guide? Yet suffer not thy soul to sink with dread. From me no harm shall touch thy reverend head. From Greece I'll guard thee too, for in those lines the living image of my father shines. Thy words that speak benevolence of mind are true, my son, the godlike sire rejoined. Great are my hazards, but the gods survey my steps and send thee, guardian of my way. Hail and be blessed, for scarce of mortal kind appear thy form, thy feature, and thy mind. Nor true are all thy words, nor erring wide, the sacred messenger of heaven replied. But say, conveyest thou through the lonely plains what yet most precious of thy store remains, to lodge in safety with some friendly hand, prepared, perchance, to leave thy native land? Or fliest thou now? What hopes can Troy retain, thy matchless son, her guard and glory slain? The king, alarmed, say what, and whence thou art, who search the sorrows of a parent's heart, and know so well how godlike Hector died? Thus Priam spoke, and Hermes thus replied. You tempt me, father, and with pity touch. On this sad subject you inquire too much. Oft have these eyes that godlike Hector viewed in glorious fight with Grecian blood imbrued. I saw him when, like Jove, his flames he tossed on 1,000 ships and withered half a host. I saw, but helped not. Stern Achilles' ire forbade assistance, and enjoyed the fire. For him I serve of Myrmidonian race, one ship conveyed us from our native place. Polyctor is my sire, an honored name, old like thyself and not unknown to fame. Of 7 his sons, by whom the lot was cast to serve our prince, it fell on me, the last. To watch this quarter my adventure falls, for with the morn the Greeks attack your walls. Sleepless they sit, impatient to engage, and scarce their rulers check their martial rage. If then thou art of stern Pelides' train, the mournful monarch thus rejoined again, ah, tell me truly, where, oh, where are laid my son's dear relics? What befalls him dead? Have dogs dismembered on the naked plains, or yet unmangled rest his cold remains? O favored of the skies, thus answered then the power that mediates between God and men. Nor dogs nor vultures have thy Hector rent, but whole he lies, neglected in the tent. This the 12th evening since he rested there, untouched by worms, untainted by the air. Still as Aurora's ruddy beam is spread, round his friend's tomb Achilles drags the dead. Yet undisfigured or in limb or face, all fresh he lies, with every living grace, majestical in death. No stains are found o'er all the corse, and closed is every wound, though many a wound they gave. Some heavenly care, some hand divine, preserves him ever fair, or all the host of heaven, to whom he led, a life so grateful, still regard him dead. Thus spoke to Priam the celestial guide, and joyful thus the royal sire replied, Blessed is the man who pays the gods above the constant tribute of respect and love. Those who inhabit the Olympian bower, my son forgot not, in exalted power, and heaven that every virtue bears in mind, even to the ashes of the just is kind. But thou, O generous youth, this goblet take, a pledge of gratitude for Hector's sake, and while the favoring gods our steps survey, safe to Pelides' tent conduct my way. To whom the latent god, O king, forbear to tempt my youth, for apt is youth to err. But can I, absent from my prince's sight, take gifts in secret that must shun the light? What from our master's interest thus we draw is but a licensed theft that scapes the law. Respecting him, my soul abjures the offense, and as the crime, I dread the consequence. Thee far as Argos pleased I could convey, guard of thy life and partner of thy way, on thee attend, thy safety to maintain, o'er pathless forests or the roaring main. He said, then took the chariot at a bound, and snatched the reins and whirled the lash around. Before the inspiring god that urged them on, the coursers fly with spirit not their own. And now they reached the naval walls, and found the guards repasting, while the bowls go round. On these the virtue of his wand he tries, and pours deep slumber on their watchful eyes. Then heaved the massy gates, removed the bars, and o'er the trenches led the rolling cars. Unseen, through all the hostile camp they went, and now approached Pelides' lofty tent. On first the roof was raised and covered o'er with reeds collected from the marshy shore, and fenced with palisades a hall of state, the work of soldiers, where the hero sat. Large was the door, whose well-compacted strength a solid pine tree barred of wondrous length. Scarce 3 strong Greeks could lift its mighty weight, but great Achilles singly closed the gate. This Hermes, such the power of gods, set wide. Then swift alighted the celestial guide, and thus revealed, Hear, prince, and understand, thou owest thy guidance to no mortal hand. Hermes I am, descended from above, the king of arts, the messenger of Jove. Farewell. To shun Achilles' sight I fly. Uncommon are such favors of the sky, nor stand confessed to frail mortality. Now fearless enter, and prefer thy prayers. Adjure him by his father's silver hairs, his son, his mother. Urge him to bestow whatever pity that stern heart can know. Thus having said, he vanished from his eyes, and in a moment shot into the skies. The king, confirmed from heaven, alighted there, and left his aged herald on the car. With solemn pace through various rooms he went, and found Achilles in his inner tent. There sat the hero, Alcimus the brave, and great Automedon attendance gave. These served his person at the royal feast. Around, at awful distance, stood the rest. Unseen by these, the king his entry made, and prostrate now before Achilles laid, sudden, a venerable sight appears. Embraced his knees, and bathed his hands in tears. Those direful hands his kisses pressed, imbrued, even with the best, the dearest of his blood. As when a wretch, who, conscious of his crime, pursued for murder, flies his native clime, just gains some frontier, breathless, pale, amazed, all gaze, all wonder, thus Achilles gazed. Thus stood the attendants stupid with surprise, all mute, yet seemed to question with their eyes. Each looked on other, none the silence broke, till thus at last the kingly suppliant spoke. Ah, think, thou favored of the powers divine, think of thy father's age and pity mine. In me that father's reverend image trace, those silver hairs, that venerable face, his trembling limbs, his helpless person see. In all my equal, but in misery. Yet now, perhaps, some turn of human fate expels him helpless from his peaceful state. Think, from some powerful foe thou seest him fly, and beg protection with a feeble cry. Yet still one comfort in his soul may rise. He hears his son still lives to glad his eyes, and hearing, still may hope a better day, may send him thee to chase that foe away. No comfort to my griefs, no hopes remain. The best, the bravest of my sons are slain. Yet what a race! Ere Greece to Ilion came, the pledge of many a loved and loving dame, 19 one mother bore, dead, all are dead. How oft, alas, has wretched Priam bled! Still one was left their loss to recompense, his father's hope, his country's last defense. Him too thy rage has slain, beneath thy steel, unhappy in his country's cause he fell. For him through hostile camps I bent my way, for him thus prostrate at thy feet I lay. Large gifts proportioned to thy wrath I bear, O hear the wretched, and the gods revere. Think of thy father in this face behold, see him in me as helpless and as old. Though not so wretched, there he yields to me, the first of men in sovereign misery. Thus forced to kneel, thus groveling to embrace the scourge and ruin of my realm and race. Suppliant my children's murderer to implore, and kiss those hands yet reeking with their gore. These words soft pity in the chief inspire, touched with the dear remembrance of his sire. Then with his hand, as prostrate still he lay, the old man's cheek he gently turned away. Now each by turns indulged the gush of woe, and now the mingled tides together flow. This low on earth, that gently bending o'er, a father one and one a son deplore. But great Achilles different passions rend, and now his sire he mourns, and now his friend. The infectious softness through the heroes ran. One universal solemn shower began. They bore as heroes, but they felt as man. Satiate at length with unavailing woes, from the high throne divine Achilles rose. The reverend monarch by the hand he raised, on his white beard and form majestic gazed, not unrelenting. Then serene began with words to soothe the miserable man. Alas, what weight of anguish hast thou known, unhappy prince! Thus guardless and alone to pass through foes, and thus undaunted face the man whose fury has destroyed thy race. Heaven sure has armed thee with a heart of steel, a strength proportioned to the woes you feel. Rise then, let reason mitigate your care. To mourn avails not, man is born to bear. Such is, alas, the gods' severe decree. They are blessed and only free. Two urns by Jove's high throne have ever stood, the source of evil one and one of good. From thence the cup of mortal man he fills. Blessings to these, to those distributes ill. To most he mingles both. The wretch decreed to taste the bad unmixed is cursed indeed. Pursued by wrongs, by meager famine driven, he wanders, outcast both of earth and heaven. The happiest taste not happiness sincere, but find the cordial draught is dashed with care. Who more than Peleus shone in wealth and power, what stars concurring blessed his natal hour. A realm, a goddess, to his wishes given, graced by the gods with all the gifts of heaven. One evil yet o'ertakes his latest day, no race succeeding to imperial sway, an only son, and he, alas, ordained to fall untimely in a foreign land. See him, in Troy, the pious care decline of his weak age, to live the curse of thine. Thou too, old man, hast happier days beheld, in riches once, in children once excelled. Extended Phrygia owned thy ample reign, and all fair Lesbos blissful seats contain, and all wide Hellespont's unmeasured main. But since the god his hand has pleased to turn, and fill thy measure from his bitter urn, what sees the sun, but hapless heroes' falls? War, and the blood of men surround thy walls. What must be, must be. Bear thy lot, nor shed these unavailing sorrows o'er the dead. Thou canst not call him from the Stygian shore, but thou, alas, mayst live to suffer more. To whom the king, O favored of the skies, here let me grow to earth, since Hector lies on the bare beach deprived of obsequies. O give me Hector, to my eyes restore his course and take the gifts, I ask no more. Thou, as thou mayst, these boundless stores enjoy. Safe mayst thou sail and turn thy wrath from Troy. So shall thy pity and forbearance give a weak old man to see the light and live. Move me no more, Achilles thus replies, while kindling anger sparkled in his eyes, nor seek by tears my steady soul to bend. To yield thy Hector I myself intend. For know, from Jove my goddess mother came, old Ocean's daughter, silver-footed dame. Nor comest thou but by heaven, nor comest alone. Some god impels with courage not thy own. No human hand the weighty gates unbarred, nor could the boldest of our youth have dared to pass our outworks, or elude the guard. Cease, lest, neglectful of high Jove's command, I show thee king, thou treadst on hostile land. Release my knees, thy suppliant arts give o'er, and shake the purpose of my soul no more. The sire obeyed him, trembling and o'erawed. Achilles, like a lion, rushed abroad. Automedon and Alcimus attend, whom most he honored, since he lost his friend. These to unyoke the mules and horses went, and led the hoary herald to the tent. Next, heaped on high, the numerous presents bear great Hector's ransom from the polished car. 2 splendid mantles and a carpet spread they leave, to cover and enwrap the dead. Then call the handmaids, with assistant toil, to wash the body and anoint with oil, apart from Priam, lest the unhappy sire, provoked to passion, once more rouse to ire the stern Pelides. And nor sacred age, nor Jove's command, should check the rising rage. This done, the garments o'er the corse they spread. Achilles lifts it to the funeral bed. Then, while the body on the car they laid, he groans and calls on loved Patroclus' shade. If in that gloom which never light must know, the deeds of mortals touch the ghosts below, O friend, forgive me, that I thus fulfill, restoring Hector, heaven's unquestioned will. The gifts the Father gave, be ever thine, to grace thy manes and adorn thy shrine. he said, and entering took his seat of state, where full before him reverend Priam sate, to whom, composed, the godlike chief begun. Lo, to thy prayer restored, thy breathless son, extended on the funeral couch he lies, and soon as morning paints the eastern skies, the sight is granted to thy longing eyes. But now the peaceful hours of sacred night demand reflection and to rest invite. Nor thou, O Father, thus consumed with woe, the common cares that nourish life forgo. Not thus did Niobe of form divine, a parent once, whose sorrows equaled thine. 6 youthful sons, as many blooming maids, in one sad day beheld the Stygian shades. Those by Apollo's silver bow were slain. These Cynthia's arrows stretched upon the plain. So was her pride chastised by wrath divine, who matched her own with bright Latona's line. But to the goddess 12 the queen enjoyed. Those boasted 12, the avenging 2 destroyed. Steeped in their blood, and in the dust outspread, 9 days neglected lay exposed the dead. None by to weep them, to inhume them none, for Jove had turned the nation all to stone. The gods themselves at length relenting gave before the unhappy race the honors of a grave. Herself a rock, for such was heaven's high will, through deserts wild now pours a weeping rill, where round the bed whence Aeschylus springs, the watery fairies dance in mazy rings. There high on Sipylus's shaggy brow she stands, her own sad monument of woe. The rock forever lasts, the tears forever flow. Such griefs, O king, have other parents known. Remember theirs and mitigate thy own. The care of heaven thy Hector has appeared, nor shall he lie unwept and uninterred. Soon may thy aged cheeks in tears be drowned, and all the eyes of Ilion stream around. He said, and rising, chose the victim ewe with silver fleece, which his attendants slew. The limbs they sever from the reeking hide, with skill prepare them, and in parts divide. Each on the coals the separate morsels lays, and hasty snatches from the rising blaze. With bread the glittering canisters they load, which round the board Automedon bestowed. The chief himself to each his portion placed, and each indulging shared in sweet repast. When now the rage of hunger was repressed, the wondering hero eyes his royal guest. No less the royal guest the hero eyes, his godlike aspect and majestic size. Here youthful grace and noble fire engage, and there the mild benevolence of age. Thus gazing long, the silence neither broke, a solemn scene. At length the father spoke. Permit me now, beloved of Jove, to steep my careful temples in the dew of sleep, for since the day that numbered with the dead, my hapless son, the dust has been my bed. Soft sleep a stranger to my weeping eyes, my only food, my sorrows and my sighs. Till now, encouraged by the grace you give, I share thy banquet, and consent to live. With that, Achilles bade prepare the bed, with purple soft and shaggy carpets spread. Forth, by the flaming lights, they bend their way, and place the couches and the coverings lay. Then he, Now, father, sleep, but sleep not here. Consult thy safety, and forgive my fear, lest any Argive at this hour awake, to ask our counsel or our orders take, approaching sudden to our open tent, perchance behold thee, and our grace prevent. Should such report thy honored person hear, the king of men the ransom might defer. But say with speed, if aught of thy desire remains unasked, what time the rites require to enter thy Hector. For so long we stay our slaughtering arm, and bid the hosts obey. If then thy will permit, the monarch said, to finish all due honors to the dead, this of thy grace accord. To thee are known the fears of Ilion, closed within her town, and at what distance from our walls aspire the hills of Ide, and forests for the fire. 9 days to vent our sorrows I request, the 10th shall see the funeral and the feast, the next to raise his monument be given, the 12th we war, if war be doomed by heaven. This thy request, replied the chief, enjoy, till then our arms suspend the fall of Troy. Then gave his hand at parting to prevent the old man's fears, and turned within the tent, where fair Briseis, bright in blooming charms, expects her hero with desiring arms. But in the porch the king and herald rest, sad dreams of care yet wandering in their breast. Now gods and men the gifts of sleep partake, industrious Hermes only was awake, the king's return revolving in his mind, to pass the ramparts and the watch to blind. The power descending hovered o'er his head. And sleepst thou, father? Thus the vision said. Now dost thou sleep when Hector is restored, nor fear the Grecian foes or Grecian lord? Thy presence here should stern Atrides see, Thy still surviving sons may sue for thee, may offer all thy treasures yet contain, to spare thy age, and offer all in vain. Waked with the word, the trembling sire arose, and raised his friend. The god before him goes. He joins the mules, directs them with his hand, and moves in silence through the hostile land. When now to Xanthus' yellow stream they drove, Xanthus, immortal progeny of Jove, the winged deity forsook their view, and in a moment to Olympus flew. Now shed Aurora round her saffron ray, sprang through the gates of light and gave the day. Charged with the mournful load to Iliad go, the sage and king, majestically slow. Cassandra first beholds from Ilion's spire the sad procession of her hoary sire. Then, as the pensive pomp advanced more near, her breathless brother stretched upon the bier, a shower of tears o'erflows her beauteous eyes, alarming thus all Ilion with her cries. Turn here your steps, and here your eyes employ, ye wretched daughters, and ye sons of Troy. If ere ye rushed in crowds, with vast delight, to hail your hero glorious from the fight, now meet him dead, and let your sorrows flow, your common triumph and your common woe. In thronging crowds they issue to the plains, nor man nor woman in the walls remains. In every face the selfsame grief is shown, and Troy sends forth one universal groan. At Scaea's gates they meet the mourning wain, hang on the wheels, and grovel round the slain. The wife and mother, frantic with despair, kiss his pale cheek and rend their scattered hair. Thus wildly wailing at the gates they lay, and there had sighed and sorrowed out the day. But godlike Priam from the chariot rose. Forbear, he cried, this violence of woes. First to the palace let the car proceed, then pour your boundless sorrows o'er the dead. The waves of people at his word divide. Slow rolls the chariot through the following tide. Even to the palace the sad pomp they wait. They weep and place him on the bed of state. A melancholy choir attend around, with plaintive sighs and music's solemn sound. Alternately they sing, alternate flow the obedient tears, melodious in their woe. While deeper sorrows groan from each full heart, and nature speaks at every pause of art. First to the course the weeping consort flew, around his neck her milk-white arm she threw, and "O my Hector, O my lord," she cries, "snatched in thy bloom from these desiring eyes, thou to the dismal realms for ever gone, and I abandoned, desolate, alone. An only son, once comfort of our pains, sad product now of hapless love remains. Never to manly age that son shall rise, or with increasing graces glad my eyes. For Ilion now, her great defender slain, shall sink a smoking ruin on the plain. Who now protects her wives with guardian care? Who saves her infants from the rage of war? Now hostile fleets must waft those infants o'er, those wives must wait them to a foreign shore. Thou too, my son, to barbarous climes shall go, the sad companion of thy mother's woe. Doctor even hence a slave before the victor's sword, condemned to toil for some inhuman lord. Or else some Greek whose father pressed the plain, or son or brother, by great Hector slain. In Hector's blood his vengeance shall enjoy, and hurl thee headlong from the towers of Troy. For thy stern father never spared a foe, thence all these tears, and all this scene of woe. Thence many evils his sad parents bore, his parents many, but his consort more. Why gavest thou not to me thy dying hand, and why received not I thy last command? Some word thou wouldst have spoke, which sadly dear my soul might keep, or utter with a tear, which never, never could be lost in air, fixed in my heart and oft repeated there. Thus to her weeping maids she makes her moan, her weeping handmaids echo groan for groan. The mournful mother next sustains her part. O thou, the best, the dearest to my heart, of all my race thou most by heaven approved, and by the immortals even in death beloved. While all my other sons in barbarous bands, Achilles bound and sold to foreign lands, this felt no chains, but went a glorious ghost, free and a hero to the Stygian coast. Sentenced, 'tis true, by his inhuman doom, thy noble corse was dragged around the tomb of him thy warlike arm had slain. Ungenerous insult, impotent and vain, yet glow'st thou fresh with every living grace, no mark of pain or violence of face. Rosy and fair as Phoebus' silver bow dismissed thee gently to the shades below. Thus spoke the dame, and melted into tears. Sad Helen next in pomp of grief appears. Fast from the shining sluices of her eyes fall the round crystal drops, while thus she cries, "Ah, dearest friend, in whom the gods had joined, the mildest manners with the bravest mind. Now twice 10 years, unhappy years, are o'er, since Paris brought me to the Trojan shore. Oh, had I perished, ere that form divine seduced this soft, this easy heart of mine! Yet was it near, my fate, from thee to find a deed ungentle, or a word unkind. When others cursed the authoress of their woe, thy pity checked my sorrows in their flow. If some proud brother eyed me with disdain, or scornful sister with her sweeping train, thy gentle accents softened all my pain. For thee I mourn, and mourn myself in thee, the wretched source of all this misery. The fate I caused forever I bemoan. Sad Helen has no friend, now thou art gone. Through Troy's wide streets abandoned shall I roam, in Troy deserted as abhorred at home. So spoke the fair, with sorrow streaming eye. Distressful beauty melts each stander by. On all around the infectious sorrow grows, but Priam checked the torrent as it rose. Perform, ye Trojans, what the rites require, and fell the forests for a funeral pyre. 12 days, nor foes nor secret ambush dread, Achilles grants these honors to the dead. Illustration: Funeral of Hector. He spoke, and at his word, the Trojan train, their mules and oxen harnessed to the wain, pour through the gates, and felled from Ida's crown, roll back the gathered forests to the town. These toils continue 9 succeeding days, and high in air a sylvan structure raise. But when the 10th fair morn began to shine, forth to the pile was borne the man divine, and placed aloft, while all, with streaming eyes, beheld the flames and rolling smokes arise. Soon as Aurora, daughter of the dawn, with rosy luster streaked the dewy lawn, again the mournful crowds surround the pyre, and quench with wine the yet remaining fire. The snowy bones his friends and brothers place, with tears collected, in a golden vase. The golden vase in purple palls they rolled, of softest texture, and inwrought with gold. Last o'er the urn the sacred earth they spread, and raised the tomb, memorial of the dead. Strong guards and spies, till all the rites were done, watched from the rising to the setting sun. All Troy then moves to Priam's court again, a solemn, silent, melancholy train. Assembled there from pious toil they rest, and sadly shared the last sepulchral feast. Such honors Iliad to her hero paid, and peaceful slept the mighty Hector's shade. Concluding note. We have now passed through the Iliad and seen the anger of Achilles and the terrible effects of it at an end. As that only was the subject of the poem, and the nature of epic poetry would not permit our author to proceed to the event of the war, it perhaps may be acceptable to the common reader to give a short account of what happened to Troy and the chief actors in this poem after the conclusion of it. I need not mention that Troy was taken soon after the death of Hector by the stratagem of the wooden horse, the particulars of which are described by Virgil in the 2nd book of the Aeneid. Achilles fell before Troy, by the hand of Paris, by the shot of an arrow in his heel, as Hector had prophesied at his death. Lib. Suetuin. The unfortunate Priam was killed by Pyrrhus, the son of Achilles. Ajax, after the death of Achilles, had a contest with Ulysses for the armor of Vulcan, but being defeated in his aim, he slew himself through indignation. Helen, after the death of Paris, married Deiphobus his brother, and at the taking of Troy betrayed him, in order to reconcile herself to Menelaus, her first husband, who received her again into favor. Agamemnon, at his return, was barbarously murdered by Aegisthus at the instigation of Clytemnestra his wife, who in his absence had dishonored his bed with Aegisthus. Diomed, after the fall of Troy, was expelled his own country, and scarce escaped with his life from his adulterous wife Aegiale, but at last was received by Daunus in Apulia, and shared his kingdom. It is uncertain how he died. Nestor lived in peace with his children, in Pylos, his native country. Ulysses also, after innumerable troubles by sea and land, at last returned in safety to Ithaca, which is the subject of Homer's Odyssey. For what remains, I beg to be excused from the ceremonies of taking leave at the end of my work, and from embarrassing myself or others with any defenses or apologies about it. But instead of endeavoring to raise a vain monument to myself of the merits or difficulties of it, which must be left to the world, to truth, and to posterity, let me leave behind me a memorial of my friendship with one of the most valuable of men, as well as finest writers of my age and country, one who has tried, and knows by his own experience, how hard an undertaking it is to do justice to Homer, and one whom, I am sure, sincerely rejoices with me at the period of my labors. To him, therefore, having brought this long work to a conclusion, I desire to dedicate it, and to have the honor and satisfaction of placing together, in this manner, the names of Mr. Congreve and of March 25th, 1720 Pope, ton theon Deu Poia, to me epipleon me prokophi en poietiki kai alois epiteoemasi en ois isos akatashethean, aesthemean emoten euodos proianta, m. Orwell Anton de Sapso edep 17. Footnotes. What, says Archdeacon Wilberforce, is the natural root of loyalty as distinguished from such mere selfish desire of personal security as is apt to take its place in civilized times, but that consciousness of a natural bond among the families of men which gives a fellow feeling to whole clans and nations, and thus enlists their affections in behalf of those time-honored representatives of their ancient blood, in whose success they feel a personal interest. Hence the delight when we recognize an act of nobility or justice in our hereditary princes. Tuque prior, tu pars genus Caducius Olympo, progisatella manu sanguis mu. So strong is this feeling that it regains an engrafted influence even when history witnesses that vast convulsions have rent and weakened it, and the Celtic feeling towards the Stuarts has been rekindled in our own days towards the granddaughter of George III of Hanover. Somewhat similar may be seen in the disposition to idolize those great lawgivers of man's race, who have given expression in the immortal language of song to the deeper inspirations of our nature. The thoughts of Homer or of Shakespeare are the universal inheritance of the human race. In this mutual ground every man meets his brother. They have been set forth by the providence of God to vindicate for all of us what nature could effect, and that, in these representatives of our race, we might recognize our common benefactors. Doctrine of the Incarnation, pp. 9-10. Ikos they mean kim nimosina pandon grapheste, home in Shui, Herodot T. 299. I may observe that this life has been paraphrased in English by my learned young friend Kenneth R. H. Mackenzie and appended to my prose translation of the Odyssey. The present abridgment, however, will contain all that is of use to the reader, for the biographical value of the treatise is most insignificant, i.e., both of composing and reciting verses, for as Blair observes, the first poets sang their own verses. Sextus Empire, ad vp 360 ed. Fabric. Oame li yeti ke pitai melopi legode, keta omiru epi topale prosliran idato. The voice, observes Heron, was always accompanied by some instrument. The bard was provided with a harp on which he played a prelude to elevate and inspire his mind, and with which he accompanied the song when begun. His voice probably preserved a medium between singing and recitation. The words, and not the melody, were regarded by the listeners. Hence, it was necessary for him to remain intelligible to all. In countries where nothing similar is found, it is difficult to represent such scenes to the mind. But whoever has had an opportunity of listening to the improvisation of Italy can easily form an idea of Demodocus and Phemius, Ancient Greece, p. 94. Should it not be, since my arrival? Asks Mackenzie, observing that poplars can hardly live so long. But setting aside the fact that we must not expect consistency in a mere romance, the ancients had a superstitious belief in the great age of trees, which grew near places consecrated by the presence of gods and great men. See Cicero de Leg II, sub init, where he speaks of the plane tree under which Socrates used to walk, and of the tree at Delos, where Latona gave birth to Apollo. This passage is referred to by Stephanus of Byzantium, SV, NTP 490, ed. de Pinedo. I omit quoting any of the dull epigrams ascribed to Homer for, as Mr. Justice Talfourd rightly observes, the authenticity of these fragments depends upon that of the pseudo-Herodotian life of Homer, from which they are taken. Lid of Greece, p. 38 in Encyclometrop, cf. Coleridge, Classic Poets, p. 317. 5. It is quoted as the work of Cleobulus by Diogenes Laert, Vic Cleob, p. 62, ed. Cassab. I trust I am justified in employing this as an equivalent for the Greek leske. Ositus omirus doxi trephineftis, omilon polon te ke achreuin exusin. Iteften de ketunoma, omiros, epekratise to melisigeni apotis symphoris. Igarchimei tus tiflus omirus legusin. Vit omel c. p. 311. The etymology has been condemned by recent scholars. See Welker, Episcia Cyclus, p. 127, and Mackenzie's note, p. Lave. Thestoridis thnitanoiston poleon per, uden afrastoteron pelete no anthropisin, Abid p. 315. During his stay at Phocaea, Homer is said to have composed the Little Iliad and the Phocade. See Muller's Hist of Lit. Viter 3. Welker LC, pp. 132, 272, 358, and Moore and Mulit, Vol Lit. p. 284, score. This is so pretty a picture of early manners and hospitality that it is almost a pity to find that it is obviously a copy from the Odyssey. See the 14th book. In fact, whoever was the author of this fictitious biography, he showed some tact in identifying Homer with certain events described in his poems, and in eliciting from them the germs of something like a personal narrative. Dialogon estiondo, a common metaphor. So Plato calls the parties conversing the timones or estiatores. Tim, I502 A. See Themist, Orat, VP 168, Engs VP 3F74, ed Petav. So the yimasi sophis homu keterpnisi diotin theinin tu sestiomenis epi, Coricius in fabric, Bibel GV 51. Logis Esti, Athenios VP 225a. It was at Bolissus, and in the house of this Chian citizen, that Homer is said to have written the Batrachomiomachia, or Battle of the Frogs and Mice, the Epicyclidia, and some other minor works. 12. Chandler, Travels, Vol. I. p. 61, referred to in the Voyage Pittoresque dans la Grace, Vol. I. p. 412, where a view of the spot is given, of which the author candidly says, Je ne puis répondre d'une exactitude scrupuleuse dans la vue générale que j'en donne, car étant allé seul pour l'examiner, je perdis mon crayon, et je fus obligé de m'en fier à ma mémoire. Je ne crois cependant pas avoir trop à me plaindre d'elle on cette occasion. A more probable reason for this companionship and for the character of Mentor itself is given by the allegorists, viz., the assumption of Mentor's form by the guardian deity of the wise Ulysses, Minerva. The classical reader may compare Plutarch, up TTP 880, Zyland, Heraclid, Pont Aleg, Home, p. 531-5 of Gale's Opusc. Mythal, Dionys, Halic, de Hom Poes c. 15, Apul de Deo Socrat sf. Vite, Hom, Praecru 28. The riddle is given in section 35. Compare Mackenzie's note, p6x. Heron's Ancient Greece, p96. Compare Sir E. L. Bulwer's Caxton's VI, p4. Pericles and Aspasia, Letter Lextive Works, Vol. 10, p. 387. Quarterly Review, Noba El 147. Viz., the following beautiful passage, for the translation of which I am indebted to Coleridge, Classic Poets, p. 286. Origius, farewell, and oh, remember me hereafter, when some stranger from the sea, a hapless wanderer, may your isle explore, and ask you, maid, of all the bards you boast, who sings the sweetest and delights you most. Oh, answer all, a blind old man and poor sweetest he sings and dwells on Chios' rocky shore. See Thucyd, have a 4. Longian, de sublime, x 46. Othenentia disi parikasetis ankata diomeneton amiron iliu, o dichatis fodrotitos paramenito megathos. See Tatian, quoted in Fabric, Tang DT. Mr. Mackenzie has given 3 brief but elaborate papers on the different writers on the subject, which deserve to be consulted. See Notes and Queries, Vol. p. 9971 and 221. His own views are moderate, and perhaps as satisfactory on the whole as any of the hypotheses hitherto put forth. In fact, they consist in an attempt to blend those hypotheses into something like consistency, rather than in advocating any individual theory. 23. Letters to Phileleuth, Lips, 24. Hist of Greece, Vol. 2, p. 191, SQQ. It is, indeed, not easy to calculate the height to which the memory may be cultivated. To take an ordinary case, we might refer to that of any first-rate actor who must be prepared, at a very short warning, to rhapsodize, night after night, parts which when laid together would amount to an immense number of lines. But all this is nothing to 2 instances of our own day. Visiting at Naples a gentleman of the highest intellectual attainments, and who held a distinguished rank among the men of letters in the last century, he informed us that the day before he had passed much time in examining a man, not highly educated, who had learned to repeat the whole Jerusalem of Tasso, not only to recite it consecutively, but also to repeat those stanzas in utter defiance of the sense, either forwards or backwards, or from the 8th line to the 1st, alternately the odd and even lines. In short, whatever the passage required. The memory, which seemed to cling to the words much more than to the sense, had it at such perfect command that it could produce it under any form. Our informant went on to state that this singular being was proceeding to learn the Orlando Furioso in the same manner. But even this instance is less wonderful than one as to which we may appeal to any of our readers that happened some 20 years ago to visit the town of Stirling in Scotland. No such person can have forgotten the poor, uneducated man, blind Jamie, who could actually repeat, after a few minutes' consideration, any verse required from any part of the Bible, even the obscurest and most unimportant enumeration of mere proper names not accepted. We do not mention these facts as touching the more difficult part of the question before us, but facts they are. And if we find so much difficulty in calculating the extent to which the mere memory may be cultivated, are we, in these days of multifarious reading and of countless distracting affairs, fair judges of the perfection to which the invention and the memory combined may attain in a simpler age, and among a more single-minded people? Quarterly Review L. C. p. 143, sqq. Herein steers between the two opinions, observing that the Jungariad of the Kalmucks is said to surpass the poems of Homer in length, as much as it stands beneath them in merit, and yet it exists only in the memory of a people which is not unacquainted with writing. But the songs of a nation are probably the last things which are committed to writing, for the very reason that they are remembered. Ancient Greece, p. 100. 26 Vol. Tep. 198, sqq. Quarterly Review LC, p. 131 score. Betrachtungen über die Ilias, Barol 1841. See Grode Temp 4. Notes in 204. Notes and Queries Vol. VP 221. Proleg p. Xteen ex Thien Sa. 30 Vol. Tai p. 214 Esquire Q. Who, says Cicero, de orat 34, was more learned in that age, or whose eloquence is reported to have been more perfected by literature than that of Pisistratus, who is said first to have disposed the books of Homer in the order in which we now have them. Compare Wolf's Prolegomena 33, Parf. The first book, together with the 8th, and the books from the 11th to the 22nd inclusive, seems to form the primary organization of the poem, then properly an Achilles. Grote, Volla, p. 235. K.R. H. Mackenzie, Notes and Queries, p. 222 SQ4. See his epistle to Raphaelingius, in Schroeder's edition, 4-2, Delphus, 1728. Ancient Greece, p. 101. 36. The best description of this monument will be found in Vaux, Antiquities of the British Museum, p. 198 score. The monument itself, Townley Sculptures, number 123, is well known. 37. Coleridge, Classic Poets, p. 276. 38. Preface to her Homer. Hesiod, Op. et Der, verse 155 in Se. The following argument of the Iliad, corrected in a few particulars, is translated from Bitaube, and is perhaps the neatest summary that has ever been drawn up. A hero, injured by his general, and animated with a noble resentment, retires to his tent, and for a season withdraws himself and his troops from the war. During this interval, victory abandons the army, which for 9 years has been occupied in a great enterprise, upon the successful termination of which the honor of their country depends. The general, at length opening his eyes to the fault which he had committed, deputes the principal officers of his army to the incensed hero, with commission to make compensation for the injury and to tender magnificent presents. The hero, according to the proud obstinacy of his character, persists in his animosity. The army is again defeated and is on the verge of entire destruction. This inexorable man has a friend. This friend weeps before him and asks for the hero's arms and for permission to go to the war in his stead. The eloquence of friendship prevails more than the intercession of the ambassadors or the gifts of the general. He lends his armor to his friend, but commands him not to engage with the chief of the enemy's army, because he reserves to himself the honor of that combat, and because he also fears for his friend's life. The prohibition is forgotten. The friend listens to nothing but his courage, His corpse is brought back to the hero, and the hero's arms become the prize of the conqueror. Then the hero, given up to the most lively despair, prepares to fight. He receives from a divinity new armor, is reconciled with his general, and thirsting for glory and revenge, enacts prodigies of valor, recovers the victory, slays the enemy's chief, honors his friend with superb funeral rites, and exercises a cruel vengeance on the body of his destroyer. But finally appeased by the tears and prayers of the father of the slain warrior, restores to the old man the corpse of his son, which he buries with due solemnities. Coleridge, P. Vultures. Pope is more accurate than the poet he translates, for Homer writes, "A prey to dogs and to all kinds of birds. But all kinds of birds are not carnivorous," i.e., during the whole time of their striving, the will of Jove was being gradually accomplished. Compare Milton's Paradise Lost I. 6. Sing, heavenly muse, that on the secret top of Horeb or of Sinai didst inspire that shepherd. Latona's son, i.e. Apollo, king of men, Agamemnon. Brother kings, Menelaus and Agamemnon. Smintheus, an epithet taken from Sminthos, the Phrygian name for a mouse, was applied to Apollo for having put an end to a plague of mice which had harassed that territory. Strabo, however, says that when the Teucri were migrating from Crete, they were told by an oracle to settle in that place, where they should not be attacked by the original inhabitants of the land, and that, having halted for the night, a number of field mice came and gnawed away the leathern straps of their baggage and thongs of their armor. In fulfillment of the oracle, they settled on the spot and raised a temple to Sminthean Apollo. Grote, History of Greece, IP 68, remarks that the worship of Sminthean Apollo in various parts of the Troad and its neighboring territory dates before the earliest period of Aeolian colonization. Scylla, a town of Troas near Thebes, so called from Syllis, a sister of Hippodamia, slain by Oenomas. A mistake. It should be, if ere I roofed thy graceful fane, for the custom of decorating temples with garlands was of later date. Bent was his bow. The Apollo of Homer, it must be borne in mind, is a different character from the deity of the same name in the later classical pantheon. And throughout both poems, all deaths from unforeseen or invisible causes, the ravages of pestilence, the fate of the young child or promising adult, cut off in the germ of infancy or flower of youth, of the old man dropping peacefully into the grave, or of the reckless sinner suddenly checked in his career of crime, are ascribed to the arrows of Apollo or Diana. The oracular functions of the god rose naturally out of the above fundamental attributes, for who could more appropriately impart to mortals what little foreknowledge fate permitted of her decrees than the agent of her most awful dispensations? The close union of the arts of prophecy and song explains his additional office of god of music, while the arrows with which he and his sister were armed, symbols of sudden death in every age, no less naturally procured him that of god of archery. Of any connection between Apollo and the sun, whatever may have existed in the more esoteric doctrine of the Greek sanctuaries, there is no trace in either Iliad or Odyssey. Mura, History of Greek Literature, Vol. I, p. 478, Squu. 51. It has frequently been observed that most pestilences begin with animals, and that Homer had this fact in mind. Convened to council. The public assembly in the heroic times is well characterized by Grote, Vol. 2, p. 92. It is an assembly for talk, communication, and discussion to a certain extent by the chiefs in person, of the people as listeners and sympathizers, often for eloquence and sometimes for quarrel, but here its ostensible purposes end. 53. Old Jacob Duport, whose Nomologia Homerica is full of curious and useful things, quotes several passages of the ancients, in which reference is made to these words of Homer, in maintenance of the belief that dreams had a divine origin and an import in which men were interested. 54. Rather, bright-eyed. See the German critics quoted by Arnold. The prize given to Ajax was Tecmessa, while Ulysses received Laodice, the daughter of sickness. The Myrmidons dwelt on the southern borders of Thessaly and took their origin from Myrmido, son of Jupiter and Eurymedusa. It is fancifully supposed that the name was derived from Myrmex, an ant, because they imitated the diligence of the ants, and like them were indefatigable, continually employed in cultivating the earth. The change from ants to men is founded merely on the equivocation of their name, which resembles that of the ant. They bore a further resemblance to these little animals, in that instead of inhabiting towns or villages, at first they commonly resided in the open fields, having no other retreats but dens and the cavities of trees, until Ithacus brought them together and settled them in more secure and comfortable habitations. Anthon's Lempriere. Eustathius, after Heraclides Ponticus and others, allegorizes this apparition, as if the appearance of Minerva to Achilles, unseen by the rest, was intended to point out the sudden recollection that he would gain nothing by intemperate wrath, and that it were best to restrain his anger, and only gratify it by withdrawing his services. The same idea is rather cleverly worked out by Apuleius, De Deo Socrates. Compare Milton, Paradise Lost, BK 2, though his tongue doth drop manna. So Proverbs v3, for the lips of a strange woman drop as an honeycomb. Salt water was chiefly used in lustrations, from its being supposed to possess certain fiery particles. Hence, if seawater could not be obtained, salt was thrown into the fresh water to be used for the lustration. Menander, in Clem Alex the Sainth, p. 713, Haideti Perironai, Embalanala, 60. The persons of heralds were held inviolable, and they were at liberty to travel whither they would without fear of molestation. Pollux, Onum, p. 159. The office was generally given to old men, and they were believed to be under the especial protection of Jove and Mercury. 61. His mother, Thetis, the daughter of Nereus and Doris, who was courted by Neptune and Jupiter. When, however, it was known that the son to whom she would give birth must prove greater than his father, it was determined to wed her to a mortal, and Peleus, with great difficulty, succeeded in obtaining her hand, as she eluded him by assuming various forms. Her children were all destroyed by fire through her attempts to see whether they were immortal, and Achilles would have shared the same fate had not his father rescued him. She afterwards rendered him invulnerable by plunging him into the waters of the Styx, with the exception of that part of the heel by which she held him. Hygen, Fab. 54. Thebae was a city of Mysia, north of Adramyttium, that is, defrauds me of the prize allotted me by their votes. Quintus Caliber goes still further in his account of the service rendered to Jove by Thetis. Nay more, the fetters of almighty Jove she loosed, Dices Caliber, S58, to fates averse. Of the gloomy destiny reigning throughout the Homeric poems, and from which even the gods are not exempt, Schlegel well observes, this power extends also to the world of gods, for the Grecian gods are mere powers of nature, and although immeasurably higher than mortal man, yet, compared with infinitude, they are on an equal footing with himself. Lectures on the Doctorama, v.p. 67. It has been observed that the annual procession of the sacred ship, so often represented on Egyptian monuments, and the return of the deity from Ethiopia after some days' absence, serves to show the Ethiopian origin of Thebes and of the worship of Jupiter Ammon. I think, says Hieron, after quoting a passage from Diodorus about the holy ship, that this procession is represented in one of the great sculptured reliefs on the temple of Karnak. The sacred ship of Ammon is on the shore with its whole equipment, and is towed along by another boat. It is therefore on its voyage. This must have been one of the most celebrated festivals, since, even according to the interpretation of antiquity, Homer alludes to it when he speaks of Jupiter's visit to the Ethiopians and his 12 days' absence. Long, Egyptian Antiquities, Vol. 1, p. 96. Eustathius, Vol. 1, p. 98, score. Basil, gives this interpretation, and likewise an allegorical one, which we will spare the reader. 60. Atoned, i.e. reconciled. This is the proper and most natural meaning of the word, as may be seen from Taylor's remarks in Calmet's Dictionary, p. 110 of my edition. That is, drawing back their necks while they cut their throats. If the sacrifice was in honor of the celestial gods, the throat was bent upwards towards heaven, but if made to the heroes or infernal deities, it was killed with its throat toward the ground. Elgin Marbles, Vol. A, p. 81. The jolly crew, unmindful of the past, the quarry share their plenteous dinner haste, some strip the skin, some portion out the spoil, the limbs yet trembling in the cauldron's boil, Some on the fire the reeking entrails broil. Stretched on the grassy turf, at ease they dine, restore their strength with meat, and cheer their souls with wine. Dr. Iden's Virgil, iTune 93. Crowned, i.e., filled to the brim. The custom of adorning goblets with flowers was of later date, 70. He spoke, and Cicera. When a friend inquired of Phidias what pattern he had formed his Olympian Jupiter, he is said to have answered by repeating the lines of the first Iliad, in which the poet represents the majesty of the god in the most sublime terms, thereby signifying that the genius of Homer had inspired him with it. Those who beheld this statue are said to have been so struck with it as to have asked whether Jupiter had descended from heaven to show himself to Phidias, or whether Phidias had been carried thither to contemplate the god. Elgin Marbles, Vol. p. 124. So was his will pronounced among the gods, and by an oath that shook heaven's whole circumference confirmed. Paradise Lost, 351. A double bowl, i.e., a vessel with a cup at both ends, something like the measures by which a halfpenny or pennyworth of nuts is sold. See Buttman, Lexic, p. 93 score. Paradise Lost, I-44. Him the almighty power hurled headlong flaming from the ethereal sky, with hideous ruin and combustion. The occasion on which Vulcan incurred Jove's displeasure was this. After Hercules had taken and pillaged Troy, Juno raised a storm, which drove him to the island of Kos, having previously cast Jove into a sleep, to prevent him aiding his son. Jove, in revenge, fastened iron anvils to her feet and hung her from the sky, and Vulcan, attempting to relieve her, was kicked down from Olympus in the manner described. The allegorists have gone mad in finding deep explanations for this amusing fiction. See Heraclides Ponticus, p. 463 score, ed. Gale. The story is told by Homer himself in Book V. The Scythians were a race of robbers, the ancient inhabitants of Lemnos, which island was ever after sacred to Vulcan. Nor was his name unheard or unadored in ancient Greece, and in Ausonian land men called him Mulciber, and how he fell from heaven, they fabled, thrown by angry Jove, sheer o'er the crystal battlements from morn to noon he fell, from noon to dewy eve, a summer's day, and with the setting sun, Dr. Opt from the zenith like a falling star on Lemnos, the Aegean isle, thus they relate. Paradise Lost, I. 735. It is ingeniously observed by Grote, Vol. I. p. 463, that the gods formed a sort of political community of their own, which had its hierarchy, its distribution of ranks and duties, its contentions for power and occasional revolutions, its public meetings in the agora of Olympus, and its multitudinous banquets or festivals. Plato, Rep. Thrive p. 437, was so scandalized at this deception of Jupiter's and at his other attacks on the character of the gods that he would fain sentence him to an honorable banishment. See Minucius Felix, section 22. Coleridge, Introd p. 154, well observes that the Supreme Father of gods and men had a full right to employ a lying spirit to work out his ultimate will. Compare Paradise Lost, v. 6 and 46. And roseate dews disposed all but the unsleeping eyes of God to rest. Dr. Eam ought to be spelt with a capital letter, being, I think, evidently personified as the god of dreams. See Anthon and others. When by Minerva sent, a fraudful Dr. Eam rushed from the skies, the bane of her and Troy. Dice's select translations from Quintus Caliber, p. 10. Sleep'st thou, companion dear? What sleep can close thy eyelids? Paradise Lost, v. 673. This truly military sentiment has been echoed by the approving voice of many statesmen of antiquity. See Pliny's panegyric on Trajan. Silius neatly translates it, Turpi duci totum somno consumere noctem. The same in habit, Enca. To whom once more the winged god appears, his former youthful mien and shape he wears. Dr. Iden's Virgil, IV 803. As bees in springtime, when the sun with Taurus rides, pour forth their populous youth about the hive in clusters. They among fresh dews and flowers fly to and fro, or on the smoothed plank, the suburb of this straw-built citadel, new-nibbed with balm, expatiate and confer their state affairs. So thick the very crowds swarmed and were straitened. Paradise Lost, I-7 and 68. It was the herald's duty to make the people sit down. A standing agora is a symptom of manifest terror, Tsutsets 2-46. An evening agora, to which men came elevated by wine, is also the forerunner of mischief, Odyssey 138. Grote 2p91, note. This scepter, like that of Judah, Genesis 10, is a type of the supreme and far-spread dominion of the house of the Atrides. See Thucydides I-9. It is traced through the hands of Hermes, he being the wealth-giving god, whose blessing is most efficacious in furthering the process of acquisition. Grote IP 2 and 12. Compare Quintus Caliber, Dicey's Selections, p. 43. Thus the monarch spoke, then pledged the chief in a capacious cup, golden and framed by art divine, a gift which to almighty Jove lame Vulcan brought upon his nuptial day, when he espoused the queen of love, the sire of gods bestowed the cup on Dardanus, who gave it next to Erichthonius. Tros received it then, and left it with his wealth to be possessed by Ilus. He to great Laomedon gave it, and last to Priam's lot it fell. Grote IP 393 states the number of the Grecian forces at upwards of 100,000 men. Nichols makes a total of 135,085. As thick as when a field of Ceres, ripe for harvest, waving bends his bearded grove of ears, which way the wind sways them. Paradise Lost, AV 980, SQ. This sentiment used to be a popular one with some of the greatest tyrants, who abused it into a pretext for unlimited usurpation of power. Dion, Caligula, and Domitian were particularly fond of it, and in an extended form, we find the maxim propounded by Creon in the Antigone of Sophocles. See some important remarks of Hieron, Ancient Greece, c. p. 1 and 5. It may be remarked that the character of Thersites, revolting and contemptible as it is, serves admirably to develop the disposition of Ulysses in a new light, in which mere cunning is less prominent. Of the gradual and individual development of Homer's heroes, Schlegel well observes, in bas relief the figures are usually in profile, and in the epos all are characterized in the simplest manner in relief. They are not grouped together, but follow one another. So Homer's heroes advance, one by one, in succession before us. It has been remarked that the Iliad is not definitively closed, but that we are left to suppose something both to precede and to follow it. The bas relief is equally without limit, and may be continued ad infinitum, either from before or behind, on which account the ancients preferred for it such subjects as admitted of an indefinite extension, sacrificial processions, dances, and lines of combatants, and hence they also exhibit bas reliefs on curved surfaces, such as vases or the frieze of a rotunda, where, by the curvature, the two ends are withdrawn from our sight, and where, while we advance, one object appears as another disappears. Reading Homer is very much like such a circuit. The present object alone arresting our attention, we lose sight of what precedes, and do not concern ourselves about what is to follow. Dr. Amatic Literature, p. 75. 88. There cannot be a clearer indication than this description, so graphic in the original poem, of the true character of the Homeric agora. The multitude who compose it are listening and acquiescent, not often hesitating, and never refractory to the chief. The fate which awaits a presumptuous critic, even where his virulent reproaches are substantially well-founded, is plainly set forth in the treatment of Thersites, while the unpopularity of such a character is attested even more by the excessive pains which Homer takes to heap upon him repulsive personal deformities, than by the chastisement of Odysseus. He is lame, bald, crook-backed, of misshapen head, and squinting vision. Grote, Vol. IP 97. According to Pausanias, both the sprig and the remains of the tree were exhibited in his time. The tragedians Lucretius and others adopted a different fable to account for the stoppage at Aulis, and seem to have found the sacrifice of Iphigenia better suited to form the subject of a tragedy. Compare Dr. Yaden's Aeneid, Vol. 3, SQ, full of his god, i.e., Apollo, filled with the prophetic spirit. The god would be more simple and emphatic. Those critics who have maintained that the catalogue of ships is an interpolation should have paid more attention to these lines, which form a most natural introduction to their enumeration. 92. The following observation will be useful to Homeric readers. Particular animals were, at a later time, consecrated to particular deities. To Jupiter, Ceres, Juno, Apollo, and Bacchus victims of advanced age might be offered. An ox of 5 years old was considered especially acceptable to Jupiter. A black bull, a ram, or a boar pig were offerings for Neptune, a heifer or a sheep for Minerva. To Ceres, a sow was sacrificed as an enemy to corn. The goat to Bacchus because he fed on vines. Diana was propitiated with a stag, and to Venus the dove was consecrated. The infernal and evil deities were to be appeased with black victims. The most acceptable of all sacrifices was the heifer of a year old, which had never borne the yoke. It was to be perfect in every limb, healthy and without blemish. Elgin Marbles, Vala I. p. 78. 93. Idomeneus, son of Deucalion, was king of Crete. Having vowed, during a tempest, on his return from Troy, to sacrifice to Neptune the first creature that should present itself to his eye on the Cretan shore, his son fell a victim to his rash vow. Tydeus's son, i.e. Diomed, that is, Ajax, the son of Oileus, a Locrian. He must be distinguished from the other, who was king of Salamis. A great deal of nonsense has been written to account for the word unbid in this line. Even Plato, Sympos, p. 315, has found some curious meaning in what, to us, appears to need no explanation. Was there any heroic rule of etiquette which prevented one brother king visiting another without a formal invitation? Freshwater fowl, especially swans, were found in great numbers about the Asian Marsh, a fenny tract of country in Lydia, formed by the river Cayster near its mouth. See Virgil, Georgics, Vol. I, 383, score. 98. Scamander, or Scamandros, was a river of Troas, rising, according to Strabo, on the highest part of Mount Ida, in the same hill with the Granicus and the Oedipus, and falling into the sea at Sigeum. Everything tends to identify it with Mendare, as Wood, Rennell, and others maintain. The Mendare is 40 miles long, 300 feet broad, deep in the time of flood, nearly dry in the summer. Dr. Clark successfully combats the opinion of those who make the Scamander to have arisen from the springs of Bunabarshi, and traces the source of the river to the highest mountain in the chain of Ida, now Kustagi. Receives the Simois in its course. Towards its mouth it is very muddy, and flows through marshes. Between the Scamander and Simois, Homer's Troy is supposed to have stood. This river, according to Homer, was called Xanthus by the gods, Scamander by men. The waters of the Scamander had the singular property of giving a beautiful color to the hair or wool of such animals as bathed in them. Hence the three goddesses, Minerva, Juno, and Venus, bathed there before they appeared before Paris to obtain the golden apple. The name Xanthus, yellow, was given to the Scamander from the peculiar color of its waters, still applicable to the Mendare, the yellow color of whose waters attracts the attention of travelers. It should be his chest like Neptune. The torso of Neptune in the Elgin Marbles, number 103, PUP 26, is remarkable for its breadth and massiveness of development. Say first, for heaven hides nothing from thy view, paradise lost, I-27. Ma di tu, Musa, come I primi danni mandassero a cristiani e di quai parti, tu sai, ma di tanto per noi si lunge debil aura di fama appena giunge. Gir, Libiv, noi. The catalogue is, perhaps, the portion of the poem in favor of which a claim to separate authorship has been most plausibly urged. Although the example of Homer has since rendered some such formal enumeration of the forces engaged, a common practice in epic poems descriptive of great warlike adventures, still so minute a statistical detail can neither be considered as imperatively required, nor perhaps such as would, in ordinary cases, suggest itself to the mind of a poet. Yet, there is scarcely any portion of the Iliad where both historical and internal evidence are more clearly in favor of a connection from the remotest period with the remainder of the work. The composition of the catalogue, whensoever it may have taken place, necessarily presumes its author's acquaintance with a previously existing Iliad. It were impossible otherwise to account for the harmony observable in the recurrence of so vast a number of proper names, most of them historically unimportant, and not a few altogether fictitious, or of so many geographical and genealogical details as are condensed in these few hundred lines, and incidentally scattered over the thousands which follow. Equally inexplicable were the pointed allusions occurring in this episode to events narrated in the previous and subsequent text, several of which could hardly be of traditional notoriety, but through the medium of the Iliad. More, Language and Literature of Greece, Vol. IP 263. Twice 60. Thucydides observes that the Boeotian vessels, which carried 120 men each, were probably meant to be the largest in the fleet, and those of Philoctetes carrying 50 each, the smallest. The average would be 85, and Thucydides supposes the troops to have rowed and navigated themselves, and that very few, besides the chiefs, went as mere passengers or landsmen. In short, we have in the Homeric descriptions the complete picture of an Indian or African war canoe, many of which are considerably larger than the largest scale assigned to those of the Greeks. If the total number of the Greek ships be taken at 1,200, according to Thucydides, although in point of fact there are only 1,186 in the catalogue, the amount of the army upon the foregoing average will be about 102,000 men. The historian considers this a small force as representing all Greece. Bryant, comparing it with the Allied army at Platae, thinks it so large as to prove the entire falsehood of the whole story, and his reasonings and calculations are, for their curiosity, well worth a careful perusal. Coleridge, p. 211, square. The mention of Corinth is an anachronism, as that city was called Ephyre before its capture by the Dorians. But Velleius, Vol. I. p. 3 well observes that the poet would naturally speak of various towns and cities by the names by which they were known in his own time. Adam, the goodliest man of men since born, his sons, the fairest of her daughters Eve, Paradise Lost, IV 323. A Set's tomb. Monuments were often built on the seacoast, and of a considerable height, so as to serve as watchtowers or landmarks. See my notes to my prose translations of the Odyssey, time p21, or on Ur, Alcest, Vala I, p240. His 6 Zelia, another name for Lycia. The inhabitants were greatly devoted to the worship of Apollo. See Muller, Dorians, Vol. I, p248. Barbarous tongues. Various as were the dialects of the Greeks, and these differences existed not only between the several tribes, but even between neighboring cities. They yet acknowledged in their language that they formed but one nation, were but branches of the same family. Homer has men of other tongues, and yet Homer had no general name for the Greek nation. Herein, Ancient Greece, section Vime, p. 107. 108, the cranes. Marking the tracks of air, the clamorous cranes Drasionus wheel their due flight in varied ranks descried, and each with outstretched neck his rank maintains, in marshaled order through the ethereal void. Lorenzo de' Medici, in Roscoe's Life Appendix. See Carey's Dante, Hell, Canto V, Silent, Breathing Rage. Thus they, breathing united force with fixed thought, moved on in silence. Paradise Lost, Book I, 559. As when some peasant in a bushy brake has with unwary footing pressed a snake, he starts aside, astonished, when he spies his rising crest, blue neck, and rolling eyes. Dr. Iden's Virgil, 510. Disparis, i.e. unlucky, ill-fated, Paris. This alludes to the evils which resulted from his having been brought up, despite the omens which attended his birth. The following scene, in which Homer has contrived to introduce so brilliant a sketch of the Grecian warriors, has been imitated by Euripides, who in his Phoenissae represents Antigone surveying the opposing champions from a high tower, while the Pedagogus describes their insignia and details their histories. No wonder, and Secra. Zeuxis, the celebrated artist, is said to have appended these lines to his picture of Helen as a motto. Valor Max 3.7. The early epic was largely occupied with the exploits and sufferings of women, or heroines, the wives and daughters of the Grecian heroes. A nation of courageous, hardy, indefatigable women, dwelling apart from men, permitting only a short temporary intercourse, for the purpose of renovating their numbers, burning out their right breast with a view of enabling themselves to draw the bow freely. This was at once a general type, stimulating to the fancy of the poet, and a theme eminently popular with his hearers. We find these warlike females constantly reappearing in the ancient poems and universally accepted as past realities in the Iliad. When Priam wishes to illustrate emphatically the most numerous host in which he ever found himself included, he tells us that it was assembled in Phrygia, on the banks of the Sangarius, for the purpose of resisting the formidable Amazons. When Bellerophon is to be employed in a deadly and perilous undertaking by those who prudently wish to procure his death, he is dispatched against the Amazons. Grote, Vol I, p. 289. Antenor, like Aeneas, had always been favorable to the restoration of Helen. Liv 1-2. His laboring heart with sudden rapture seized afore. He paused, and on the ground in silence gazed. Unskilled and uninspired he seems to stand, nor lifts the eye, nor graceful moves the hand. Then, while the chiefs in still attention hung, pours the full tide of eloquence along, while from his lips the melting torrent flows, soft as the fleeces of descending snows. Now, stronger notes engage the listening crowd. Louder the accents rise, and yet more loud, like thunders rolling from a distant cloud. Merrick's Tryphiodorus, 148-99. Duport Nomal, Homer, p. 20, well observes that this comparison may also be sarcastically applied to the frigid style of oratory. It of course here merely denotes the ready fluency of Ulysses. Her brother's doom. They perished in combat with Lynceus and Idas whilst besieging Sparta. See Hygiene. Poet Astor 32-22. Virgil and others, however, make them share immortality by turns. Idris was the arm-bearer and charioteer of King Priam, slain during this war. Cf. Anne, 487. Scaea's gates, rather Scaean gates, i.e. the left-hand gates. This was customary in all sacrifices. Hence we find Iros descending to cut off the hair of Dido, before which she could not expire, nor pierced. This said, his feeble hand a javelin threw, which fluttering seemed to loiter as it flew, just and but barely, to the mark it held, and faintly tinkled on the brazen shield. Dawkins Virgil, 742, revealed the queen. Thus having said, she turned and made appear her neck refulgent and dishevelled hair, which, flowing from her shoulders, reached the ground, and widely spread ambrosial scents around. In length of train descends her sweeping gown, and by her graceful walk the Queen of Love is known. Dr. Eidon's Virgil, I. 5-56. Cranes Isle, i.e. Athens. See the Skull, and Alberti's Hesychius, Vol. 2, p. 338. This name was derived from one of its early kings, Kranos. 1-25, the martial maid. In the original, Minerva Alalcomenes, i.e. the defender, so called from her temple at Alalcomene in Boeotia. 126. Anything for a quiet life. Argos. The worship of Juno at Argos was very celebrated in ancient times, and she was regarded as the patron deity of that city. Oplet, VAP. 453. Servius on Virg Aeon, I-28. A wife and sister, but I, who walk in awful state above the majesty of heaven, the sister-wife of Jove. Dr. Eidon's Virgil, I-70. So Apuleius, LC, speaks of her as Germana et conjux, and so Horace, O.D. 364. Conjuge me Jovis et soror. Thither came Uriel, gleaming through the even basing. On a sunbeam, swift as a shooting star in autumn thwarts the night, when vapors fired impress the air and shows the mariner from what point of his compass to beware impetuous winds. Paradise Lost, IV, 555. Aesepus flood. A river of Mysia, rising from Mount Cotius, in the southern part of the chain of Ida. Zelia, a town of Troas at the foot of Ida. Podalirius and Machaon are the leeches of the Grecian army, highly prized and consulted by all the wounded chiefs. Their medical renown was further prolonged in the subsequent poem of Arctinus, the Iliu Persis, wherein the one was represented as unrivaled in surgical operations, the other as sagacious in detecting and appreciating morbid symptoms. It was Podalirius who first noticed the glaring eyes and disturbed deportment which preceded the suicide of Ajax. Galen appears uncertain whether Asclepius, as well as Dionysus, was originally a god, or whether he was first a man and then became afterwards a god, but Apollodorus professed to fix the exact date of his apotheosis. Throughout all the historical ages, the descendants of Asclepius were numerous and widely diffused. The many families or gentes, called Asclepiads, who devoted themselves to the study and practice of medicine, and who principally dwelt near the temple of Asclepius, whither sick and suffering men came to obtain relief, all recognized the god not merely as the object of their common worship, but also as their actual progenitor. Grote Vol. I. p. 248. The plant she bruises with a stone and stands, tempering the juice between her ivory hands. This o'er her breast she sheds with sovereign art, and bathes with gentle touch the wounded part. The wound such virtue from the juice derives, at once the blood is stanched, the youth revives. Orlando Furioso, Book 1. Well might I wish. Would heaven, said he, my strength and youth recall, such as I was beneath Praeneste's wall, then when I made the foremost foes retire, and set whole heaps of conquered shields on fire, when Heracles in single fight I slew, whom with 3 lives Feronia did endue. Dr. Iden's Virgil, 742. Sthenelus, a son of Capanus, one of the Epigoni. He was one of the suitors of Helen, and is said to have been one of those who entered Troy inside the wooden horse. Forewarned the horrors. The same portent has already been mentioned. To this day, modern nations are not wholly free from this superstition. Sevenfold city, Boeotian Thebes, which had 7 gates. As when the winds. Thus, when a black-browed gust begins to rise, white foam at first on the curled ocean fries, then roars the main, the billows mount the skies, till by the fury of the storm full blown, the muddy billow o'er the clouds is thrown. Dryden's Virgil, 736. Stood like Tenerife or Atlas unremoved, his stature reached the sky. Paradise Lost, EV 986. The Abantes seem to have been of Thracian origin. I may, once for all, remark that Homer is most anatomically correct as to the parts of the body in which a wound would be immediately mortal. Anus, a fountain, almost proverbial for its coldness. Compare Tasso, Gir, Lib. Xex. 7. Nuovo favor del cielo in lui ni luce, e il fa grande, ed angusto oltre il costume. Gl empied honor la faccia, ivi riduce di giovinezza il bel purpureo lume. Or deluges, descending on the plains, sweep o'er the yellow year, destroy the pains of laboring oxen and the peasant's gains, uproot the forest oaks and bear away flocks, folds, and trees, and undistinguished prey. Dr. Iden's Virgil 4:8. From mortal mists. But to nobler sights, Michael from Adam's eyes the film removed. Paradise Lost, 411. The race of those, a pair of coursers born of heavenly breed, who from their nostrils breathed ethereal fire, whom Circe stole from her celestial sire by substituting mares produced on earth, whose wombs conceived a more than mortal birth. Dr. Iden's Virgil, 386, Squq. The belief in the existence of men of larger stature in earlier times is by no means confined to Homer. Such stream, i.e., the ichor, or blood of the gods, a stream of nectarous humor issuing flowed, sanguine, such as celestial spirits may bleed. Paradise Lost, v. 339. This was during the wars with the Titans. 150, Amphitrion's son, Hercules, born to Jove by Alcmena, the wife of Amphitryon. Aegiale, daughter of Adrastus. The cyclic poets, see Anthon's Lempriere, Svi, assert Venus incited her to infidelity in revenge for the wound she had received from her husband. Phera, a town of Pelasgiotis in Thessaly. Tlepolemus, son of Hercules and Astyochia. Having left his native country, Argos, in consequence of the accidental murder of Licymnius, he was commanded by an oracle to retire to Rhodes. Here he was chosen king and accompanied the Trojan expedition. After his death, certain games were instituted at Rhodes in his honor, the victors being rewarded with crowns of poplar. These heroes' names have since passed into a kind of proverb, designating the oipolloi or mob. Spontaneous open, veiled with his gorgeous wings, upspringing light, flew through the midst of heaven, the angelic choirs, on each hand parting, to his speed gave way through all the imperial road, till at the gate of heaven arrived, the gate self opened wide on golden hinges turning. Paradise Lost, v. 50. Till morn, waked by the circling hours, with rosy hand unbarred the gates of light. Paradise Lost, v. 2. Far as a shepherd. With what majesty and pomp does Homer exalt his deities. He here measures the leap of the horses by the extent of the world. And who is there that, considering the exceeding greatness of the space, would not with reason cry out that if the steeds of the deity were to take a second leap, the world would want room for it? Longinus, section 8. No trumpets or any other instruments of sound are used in the Homeric action itself, but the trumpet was known and is introduced for the purpose of illustration as employed in war. Hence arose the value of a loud voice in a commander. Stentor was an indispensable officer. In the early Saracen campaigns, frequent mention is made of the service rendered by men of uncommonly strong voices. The Battle of Hunain was restored by the shouts and menaces of Abbas, the uncle of Mohammed, and Secker, Coleridge, p. 213. Long had the wavering god the war delayed, while Greece and Troy alternate owned his aid. Merrick's Tryphiodorus, v. 761 score. Paeon seems to have been to the gods what Podalirius and Machaon were to the Grecian heroes. Erisbe, a colony of the Mytileneans in Troas. Pedasus, a town near Pylos. Rich heaps of brass. The halls of Alcinous and Menelaus glitter with gold, copper, and electrum, while large stocks of yet unemployed metal, gold, copper, and iron are stored up in the treasure chamber of Odysseus and other chiefs. Coined money is unknown in the Homeric age, the trade carried on being one of barter. In reference also to the metals, it deserves to be remarked that the Homeric descriptions universally suppose copper, and not iron, to be employed for arms, both offensive and defensive. By what process the copper was tempered and hardened so as to serve the purpose of the warrior, we do not know, but the use of iron for these objects belongs to a later age. Grote, Vol. 2, p. 142. O impotent, and c. In battle, quarter seems never to have been given, except with a view to the ransom of the prisoner. Agamemnon reproaches Menelaus with unmanly softness when he is on the point of sparing a fallen enemy, and himself puts the suppliant to the sword. Thirlwall, Vol. I, p. 181. The ruthless steel, impatient of delay, forbade the sire to linger out the day. It struck the bending father to the earth, and cropped the wailing infant at the birth. Can innocence the rage of parties know, and they who near offended find a foe? Rose Lucan become. Meantime the Trojan dames, oppressed with woe, to Pallas' fane in long procession go, in hopes to reconcile their heavenly foe. They weep, they beat their breasts, they rend their hair, and rich embroidered vests for presents bear. Dr. Ryden's Virgil, I. 670. The manner in which this episode is introduced is well illustrated by the following remarks of Muir, Voliber I. p. 298. The poet's method of introducing his episode also illustrates in a curious manner his tact in the dramatic department of his art. Where, for example, one or more heroes are dispatched on some commission to be executed at a certain distance of time or place, the fulfillment of this task is not, as a general rule, immediately described. A certain interval is allowed them for reaching the appointed scene of action, which interval is dramatized, as it were, either by a temporary continuation of the previous narrative, or by fixing attention for a while on some new transaction, at the close of which the further account of the mission is resumed. 168. With tablets sealed. These probably were only devices of a hieroglyphical character. Whether writing was known in the Homeric times is utterly uncertain. See Grote, Vol. 10, p. 192, Esquicor. 6. Ptolemaian crew, a people of Lycia. From this melancholy madness of Bellerophon, hypochondria received the name of morbus Bellerophontius. See my notes in my prose translation, p. 12. The Elaean field, i.e. the plain of wandering, was situated between the rivers Pyramus and Panaris in Cilicia. His own of gold. This bad bargain has passed into a common proverb. See Aulus Gellius, E23. Scan, i.e., left hand. In 50 chambers, the 50 nuptial beds, such hopes had he, so large a promise of a progeny, the ports of plated gold and hung with spoils. Dr. Ryden's Virgil, 658. O would kind earth and Sarah. It is apparently a sudden, irregular burst of popular indignation to which Hector alludes when he regrets that the Trojans had not spirit enough to cover Paris with a mantle of stones. This, however, was also one of the ordinary formal modes of punishment for great public offenses. It may have been originally connected with the same feeling, the desire of avoiding the pollution of bloodshed, which seems to have suggested the practice of burying prisoners alive with a scantling of food by their side. Though Homer makes no mention of this horrible usage, the example of the Roman Vestals affords reasons for believing that, in ascribing it to the heroic ages, Sophocles followed an authentic tradition. Thirlwall's Greece, Vol I. p. 171, School 75, Paris's lofty dome. With respect to the private dwellings, which are oftenest described, the poet's language barely enables us to form a general notion of their ordinary plan, and affords no conception of the style which prevailed in them or of their effect on the eye. It seems indeed probable, from the manner in which he dwells on their metallic ornaments, that the higher beauty of proportion was but little required or understood, and it is, perhaps, strength and convenience rather than elegance that he means to commend in speaking of the fair house which Paris had built for himself with the aid of the most skilful masons of Troy. Thirlwall's Greece, Vol I. p. 231. The wanton courser. Cum destrier, che delle regi stalle ove l'usa dell'arma si riserba, fugge e libero al fiu per largo calle va traglarmenti o al fiume usato o al herba. Gier, Liber X 75. Casque. The original word is Stephanae, about the meaning of which there is some little doubt. Some take it for a different kind of cap or helmet, others for the rim, others for the cone of the helmet. Athenian maid, Minerva. Celadon, a river of Elis. Oilus, Ajax, the son of Oilus, in contradistinction to Ajax, son of Telamon. In the general's helm. It was customary to put the lots into a helmet in which they were well shaken up. Each man then took his choice. God of Thrace, Mars or Mavors, according to his Thracian epithet, hence Mavortia Munia. Grimly he smiled, and death grinned horribly, a ghastly smile. Paradise lost, Tyne 845. There Mavors stands grinning with ghastly feature. Carries Dante, Hell v. Sette o guerrieri, incomincio Pindoro, con pari onor di pari ambo possenti, dunque cessi la pugna, e non sian rotte le ragioni, e il riposo, e della notte. Gier. Lib v. 21. It was an ancient style of compliment to give a larger portion of food to the conqueror, or person to whom respect was to be shown. See Virgan vit 181. Thus Benjamin was honored with a double portion, Genening 34. 186, embattled walls. Another essential basis of mechanical unity in the poem is the construction of the rampart. This takes place in the 7th book. The reason ascribed for the glaring improbability that the Greeks should have left their camp and fleet unfortified during 9 years, in the midst of a hostile country, is a purely poetical one. So long as Achilles fought, the terror of his name sufficed to keep every foe at a distance. The disasters consequent on his secession first led to the necessity of other means of protection. Accordingly, in the battles previous to the 8th book, no allusion occurs to a rampart. In all those which follow it forms a prominent feature. Here, then, in the anomaly as in the propriety of the Iliad, the destiny of Achilles, or rather this peculiar crisis of it, forms the pervading bond of connection to the whole poem. Muir Vala I, p. 257. What cause of fear in Seca? Seest thou not this? Or do we fear in vain thy boasted thunders and thy thoughtless reign? Dr. Iden's Virgil, IV 304. In exchange, these lines are referred to by Theophilus, the Roman lawyer, Tut 1, as exhibiting the most ancient mention of barter. A similar bond of connection in the military details of the narrative is the decree issued by Jupiter at the commencement of the 8th book against any further interference of the gods in the battles. In the opening of the 20th book, this interdict is withdrawn. During the 12 intermediate books, it is kept steadily in view. No interposition takes place, but on the part of the specially authorized agents of Jove, or on that of one or two contumacious deities, described as boldly setting his commands at defiance, but checked and reprimanded for their disobedience, while the other divine warriors, who in the previous and subsequent cantos are so active in support of their favorite heroes, repeatedly allude to the supreme edict as the cause of their present inactivity. Muir, Vol. 257. See, however, Muller, Greek Literature, CV, Section 6, and Grote, Vala P. 52. As far removed from God and light of heaven, as from the center thrice to the utmost pole, Paradise Lost. E quanto è delle stelle al basso inferno, tanto è più in su della stellata spera, Gir, I-7. Some of the epithets which Homer applies to the heavens seem to imply that he considered it as a solid vault of metal. But it is not necessary to construe these epithets so literally, nor to draw any such inference from his description of Atlas, who holds the lofty pillars which keep earth and heaven asunder. Yet it would seem, from the manner in which the height of heaven is compared with the depth of Tartarus, that the region of light was thought to have certain bounds. The summit of the Thessalian Olympus was regarded as the highest point on the earth, and it is not always carefully distinguished from the Aryan regions above. The idea of a seat of the gods, perhaps derived from a more ancient tradition, in which it was not attached to any geographical site, seems to be indistinctly blended in the poet's mind with that of the real mountain. Thirlwall's Greece, Vala I. P. 217 Skur. Now lately, heaven, earth, another world, hung ere my realm, linked in a golden chain to that side heaven. Paradise Lost, T. 1004. His golden scales. Jove now, sole arbiter of peace and war, held forth the fatal balance from afar. Each host he weighs, by turns they both prevail, till Troy descending fixed the doubtful scale. Merix Tryphiodorus, v. 687, Q. O eternal, to prevent such horrid fray, hung forth in heaven his golden scales, wherein all things created first he weighed. The pendulous round earth, with balanced air in counterpoise, now ponders all events, battles, and realms. In these he puts two weights, the sequel each of parting and of fight. The latter quick up flew and kicked the beam. Paradise Lost, a sixth, Fornan, and now in Seke. And now all heaven had gone to rack with ruin overspread, had not the Almighty Father where he sits foreseen. Paradise Lost, v. 669. 194 Gerenian Nestor. The epithet Gerenian either refers to the name of a place in which Nestor was educated, or merely signifies honored, revered. See Scholl Venet in Ticket B 336, Strabo VP 340. 190 Gay Helise. Both these towns were conspicuous for their worship of Neptune. As full-blown, il suo lesbia quasi bel fior succiso, e in atto si gentil languir tremonti glocchi e cader siu il tergo il collo mira. Gir, lib 85. Ungrateful, because the cause in which they were engaged was unjust. Struck by the laboring priest's uplifted hands, the victims fall. To heaven they make their prayer, the curling vapors load the ambient air. But vain their toil, the powers who rule the skies averse beheld the ungrateful sacrifice. Merix Tryphiodorus vi. 527. As when about the silver moon, when air is free from wind, and stars shine clear, to whose sweet beams high prospects on the brows of all steep hills and pinnacles thrust up themselves for shows, and even the lowly valleys joy to glitter in their sight, when the unmeasured firmament bursts to disclose her light, and all the signs in heaven are seen that glad the shepherd's heart. Chapman. This flight of the Greeks, according to Buttman, Lexel p. 358, was not a supernatural flight caused by the gods, but a great and general one caused by Hector and the Trojans, but with the approval of Jove. Grote Vol. T.P. 91, after noticing the modest calmness and respect with which Nestor addresses Agamemnon, observes, "The Homeric Council is a purely consultative body, assembled not with any power of peremptorily arresting mischievous resolves of the king, but solely for his information and guidance." 2:1. In the heroic times, it is not unfrequent for the king to receive presents to purchase freedom from his wrath, or immunity from his exactions. Such gifts gradually became regular and formed the income of the German, Tacit, Germ, section 15, Persian, Herodai 89, and other kings. So, too, in the Middle Ages, the feudal aids are the beginning of taxation, of which they, for a long time, answered the purpose. Hallam, Middle Ages, X, pt 1, p. 189. This fact frees Achilles from the apparent charge of sordidness. Plato, however, de Rep. Vi. 4, says, "We cannot commend Phoenix, the tutor of Achilles, as if he spoke correctly, when counseling him to accept of presents and assist the Greeks, but, without presents, not to desist from his wrath, Nor again should we commend Achilles himself, or approve of his being so covetous as to receive presents from Agamemnon. It may be observed that, brief as is the mention of Briseis in the Iliad, and small the part she plays, what little is said is preeminently calculated to enhance her fitness to be the bride of Achilles. Purity and retiring delicacy are features well contrasted with the rough but tender disposition of the hero. Iphigenia or Iphigenia is not mentioned by Homer among the daughters of Agamemnon. Agamemnon, when he offers to transfer to Achilles 7 towns inhabited by wealthy husbandmen, who would enrich their lord by presents and tribute, seems likewise to assume rather a property in them than an authority over them. And the same thing may be intimated when it is said that Peleus bestowed a great people, the Doleves of Thea, on Phoenix. Thirlwall's Greece, Vol. I, Section 6, p. 162, note. 205. Pray in deep silence. Rather, use well-omened words, or, as Kennedy has explained it, abstain from expressions unsuitable to the solemnity of the occasion, which, by offending the god, might defeat the object of their supplications. Purest hands. This is one of the most ancient superstitions respecting prayer, and one founded as much in nature as in tradition. 200 and see recollected that the war at Troy was not a settled siege, and that many of the chieftains busied themselves in piratical expeditions about its neighborhood. Such a one was that of which Achilles now speaks. From the following verses, it is evident that fruits of these maraudings went to the common support of the expedition, and not to the successful plunderer. 208. Pythia, the capital of Achilles' Thessalian domains. 200. Orchomenian town. The topography of Orchomenus in Boeotia, situated, as it was, on the northern bank of the lake Pais, which receives not only the river Cephisus from the valleys of Phocis, but also other rivers from Parnassus and Helicon, Grote, Vol. p. 181, was a sufficient reason for its prosperity and decay. As long as the channels of these waters were diligently watched and kept clear, a large portion of the lake was in the condition of alluvial land, preeminently rich and fertile. But when the channels came to be either neglected or designedly choked up by an enemy, the water accumulated in such a degree as to occupy the soil of more than one ancient islet, and to occasion the change of the site of Orchomenus itself from the plain to the declivity of Mount Hyphantion, Ibid. The phrase 100 gates, etc., seems to be merely expressive of a great number. See notes to my prose translation, p. 162. Compare the following pretty lines of Quintus Caliber, Dice's Select Translations, p. 88. Many gifts he gave, and o'er Dolopia bade me rule. Thee in his arms he brought an infant, on my bosom laid, the precious charge, and anxiously enjoined that I should rear thee as my own with all, a parent's love. I failed not in my trust, and oft, while round my neck thy hands were locked, from thy sweet lips the half-articulate sound of father came, and oft, as children use, mewling and puking didst thou drench my tunic. This description, observes my learned friend, notes p. 121, is taken from the passage of Homer, 2nd Ix, in translating which Pope, with that squeamish, artificial taste which distinguished the age of Anne, omits the natural, and let me add, affecting circumstance. And the wine held to thy lips, and many a time in fits of infant frowardness the purple juice, rejecting thou hast deluged all my vest, and filled my bosom. Cowper. Where Calydon. For a good sketch of the story of Meleager, too long to be inserted here, see Grote Vol. I. p. 195, Skorkeeling, and for the authorities, see my notes to the prose translation, p. 166. Gifts can conquer. It is well observed by Bishop Thirlwall, Greece, Vol. I. p. 180, that the law of honor among the Greeks did not compel them to treasure up in their memory the offensive language which might be addressed to them by a passionate adversary, nor to conceive that it left a stain which could only be washed away by blood. Even for real and deep injuries they were commonly willing to accept a pecuniary compensation. The boon of sleep. Milton. All else of nature's common gift partake. Unhappy Dido was alone awake. Dr. Yidon's Virgil, IV 767. The king of Crete, Idomeneus. Soft wool within, i.e. a kind of woolen stuffing pressed in between the straps to protect the head and make the helmet fit close. All the circumstances of this action, the night, Rhesus buried in a profound sleep, and Diomed with the sword in his hand hanging over the head of that prince, furnished Homer with the idea of this fiction, which represents Rhesus lying fast asleep, and, as it were, beholding his enemy in a dream, plunging the sword into his bosom. This image is very natural, for a man in his condition awakes no farther than to see confusedly what environs him, and to think it not a reality but a dream. Pope. There's one did laugh in his sleep, and one cried murder. They waked each other. Macbeth. Aurora now had left her saffron bed, and beams of early light the heavens o'erspread. Dr. Iden's Virgil, Ive. 639. Red drops of blood. This phenomenon, if a mere fruit of the poet's imagination, might seem arbitrary or far-fetched. It is one, however, of ascertained reality and of no uncommon occurrence in the climate of Greece. Muir, IP 493. Cf. Tasso, Gir, X. 15. La terra invece del notturno gelo, bagnan rugiade tepidi sanguigna. No thought of flight, none of retreat, no unbecoming deed that argued fear. Paradise Lost, Vi, 236. One of love. Although a bastard brother received only a small portion of the inheritance, he was commonly very well treated. Priam appears to be the only one of whom polygamy is directly asserted in the Iliad. Groteful 14. Note. Circled with foes as when a pack of bloody jackals cling. About a goodly palmed heart, hurt with a hunter's bow, whose escape his nimble feet ensure, whilst his warm blood doth flow, and his light knees have power to move. But, mastered by his wound, embossed within a shady hill, the jackals charge him round, and tear his flesh, when instantly fortune sends in the powers of some stern lion, with whose sight they fly and he devours. So they around Ulysses pressed, Chapman, Simois railing, etc. In those bloody fields where Simois rolls the bodies and the shields of heroes. Dr. Ryden's Virgil, I. 142. Where yon disordered heap of ruin lies, stones rent from stones, where clouds of dust arise, amid that smother, Neptune holds his place. Below the wall's foundation drives his mace, and heaves the building from the solid base. Dr. Ryden's Virgil, I. 8 and 25. Why boast we? Wherefore do I assume these royalties, and not refuse to reign, refusing to accept as great a share of hazard as of honor, due alike to him who reigns, and so much to him due of hazard more, as he above the rest high-honored sits. Paradise Lost, T. 450. Each equal weight, long time in even scale the battle hung. Paradise Lost, VI 245. He on his impious foes right onward drove, gloomy as night. Paradise Lost, VI 8 and 31. Renowned for justice and for length of days, Arian, Dexpe Alex I Viv, p. 239, also speaks of the independence of these people, which he regards as the result of their poverty and uprightness. Some authors have regarded the phrase hippomulgian, i.e., milking their mares, as an epithet applicable to numerous tribes, since the oldest of the Sarmatian nomads made their mares' milk one of their chief articles of diet. The epithet abion, or abion, in this passage has occasioned much discussion. It may mean, according as we read it, either long-lived or bolus, the latter epithet indicating that they did not depend upon archery for subsistence. Compare Chapman's quaint, bold verses. And as a round piece of a rock, which with a winter's flood is from his top torn, when a shower poured from a bursten cloud, hath broke the natural band it had within the roughy rock. Flies jumping all adorn the woods, resounding every shock, and on, unchecked, it headlong leaps, till in a plain it stay. And then, though never so impelled, it stirs not any way. So Hector. This book forms a most agreeable interruption to the continuous round of battles which occupy the latter part of the Iliad. It is as well to observe that the sameness of these scenes renders many notes unnecessary. Who to tedious oes, i.e. Diomed. Compare Tasso. Teneris degni e placide e tranquille repulse e cari vezzi e liete paci, sorrisi paralette e dolci stille di pianto e sospir tronchi e molli baci. Gir, Lib. 25. Compare the description of the dwelling of sleep in Orlando Furioso, B. Kai. Twice 7, the charming daughters of the main, around my person wait and bear my train, Succeed my wish, and second my design, the fairest Diopia shall be thine. Dr. Iden's Virgil, N.I. 107, Seek. And Minos. By Homer, Minos is described as the son of Jupiter and of the daughter of Phoenix, whom all succeeding authors name Europa, and he is thus carried back into the remotest period of Cretan antiquity known to the poet, apparently as a native hero, illustrious enough for a divine parentage, and too ancient to allow his descent to be traced to any other source. But in a genealogy recorded by later writers, he is likewise the adopted son of Asterius, as descendant of Doris, the son of Helen, and is thus connected with a colony said to have been led into Creta by Tentimus, or Tectimus, son of Doris, who is related either to have crossed over from Thessaly, or to have embarked at Malaya after having led his followers by land into Laconia. Thirlwall, P. 136, Seek. Milton has emulated this passage in describing the couch of our first parents. Underneath the violet, crocus, and hyacinth with rich inlay broidered the ground. Paradise lost, Ive 700. He lies protected. Forthwith on all sides to his aid was run by angels many and strong who interposed defense, while others bore him on their shields. Back to his chariot, where it stood retired from off the files of war. There they him laid, gnashing for anguish and despite and shame. Paradise Lost, Vi 335, Seek the Brazen Dome. See the note on page 142. For by the gods who flies. Observe the bold ellipsis of he cries and the transition from the direct to the oblique construction. So in Milton, thus at their shady lodge arrived, both stood, both turned, and under open sky adored the God that made both sky, air, earth, and heaven, which they beheld, the moon's resplendent globe and starry pole. Thou also madest the night, maker omnipotent, and thou the day. Milton, Paradise Lost, Book Ive. So some tall rock. But like a rock unmoved, a rock that braves the raging tempest and the rising waves, propped on himself he stands, his solid sides wash off the seaweeds and the sounding tides. Dr. Iden's Virgil, Z 8 and 9. Protesilaus was the first Greek who fell, slain by Hector, as he leaped from the vessel to the Trojan shore. He was buried on the Chersonese, near the city of Plagusa. Hygenfab. Setz, on Lycophor, 245, 528. There is a most elegant tribute to his memory in the preface to the Heroica of Philostratus, 243, his best beloved. The following elegant remarks of Thirlwall, Greece, Vol I, p. 176 sic. Well illustrate the character of the friendship subsisting between these two heroes. One of the noblest and most amiable sides of the Greek character is the readiness with which it lent itself to construct intimate and durable friendships, and this is a feature no less prominent in the earliest than in later times. It was indeed connected with the comparatively low estimation in which female society was held, but the devotedness and constancy with which these attachments were maintained was not the less admirable and engaging. The heroic companions whom we find celebrated partly by Homer, and partly in traditions which, if not of equal antiquity, were grounded on the same feeling, seem to have but one heart and soul, with scarcely a wish or object apart, and only to live as they are always ready to die for one another. It is true that the relation between them is not always one of perfect equality, but this is a circumstance which, while it often adds a peculiar charm to the poetical description, detracts little from the dignity of the idea which it presents. Such were the friendships of Hercules and Iolaus, of Theseus and Pirithous, of Orestes and Pylades, and though these may owe the greater part of their fame to the later epic or even dramatic poetry, the moral groundwork undoubtedly subsisted in the period to which the traditions are referred. The argument of the Iliad mainly turns on the affection of Achilles for Patroclus, whose love for the greater hero is only tempered by reverence for his higher birth and his unequaled prowess. But the mutual regard which united Idomeneus and Meriones, Diomedes and Sthenelus, though, as the persons themselves are less important, it is kept more in the background, is manifestly viewed by the poet in the same light. The idea of a Greek hero seems not to have been thought complete without such a brother-in-arms by his side. Thirlwall, Greece, Vol I, p. 176, Seek. As hungry wolves with raging appetite scour through the fields, near fear the stormy night, their whelps at home expect the promised food, and long to temper their dry chaps in blood. So rushed we forth at once. Dr. Iden's Virgil, Mal. 479. The destinies ordain. In the mythology also of the Iliad, purely pagan as it is, we discover one important truth unconsciously involved, which was almost entirely lost from view amidst the nearly equal skepticism and credulity of subsequent ages. Zeus or Jupiter is popularly to be taken as omnipotent. No distinct empire is assigned to fate or fortune. The will of the Father of gods and men is absolute and uncontrollable. This seems to be the true character of the Homeric deity, and it is very necessary that the student of Greek literature should bear it constantly in mind. A strong instance in the Iliad itself to illustrate this position is the passage where Jupiter laments to Juno the approaching death of Sarpedon. "Alas me," says he, "since it is fated, Moira, that Sarpedon, dearest to me of men, should be slain by Patroclus, the son of Menoetius. Indeed, my heart is divided within me while I ruminate it in my mind, whether having snatched him up from out of the lamentable battle, I should not at once place him alive in the fertile land of his own Lycia, or whether I should now destroy him by the hands of the son of Menoetius." To which Juno answers, "Dost thou mean to rescue from death a mortal man, long since destined by fate, Polypapromenon? You may do it, but we, the rest of the gods, do not sanction it." Here it is clear from both speakers that although Sarpedon is said to be fated to die, Jupiter might still, if he pleased, save him and place him entirely out of the reach of any such event, and further in the alternative that Jupiter himself would destroy him by the hands of another. Coleridge, p. 156. Seek. Thrice at the battlements. The art military of the Homeric age is upon a level with the state of navigation just described. Personal prowess decided everything. The night attack and the ambuscade, although much esteemed, were never upon a large scale. The chiefs fight in advance and enact almost as much as the knights of romance. The siege of Troy was as little like a modern siege as a captain in the guards is like Achilles. There is no mention of a ditch or any other line or work round the town, and the wall itself was accessible without a ladder. It was probably a vast mound of earth with a declivity outwards. Patroclus thrice mounts it in armor. The Trojans are in no respects blockaded and receive assistance from their allies to the very end. Coleridge, p. 212. Ciconians, a people of Thrace near the Hebrus. They wept. Fast by the manger stands the inactive steed, and sunk in sorrow hangs his languid head. He stands, and careless of his golden grain, weeps his associates and his master slain. Merrick's Tryphiodorus, v. 18-24. Nothing is heard upon the mountains now, but pensive herds that for their master low, straggling and comfortless about they rove, unmindful of their pasture and their love. Moschus, Id 3, parodied, Ebid. To close the pomp, Aethon, the steed of state, is led, the funeral of his lord to wait. Stripped of his trappings, with a sullen pace, he walks, and the big tears run rolling down his face. Dr. Iden's Virgil, Thring, some brawny bull. Like to a bull that with impetuous spring darts, at the moment when the fatal blow hath struck him, but unable to proceed, plunges on either side. Carries Dante, Hell, C. Twain. This is connected with the earlier part of last book, the regular narrative being interrupted by the message of Antilochus and the lamentations of Achilles. Far in the deep. So Oceanus hears the lamentations of Prometheus in the play of Aeschylus and comes from the depths of the sea to comfort him. Opuntia, a city of Locris. Quintus Calibur, lib. V, has attempted to rival Homer in his description of the shield of the same hero. A few extracts from Mr. Dice's version, select translations, p. 104 seek, may here be introduced. In the wide circle of the shield were seen refulgent images of various forms, the work of Vulcan, who had there described the heaven, the ether, and the earth and sea, the winds, the clouds, the moon, the sun, apart in different stations, and you there might view the stars that gem the still revolving heaven, and under them the vast expanse of air, in which, with outstretched wings, the long-beaked bird winnowed the gale, as if instinct with life. Around the shield the waves of ocean flowed, The realms of Tethys, which unnumbered streams, in azure mazes rolling o'er the earth, seemed to augment. On seats of stone. Several of the old northern sagas represent the old men assembled for the purpose of judging as sitting on great stones, in a circle called the Earthailsring or Gerichtsring. Grote, p. 100. Note. On the independence of the judicial office in the heroic times, see Thirlwall's Greece, Vol. I, p. 166. Another part, enta. And here were horrid wars depicted. Grimly pale were heroes lying with their slaughtered steeds upon the ground, incarnated with blood. Stern stalked Bellona, smeared with reeking gore, through charging ranks. Beside her rout was seen, and terror, discord to the fatal strife, inciting men and furies breathing flames. Nor absent were the fates, and the tall shape of ghastly death, round whom did battles throng, their limbs distilling plenteous blood and sweat, and Gorgons, whose long locks were twisting snakes, that shot their forky tongues incessant forth. Such were the horrors of dire war, Dice's caliber. A field deep furrowed. Here was a cornfield, reapers in a row, each with a sharp-toothed sickle in his hand, worked busily, and as the harvest fell, others were ready still to bind the sheaves, yoked to a wain that bore the corn away. The steers were moving, sturdy bullocks here, the plough were drawing, and the furrowed glebe was black behind them, while with goading wand the active youths impelled them. Here a feast was graved. To the shrill pipe and ringing lyre, a band of blooming virgins led the dance, as if endued with life. Dice's caliber. Coleridge, Greek classic poets, p. 182 CQ, has diligently compared this with the description of the shield of Hercules by Hesiod. He remarks that, with 2 or 3 exceptions, the imagery differs in little more than the names and arrangements, and the difference of arrangement in the shield of Hercules is altogether for the worse. The natural consecution of the Homeric images needs no exposition. It constitutes, in itself, one of the beauties of the work. The Hesiodic images are huddled together without connection or congruity. Mars and Pallas are awkwardly introduced among the centaurs and Lapithae, but the gap is wide indeed between them and Apollo with the Muses, waking the echoes of Olympus to celestial harmonies. Whence, however, we are hurried back to Perseus, the Gorgons, and other images of war over an arm of the sea, in which the sporting dolphins, the fugitive fishes, and the fisherman on the shore with his casting net are minutely represented. As to the Hesiodic images themselves, the leading remark is that they catch at beauty by ornament and at sublimity by exaggeration. And upon the untenable supposition of the genuineness of this poem, there is this curious peculiarity that, in the description of scenes of rustic peace, the superiority of Homer is decisive, while in those of war and tumult it may be thought, perhaps, that the Hesiodic poet has more than once the advantage. This legend is one of the most pregnant and characteristic in the Grecian mythology. It explains, according to the religious ideas familiar to the old epic poets, both the distinguishing attributes and the endless toil and endurances of Heracles, the most renowned subjugator of all the semi-divine personages worshipped by the Hellenes, a being of irresistible force and especially beloved by Zeus, yet condemned constantly to labor for others and to obey the commands of a worthless and cowardly persecutor. His recompense is reserved to the close of his career. When his afflicting trials are brought to a close, he is then admitted to the godhead and receives in marriage Hebe, Grote, Vala, IP 128. Ambrosia, the blue-eyed maid, in every breast new vigor to infuse, brings nectar tempered with ambrosial dews. Merix Tryphiodorus, Vi 249. Hell is naked before him, and destruction hath no covering. He stretcheth out the north over the empty place, and hangeth the earth upon nothing. He bindeth up the waters in his thick clouds, and the cloud is not rent under them. Job 6:6-8. Swift from his throne the infernal monarch ran, all pale and trembling, lest the race of man, slain by Jove's wrath and led by Hermes' rod, should fill a countless throng his dark abode. Merix Tryphiodorus, Vi 6:9-Q. These words seem to imply the old belief that the fates might be delayed, but never wholly set aside. It was anciently believed that it was dangerous, if not fatal, to behold a deity. See Exeg 3:20, Judge Thy 22. Ere Ilium and the Trojan towers arose, in humble vales they built their soft abodes. Dr. Iden's Virgil 3:150. Along the level seas. Compare Virgil's description of Camilla, who outstripped the winds in speed upon the plain, flew o'er the field, nor hurt the bearded grain. She swept the seas, and as she skimmed along, her flying feet unbathed on billows hung. Dr. Ryden, von 1100. The future father. Aeneas and Antenor stand distinguished from the other Trojans by a dissatisfaction with Priam and a sympathy with the Greeks, which is by Sophocles and others construed as treacherous collusion, a suspicion indirectly glanced at, though emphatically repelled, in the Aeneas of Virgil. Grote, IP 427. Neptune thus recounts his services to Aeneas. When your Aeneas fought, but fought with odds of force unequal and unequal gods, I spread a cloud before the victor's sight, sustained the vanquished and secured his flight, even then secured him when I sought with joy the vowed destruction of ungrateful Troy. Dr. Iden's Virgil v. 1058. On Polydore. Euripides, Virgil, and others relate that Polydore was sent into Thrace, to the house of Polymestor, for protection, being the youngest of Priam's sons, and that he was treacherously murdered by his host for the sake of the treasure sent with him. Perhaps the boldest excursion of Homer into this region of poetical fancy is the collision into which, in the 21st of the Iliad, he has brought the river god Scamander, first with Achilles, and afterwards with Vulcan, when summoned by Juno to the hero's aid. The overwhelming fury of the stream finds the natural interpretation in the character of the mountain torrents of Greece and Asia Minor. Their wide, shingly beds are in summer comparatively dry, so as to be easily forded by the foot passenger. But a thunder shower in the mountains, unobserved perhaps by the traveler on the plain, may suddenly immerse him in the flood of a mighty river. The rescue of Achilles by the fiery arms of Vulcan scarcely admits of the same ready explanation from physical causes. Yet the subsiding of the flood at the critical moment when the hero's destruction appeared imminent might, by a slight extension of the figurative parallel, be ascribed to a god symbolic of the influences opposed to all atmospheric moisture. Muir, Vol. I, p. 480 score. Wood has observed that the circumstance of a falling tree, which is described as reaching from one of its banks to the other, affords a very just idea of the breadth of the Scamander. Ignominious. Dr. Owning, as compared with a death in the field of battle, was considered utterly disgraceful. Beneath a cauldron. So, when with crackling flames a cauldron fries, the bubbling waters from the bottom rise. Above the brims they force their fiery way. Black vapors climb aloft and cloud the day. Dr. Iden's Virgil, 6:44. This tale of the temporary servitude of particular gods by order of Jove as a punishment for misbehavior recurs not unfrequently among the incidents of the mythical world. Grote, Vol. I, p. 156. Not half so dreadful. On the other side, incensed with indignation, Satan stood unterrified and like a comet burned, that fires the length of Ophiuchus huge in the Arctic sky, and from his horrid hair shakes pestilence and war. Paradise Lost, Zai 708. And thus his own undaunted mind explores. Paradise Lost, VI 113. The example of Nausicaa in the Odyssey proves that the duties of the laundry were not thought derogatory, even from the dignity of a princess in the heroic times. Hesper shines with keener light. Fairest of stars, last in the train of night, if better thou belong not to the dawn. Paradise Lost, v. 166. Such was his fate. After chasing the Trojans into the town, he was slain by an arrow from the quiver of Paris, directed under the unerring auspices of Apollo. The greatest efforts were made by the Trojans to possess themselves of the body, which was however rescued and borne off to the Grecian camp by the valor of Ajax and Ulysses. Thetis stole away the body, just as the Greeks were about to burn it with funeral honors, and conveyed it away to a renewed life of immortality in the Isle of Leuca in the Euxine. Astyanax, i.e. the city king or guardian. It is amusing that Plato, who often finds fault with Homer without reason, should have copied this twaddling etymology into his Cratylus. This book has been closely imitated by Virgil in his fifth book, but it is almost useless to attempt a selection of passages for comparison. Thrice in order led. This was a frequent rite at funerals. The Romans had the same custom, which they called decurjo. Plutarch states that Alexander, in after times, renewed these same honors to the memory of Achilles himself, and swore, literally, and called Orcus, the god of oaths, to witness. See Buttman, Lexilog p. 436. O long expected by thy friends, from whence art thou so late returned for our defense? Do we behold thee, wearied as we are, with length of labors and with toils of war? After so many funerals of thy own, art thou restored to thy declining town? But say, what wounds are these? What new disgrace deforms the manly features of thy face? Dr. 369. Like a thin smoke, Virgil, Gorg, if 72. In vain I reach my feeble hands to join in sweet embraces. Ah, no longer thine, she said, and from his eyes the fleeting fair retired like subtle smoke dissolved in air. Dr. Iden. So Milton. So eagerly the fiend o'er bog or steep, through strait, rough, dense, or rare, with head, hands, wings, or feet pursues his way, and swims or sinks or wades or creeps or flies. Paradise Lost, 948. An ancient forest for the work designed, the shady covert of the savage kind. The Trojans found, the sounding axe is placed, firs, pines, and pitch trees, and the towering pride of forest ashes feel the fatal stroke, and piercing wedges cleave the stubborn oak. High trunks of trees, felled from the steepy crown of the bare mountains, roll with ruin down. Dr. Iden's Virgil, VI 261. He vowed. This was a very ancient custom. The height of the tomb or pile was a great proof of the dignity of the deceased and the honor in which he was held. On the prevalence of this cruel custom amongst the northern nations, see Mallet p. 213, and calls the spirit, such was the custom anciently, even at the Roman funerals. Hail, O ye holy manes! Hail again, paternal ashes, now revived in vain. Dr. Iden's Virgil, v. 106. Virgil, by making the boaster vanquished, has drawn a better moral from this episode than Homer. The following lines deserve comparison. The haughty dares in the lists appears, walking he strides, his head erected bears, his nervous arms the weighty gauntlet wield, and loud applauses echo through the field. Such dares was, and such he strode along, and drew the wonder of the gazing throng. His brawny breast and ample chest he shows, his lifted arms around his head he throws, and deals in whistling air his empty blows. His match is sought, but through the trembling band, no one dares answer to the proud demand. Presuming of his force, with sparkling eyes, already he devours the promised prize. If none my matchless valor dares oppose, how long shall dares wait his dastard foes? Dr. Iden's Virgil, v. 486, seek. The gauntlet fight thus ended, from the shore his faithful friends unhappy dares bore. His mouth and nostrils poured a purple flood, and pounded teeth came rushing with his blood. Dr. Iden's Virgil, v. 623. Troilus is only once named in the Iliad. He was mentioned also in the Cypriad, but his youth, beauty, and untimely end made him an object of great interest with the subsequent poets. Grote, I. p. 399. Milton has rivaled this passage, describing the descent of Gabriel, Paradise Lost, B.K.V. 266, seek. Down thither prone in flight he speeds, and through the vast ethereal sky, sails between worlds and worlds with steady wing, now on the polar winds, then with quick fan, winnows the buxom air. At once on the eastern cliff of paradise he lights, and to his proper shape returns, a seraph winged. Like Maya's son he stood, and shook his plumes that heavenly fragrance filled the circuit wide. Virgil, N. 350. Hermes obeys, with golden pinions binds his flying feet, and mounts the western winds. And whether o'er the seas or earth he flies, with rapid force they bear him down the skies. But first he grasps within his awful hand the mark of sovereign power, his magic wand. With this he draws the ghost from hollow graves. With this he drives them from the Stygian waves. Thus armed, the god begins his airy race, and drives the racking clouds along the liquid space. Dr. Wyden. In reference to the whole scene that follows, the remarks of Coleridge are well worth reading. By a close study of life, and by a true and natural mode of expressing everything, Homer was enabled to venture upon the most peculiar and difficult situations, and to extricate himself from them with the completest success. The whole scene between Achilles and Priam, when the latter comes to the Greek camp for the purpose of redeeming the body of Hector, is at once the most profoundly skillful, and yet the simplest and most affecting passage in the Iliad. Quintilian has taken notice of the following speech of Priam, the rhetorical artifice of which is so transcendent that if genius did not often, especially in oratory, unconsciously fulfill the most subtle precepts of criticism, we might be induced, on this account alone, to consider the last book of the Iliad as what is called spurious, in other words, of later date than the rest of the poem. Observe the exquisite taste of Priam in occupying the mind of Achilles, from the outset, with the image of his father, in gradually introducing the parallel of his own situation, and lastly, mentioning Hector's name when he perceives that the hero is softened, and then only in such a manner as to flatter the pride of the conqueror. The ego deleinoteros per and the apusato aisha geronta are not exactly like the tone of the earlier parts of the Iliad. They are almost too fine and pathetic. The whole passage defies translation, for there is that about the Greek which has no name, but which is of so fine and ethereal a subtlety that it can only be felt in the original, and is lost in an attempt to transfuse it into another language. Coleridge, p. 195. Achilles' ferocious treatment of the corpse of Hector cannot but offend as referred to the modern standard of humanity. The heroic age, however, must be judged by its own moral laws. Retributive vengeance on the dead, as well as the living, was a duty inculcated by the religion of those barbarous times, which not only taught that evil inflicted on the author of evil was a solace to the injured man, but made the welfare of the soul after death dependent on the fate of the body from which it had separated. Hence, a denial of the rights essential to the soul's admission into the more favored regions of the lower world was a cruel punishment to the wanderer on the dreary shores of the infernal river. The complaint of the ghost of Patroclus to Achilles, of but a brief postponement of his own obsequies, shows how efficacious their refusal to the remains of his destroyer must have been in satiating the thirst of revenge, which, even after death, was supposed to torment the dwellers in Hades. Hence, before yielding up the body of Hector to Priam, Achilles asks pardon of Patroclus for even this partial cession of his just rights of retribution. Muir, Vol. I, 289. Such was the fate of Astyanax when Troy was taken. Here, from the tower by stern Ulysses thrown, Andromache bewailed her infant son. Merrick's Tryphiodorus, v. 675. The following observations of Coleridge furnish a most gallant and interesting view of Helen's character. Few things are more interesting than to observe how the same hand that has given us the fury and inconsistency of Achilles gives us also the consummate elegance and tenderness of Helen. She is through the Iliad a genuine lady, graceful in motion and speech, noble in her associations, full of remorse for a fault for which higher powers seem responsible, yet grateful and affectionate towards those with whom that fault had committed her. I have always thought the following speech, in which Helen laments Hector and hints at her own invidious and unprotected situation in Troy, as almost the sweetest passage in the poem. It is another striking instance of that refinement of feeling and softness of tone which so generally distinguish the last book of the Iliad from the rest. Classic Poets, p. 198, seek. And here we part with Achilles at the moment best calculated to exalt and purify our impression of his character. We had accompanied him through the effervescence, undulations, and final subsidence of his stormy passions. We now leave him in repose, and under the full influence of the more amiable affections, while our admiration of his great qualities is chastened by the reflection that, within a few short days, the mighty being in whom they were united was himself to be suddenly cut off in the full vigor of their exercise. The frequent and touching allusions, interspersed throughout the Iliad, to the speedy termination of its hero's course, and the moral on the vanity of human life which they indicate, are among the finest evidences of the spirit of ethic unity by which the whole framework of the poem is united. Muir, Vi, p. 201. Cowper says, "I cannot take my leave of this noble poem without expressing how much I am struck with the plain conclusion of it. It is like the exit of a great man out of company, whom he has entertained magnificently, neither pompous nor familiar, not contemptuous, yet without much ceremony." Coleridge, p. 227, considers the termination of Paradise Lost somewhat similar. End of the Project Gutenberg ebook The Iliad. Updated editions will replace the previous one. The old editions will be renamed. Creating the works from print editions not protected by U.S. copyright law means that no one owns a United States copyright in these works, so the Foundation and you can copy and distribute it in the United States without permission and without paying copyright royalties. Special rules set forth in the General Terms of Use, part of this license, apply to copying and distributing Project Gutenberg electronic works to protect the Project Gutenberg concept and trademark. Project Gutenberg is a registered trademark and may not be used if you charge for an ebook, except by following the terms of the trademark license, including paying royalties for use of the Project Gutenberg trademark. If you do not charge anything for copies of this ebook, complying with the trademark license is very easy. You may use this ebook for nearly any purpose, such as creation of derivative works, reports, performances, and research. Project Gutenberg ebooks may be modified and printed and given away. You may do practically anything in the United States with ebooks not protected by U.S. copyright law. Redistribution is subject to the trademark license, especially commercial redistribution. Start full license. The full Project Gutenberg license. Please read this before you distribute or use this work. To protect the Project Gutenberg mission of promoting the free distribution of electronic works by using or distributing this work or any other work associated in any way with the phrase Project Gutenberg, you agree to comply with all the terms of the full Project Gutenberg license available with this file or online at www.gutenberg.org/license. Section 1. General Terms of Use and Redistributing Project Gutenberg Electronic Works, 1A. By reading or using any part of this Project Gutenberg electronic work, you indicate that you have read, understand, agree to, and accept all the terms of this license and intellectual property, trademark copyright agreement. If you do not agree to abide by all the terms of this agreement, you must cease using and return or destroy all copies of Project Gutenberg electronic works in your possession. If you paid a fee for obtaining a copy of or access to a Project Gutenberg electronic work and you do not agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement, you may obtain a refund from the person or entity to whom you paid the fee as set forth in paragraph 1E.8. 1.b. Project Gutenberg is a registered trademark. It may only be used on or associated in any way with an electronic work by people who agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement. There are a few things that you can do with most Project Gutenberg electronic works, even without complying with the full terms of this agreement. See paragraph 1.c below. There are a lot of things you can do with Project Gutenberg electronic works if you follow the terms of this agreement and help preserve free future access to Project Gutenberg electronic works. See paragraph 1.e below. 1.c. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. The Foundation, or PGLF, owns a compilation copyright in the collection of Project Gutenberg electronic works. Nearly all the individual works in the collection are in the public domain in the United States. If an individual work is unprotected by copyright law in the United States, and you are located in the United States, we do not claim a right to prevent you from copying, distributing, performing, displaying, or creating derivative works based on the work, as long as all references to Project Gutenberg are removed. Of course, we hope that you will support the Project Gutenberg mission of promoting free access to electronic works by freely sharing Project Gutenberg works in compliance with the terms of this agreement for keeping the Project Gutenberg name associated with the work. You can easily comply with the terms of this agreement by keeping this work in the same format with its attached full Project Gutenberg license when you share it without charge with others. 1D. The copyright laws of the place where you are located also govern what you can do with this work. Copyright laws in most countries are in a constant state of change. If you are outside the United States, check the laws of your country in addition to the terms of this agreement before downloading, copying, displaying, performing, distributing, or creating derivative works based on this work or any other Project Gutenberg work. The Foundation makes no representations concerning the copyright status of any work in any country other than the United States. 1E. Unless you have removed all references to Project Gutenberg, 1E1. The following sentence, with active links to or other immediate access to the full Project Gutenberg license, must appear prominently whenever any copy of a Project Gutenberg work, any work on which the phrase Project Gutenberg appears or with which the phrase Project Gutenberg is associated, is accessed, displayed, performed, viewed, copied, or distributed. This ebook is for the use of anyone, anywhere in the United States and most other parts of the world, at no cost and with almost no restrictions whatsoever. You may copy it, give it away, or reuse it under the terms of the Project Gutenberg license included with this ebook or online at www.gutenberg.org. If you are not located in the United States, you will have to check the laws of the country where you are located before using this ebook. 1.2. If an individual Project Gutenberg electronic work is derived from texts not protected by U.S. copyright law, does not contain a notice indicating that it is posted with permission of the copyright holder, the work can be copied and distributed to anyone in the United States without paying any fees or charges. If you are redistributing or providing access to a work with the phrase Project Gutenberg associated with or appearing on the work, you must comply either with the requirements of paragraphs 1E1 through 1.E7 or obtain permission for the use of the work and the Project Gutenberg trademark as set forth in paragraphs 1E8 or 1.9. 1.E3. If an individual Project Gutenberg electronic work is posted with the permission of the copyright holder, your use and distribution must comply with both paragraphs 1.E1 through 1.E7 and any additional terms imposed by the copyright holder. Additional terms will be linked to the Project Gutenberg license for all works posted with the permission of the copyright holder found at the beginning of this work. 1.E4. Do not unlink or detach or remove the full Project Gutenberg license terms from this work or any files containing a part of this work or any other work associated with Project Gutenberg. 1E5. Do not copy, display, perform, distribute, or redistribute this electronic work, or any part of this electronic work, without prominently displaying the sentence set forth in paragraph 1E.1, with active links or immediate access to the full terms of the Project Gutenberg license. 1E6. You may convert to and distribute this work in any binary, compressed, marked up, non-proprietary or proprietary form, including any word processing or hypertext form. However, if you provide access to or distribute copies of a Project Gutenberg work in a format other than plain vanilla ASCII or other format used in the official version posted on the official Project Gutenberg website, www.gutenberg.org, you must, at no additional cost, fee, or expense to the user, provide a copy, a means of exporting a copy, or a means of obtaining a copy upon request of the work in its original plain vanilla ASCII or other form. Any alternate format must include the full Project Gutenberg license as specified in paragraph 1E.1. 1E7. Do not charge a fee for access to, viewing, displaying, performing, copying, or distributing any Project Gutenberg works unless you comply with paragraph 1E.8 or 1E9, 1E8. You may charge a reasonable fee for copies of or providing access to or distributing Project Gutenberg electronic works, provided that you pay a royalty fee of 20% of the gross profits you derive from the use of Project Gutenberg works, calculated using the method you already use to calculate your applicable taxes. The fee is owed to the owner of the Project Gutenberg trademark, but he has agreed to donate royalties under this paragraph to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. Royalty payments must be paid within 60 days following each date on which you prepare or are legally required to prepare your periodic tax returns. Royalty payments should be clearly marked as such and sent to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation at the address specified in Section 4, Information about Donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. You provide a full refund of any money paid by a user who notifies you in writing or by email within 30 days of receipt that he does not agree to the terms of the full Project Gutenberg license. You must require such a user to return or destroy all copies of the works possessed in a physical medium and discontinue all use of and all access to other copies of Project Gutenberg works. You provide, in accordance with paragraph 1F3, a full refund of any money paid for a work or a replacement copy if a defect in the electronic work is discovered and reported to you within 90 days of receipt of the work. You comply with all other terms of this agreement for free distribution of Project Gutenberg works. 1E9. If you wish to charge a fee or distribute a Project Gutenberg electronic work or group of works on different terms than are set forth in this agreement, you must obtain permission in writing from the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the manager of the Project Gutenberg trademark. Contact the Foundation as set forth in Section 3 below. 1F. 1F1. Project Gutenberg volunteers and employees expend considerable effort to identify, do copyright research on, transcribe, and proofread works not protected by U.S. copyright law in creating the Project Gutenberg collection. Despite these efforts, Project Gutenberg electronic works and the medium on which they may be stored may contain defects, such as but not limited to incomplete, inaccurate, or corrupt data, transcription errors, a copyright or other intellectual property infringement, a defective or damaged disk or other medium, a computer virus, or computer codes that damage or cannot be read by your equipment. 1F2. Limited warranty, disclaimer of damages. Except for the right of replacement or refund described in paragraph 1F.3, the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the owner of the Project Gutenberg trademark, and any other party distributing a Project Gutenberg electronic work under this agreement, disclaim all liability to you for damages, costs, and expenses, including legal fees. You agree that you have no remedies for negligence, strict liability, breach of warranty, or breach of contract except those provided in paragraph 1F3. You agree that the Foundation, the trademark owner, and any distributor under this agreement will not be liable to you for actual, direct, indirect, consequential, punitive, or incidental damages, even if you give notice of the possibility of such damage. 1F3. Limited right of replacement or refund. If you discover a defect in this electronic work within 90 days of receiving it, you can receive a refund of the money, if any, you paid for it by sending a written explanation to the person you received the work from. If you received the work on a physical medium, you must return the medium with your written explanation. The person or entity that provided you with the defective work may elect to provide a replacement copy in lieu of a refund. If you received the work electronically, the person or entity providing it to you may choose to give you a second opportunity to receive the work electronically in lieu of a refund. If the second copy is also defective, you may demand a refund in writing without further opportunities to fix the problem. 1F4. Except for the limited right of replacement or refund set forth in paragraph 1.F3, this work is provided to you as is with no other warranties of any kind, express or implied, including but not limited to warranties of merchantability or fitness for any purpose. 1F5. Some states do not allow disclaimers of certain implied warranties or the exclusion or limitation of certain types of damages. If any disclaimer or limitation set forth in this agreement violates the law of the state applicable to this agreement, the agreement shall be interpreted to make the maximum disclaimer or limitation permitted by the applicable state law. The invalidity or unenforceability of any provision of this agreement shall not void the remaining provisions. 1F6. Indemnity. You agree to indemnify and hold the Foundation, the trademark owner, any agent or employee of the Foundation, anyone providing copies of Project Gutenberg electronic works in accordance with this agreement, and any volunteers associated with the production, promotion, and distribution of Project Gutenberg electronic works, harmless from all liability, costs, and expenses, including legal fees, that arise directly or indirectly from any of the following which you do or cause to occur. A. Distribution of this or any Project Gutenberg work. B. Alteration, modification, or additions or deletions to any Project Gutenberg work. And C. Any defect you cause. Section 2. Information about the mission of Project Gutenberg. Project Gutenberg is synonymous with the free distribution of electronic works in formats readable by the widest variety of computers, including obsolete, old, middle-aged, and new computers. It exists because of the efforts of hundreds of volunteers and donations from people in all walks of life. Volunteers and financial support to provide volunteers with the assistance they need are critical to reaching Project Gutenberg's goals and ensuring that the Project Gutenberg collection will remain freely available for generations to come. In 2001, the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation was created to provide a secure and permanent future for Project Gutenberg and future generations. To learn more about the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation and how your efforts and donations can help, see Sections 3 and 4 and the Foundation information page at www.gutenberg.org. Section 3. Information about the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation is a nonprofit 501c3 educational corporation organized under the laws of the state of Mississippi and granted tax-exempt status by the Internal Revenue Service. The foundation's EIN, or Federal Tax Identification Number, is 6462215541. Contributions to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation are tax-deductible to the full extent permitted by U.S. federal laws and your state's laws. The Foundation's business office is located at 809 North 1500 West, Salt Lake City, UT 84116, 801-596-1887. Email contact links and up-to-date contact information can be found at the Foundation's website and official page at w.gutenberg.org/contact. Section 4. Information about donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. Project Gutenberg depends upon and cannot survive without widespread public support and donations to carry out its mission of increasing the number of public domain and licensed works that can be freely distributed in machine-readable form, accessible by the widest array of equipment, including outdated equipment. Many small donations, $1 to $5,000, are particularly important to maintaining tax-exempt status with the IRS. The Foundation is committed to complying with the laws regulating charities and charitable donations in all 50 states of the United States. Compliance requirements are not uniform, and it takes a considerable effort, much paperwork, and many fees to meet and keep up with these requirements. We do not solicit donations in locations where we have not received written confirmation of compliance. To send donations or determine the status of compliance for any particular state, visit www.gutenberg.org/donate. While we cannot and do not solicit contributions from states where we have not met the solicitation requirements, we know of no prohibition against accepting unsolicited donations from donors in such states who approach us with offers to donate. International donations are gratefully accepted, but we cannot make any statements concerning tax treatment of donations received from outside the United States. U.S. laws alone swamp our small staff. Please check the Project Gutenberg web pages for current donation methods and addresses. Donations are accepted in a number of other ways, including checks, online payments, and credit card donations. To donate, please visit www.gutenberg.org/donate. Section 5. General information about Project Gutenberg electronic works. Professor Michael S. Hart was the originator of the Project Gutenberg concept of a library of electronic works that could be freely shared with anyone. For 40 years, he produced and distributed Project Gutenberg ebooks with only a loose network of volunteer support. Project Gutenberg ebooks are often created from several printed editions, all of which are confirmed as not protected by copyright in the U.S. unless a copyright notice is included. Thus, we do not necessarily keep ebooks in compliance with any particular paper edition. Most people start at our website, which has the main PG search facility, www.gutenberg.org. This website includes information about Project Gutenberg, including how to make donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, how to help produce our new ebooks, and how to subscribe to our email newsletter to hear about new ebooks.